sexy smile. Looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control. Love you every night, not checking the time, 'cause I'm loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile. Looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
This weekend, the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 comes to an end. Finally, we have come to the last 4 teams. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Kips, and we're going to be taking you through the action of the semifinals today and through the best of 5 grand finals tomorrow. Kips, we have come a long way to get at this point, and the real question is here, how excited are you? Because I know that the excitement is definitely there.
Oh, for me, I am way more hyped than we have any reason. I mean, I'm a little sad. Arava got knocked out yesterday. My Kyrgyz boys didn't do it. But on the other hand, I still have some teams to be biased for and against, and that tension always makes things worth watching, in my opinion. Like, it's way more boring when you don't have an opinion, and I have plenty. So bring on the games.
That's why you're here, to have an opinion, Kips. Though, let's see the bracket. Let's see how these teams made it here. They went through thick and thin. First it was the groups, but the only team that actually made it here through the groups is Storm. The other ones got directly invited into the decider brackets, and well, they cruised through everybody. But Team Arava, even though they beat Vivo Stars, they couldn't cruise through Storm. So you have Navi versus Luna Galaxy to start off the day, and Team Tickles versus Storm to end it. And Kips, we're gonna be focusing on Navi versus Luna Galaxy. Let's talk about these two. Any favorites? You said Navi were looking good, but Luna Galaxy definitely a wild card.
Yeah, and it's funny you say it like that, because Wildcard was Levi Lama's team that he did the first trick with, right? The incredible run all the way to the last chance at TI.
Yep.
So yeah, you never know what this man and his team are going to bring. And it is not like he has himself a completely different squad this time around either, because he has Yuma back on borrowed. And of course, I think one of the big flavor makers of that team, Theolicor, is also still on board, which means that I think it's pretty fair to say that this is still the same Luna Galaxy, at least the same flavor of team that made their incredible run through the qualifiers for EU this time as well. And that's kind of the challenge for a Natus Vincere. So yes, Defy and Theolic are the only ones in the shirt right now, unfortunately.
The others hiding in the shadows, Yuma, Stoikov, and Kidaro, they didn't want to be seen. They want to be coming in like the PA, the TA. We all know that the assassins are very popular nowadays, but Divine Lama and Theolic Core in the same pose, looking amazing. But let's see how their opponents look on the side of Navi. We've talked about Luna Galaxy enough. Shigetsu, Melojul, Malik, Danielle, and Melody. And these pictures here, they do look pretty professional, don't they, Kips?
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of want to see some more poses than just the crossed arms at some point, but you know what? It served the purpose. It's very hard for a guy to not look like he should be taken seriously with his arms crossed. So you can see it with Malady, right? He just looks a little bit more frivolous than the rest of them.
I don't know. I think these guys with the crossed arms, I could take them. Melody, nah. This is the guy that is keeping silent, and then bam when you get close to him. So to be honest, I never was a huge fan of the crossed arms, but it is weird how you would take a picture. I'd like it more if everybody would have a pose, like shooting into the camera or a finger towards the camera or something along those lines. That's. It can be fun. I don't know how you feel about it. Do you tell your players if you have like a shooting, guys, everybody needs to be looking super super serious and all, or are you more of a laid back kind of an approach with everybody going for their own poses?
I mean, usually you do both, right? And especially
Okay.
when it's the media day of a tournament, you don't get a choice, really. They want all those serious photos from three different angles for you. And then sometimes they don't even want the fun pictures. And sometimes they shoot them, but they never use them. And sometimes they actually only use the fun pictures, and your players are like, oh God, why did you have to do that to us? So it's really up to up to the TO usually what kind of pictures they use. But in this case, I think it's the teams that providing the pictures, and it's I would like them to get a little more creative with it, I guess.
Okay. I like that you pointed it out. Theo sometimes use the silly pictures. I think it's a learning curve for the players. Think about what you're doing in your life, right? Don't act like a clown if you're not ready to be going in public with that one. So it has happened to me. I've had a couple of shoots, and usually they choose the goofiest picture that I try to make. It is what it is. Anyways, though, these two teams, they still haven't chosen the side, still haven't chosen the first pick. Do you think we're still staying with the standard first pick and the Radiant, or do you think there's going to be a little bit of a wiggle room here between the two teams?
I never quite trust Luna Galaxy to stay the set course, right? They're going to
Okay.
be experimenting a bit. This might be one of those teams that we could be seeing picking up a different pick or a different side depending on what kind of strategy they want to play. And I'm especially looking at the pick there to see if they want to especially get the best carry matchup possible for Yuma. I think that could be a really good way for them to go, because Yuma, I don't think that that I can pretend right here that at the start of the season, Yuma going to Enigma Galaxy instead of staying with Luna. Why do I keep saying Galaxy? Um, anyway, instead of staying with Luna was not a loss for the team. Like, Shad's a great player, but he was a little bit of a downgrade, and Yuma is the kind of carry that you could just play for. So if you want to say, you know what, our hero pool is broad enough, we don't really need to get the Venge on the first pick. We are not the Kyrgyz boys. We don't need Dark Willow immediately first pick stat every single time. You can definitely aim to get towards that second pick instead. I could see them doing that.
Yeah. I think you just needed proper motivation. And, when tournaments only offer prize pool money, which in our tournament is great, 50,000 prize pool, it doesn't feel like enough. That's why whoever wins this tournament is going to a 5-star exclusive bootcamp, and it is gonna be amazing there at Malta. That's why we have the Malta vibes. We already had 2 winners. As far as I know, they still haven't been to the bootcamp, as they can go whenever they like. They just need to schedule it with our sponsors, and of course they are gonna make it all work out and be perfect with that. So Luna Galaxy, they did choose first pick, and Navi did go for the Radiant. So unfortunately, Kips, we are not going to be surprised.
I mean, not yet. Series always have this development in them, right?
Nope.
As these teams are learning about each other as the drafts and as the games progress. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some adjustments happen. But for now, we're starting with the tried and true.
Yep, so let's get ourselves into the draft. We do want to see what these teams have in store for us, and Navi and Luna Galaxy. It's gonna be some time before they actually get all of those picks in. But do you think there's gonna be something different, or is it just the same? You know, Dawnbreakers, PAs, TAs, and Shakers. One of those gets banned out, the other one gets picked. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, Navi has been very stable, and I'm also saying that because their drafts, especially as the tournament has progressed, have become less and less variable. They have, they have rocked the gyrocopter support recently, which was pretty cool. But apart from that, I'm seeing a lot of reliance on PA. I'm seeing Warlocks. I'm seeing Dawnbreakers. So they might just have a strategy ready for this opponent as well, and they might just be sticking to that through the entire draft. As man, Luna Galaxy taking a long ass time with this first ban. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah.
Like, you have so many that you usually just see people fire them off. Like, oh, we could spend a ban on this. We could spend, it's just been payday and they're spending.
Yeah, and it's usually easy at least that first one to get it to get through with it. But nope, they did take their time, as you mentioned, and did go for the Venge in the end. They don't want to be playing versus that. A little bit of a different banning approach here with the Keeper of the Light being banned out from the other side. Is that a surprise to you?
Yeah, kinda. I don't really see Luna Galaxy as having really leaned on that hero in any kind of sense, but I guess they're just looking at what is the most annoying for us. And a good Keeper of the Light gets so much out of the map, you get so much tempo out of it. And we've seen keepers in lanes where they could do absolutely nothing, especially versus the puck lane, right? And I know Navi might want to play that puck, and you still get 50-50 on that cuddle, and then he buys an orchid and the puck gets hunted for a while. That's the hero is a little bit bullshit.
Yeah, makes sense. It really does make. Overall, though, TA got banned out. Primal Beast got banned out. Nothing on the side of Luna Galaxy. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. I haven't followed Navi that much in the Eastern European qualifiers, so I'm not sure in what kind of a form they're sporting. But you told me that in this tournament they have been looking clean.
Yes, they have been looking clean. The one map that got taken off of them was a decent struggle, as my voice is also struggling just a little bit right there. And I'm seeing here that a couple of picks are going to most likely make it through the first phase here. Nature's Prophet, not been touched yet. Dawnbreaker, not been touched yet. Warlock? Question mark?
Yep. There's what I like in the current meta, there's so many heroes that are prioritized, right? So let's see, Luna Galaxy, they're gonna go for the Treant. I could see Navi just going straight up for the gyro, right? Because it got left in the pool, and they have showed they're the only team that I've seen do that in the Malta Vibes 3 here, that put the gyro on position 5 in one game, right? So I actually see it as a very valuable first pick, but because it is a great carry, but you have the capability to flex it, then it is an even better hero to pick up this early.
Exactly. And Jaro as a carry, yeah, there we go. Very cool. Jaro as a carry is still fantastic. The problem is just that there's 2 heroes right now that are super popular that make mincemeat out of him, which is the PA and the Sven. And the ability to flex him, because if you commit to a PA or a Sven on Luna Galaxy, then you still get to yeet out the gyrocopter, grab something else. But if they don't go for that, then you actually have one of the, and I mean is legitimately stronger carries of the patch. It's just that his counters are also really strong right now.
Yep, they are. Luna Galaxy though, now they have 2 bans. What do you get rid of? I guess when there's a gyro on the other side, you cannot allow the Warlock to be on the enemy side, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think the Warlock, and you see, they're not trusting this. They're just like, nah, you're playing, we're banning the Slark. Banning out that, who is their carry player again? Because I know they really favor Slark.
On who? On the Shigetsu. Shigetsu is...
Yeah.
I'm very sad that the DPC is gone, because Shigetsu has been, for me, a Division 1 carry for a very long time, and then he just couldn't make it there, right? And then he starts making it finally, and they're like, no more DPC. So it feels like he just wasn't meant to be for him.
So there is the Batrider, not that favored at the moment. But, versus the Treant Protector, absolutely fantastic. A lot of what this Treant Protector does as well, literally protecting people with that armor, with the regen early on. But if you just have the overwhelming magic damage to walk this guy down, burn his trees down, burn him down, in the direct matchup in the lane, this is already fantastic. Doesn't even matter if it's a support or a core.
So, yep, the Batrider does come out. We haven't seen much of Batrider though in the tournament, let alone... I think I've seen 1 core and 1 support, and I wasn't impressed by either. So why Bat? How do you feel about this hero at the moment?
I've always felt like Bat requires a lot of resources and a lot of time to get the proper impact out of. And of course, he is good at getting those resources, and the map is big, but is not necessarily gotten any faster at getting them. So you're committing to an item buildup on either core or support. And yeah, there's the Sven. First the gyro, AoE armor, somebody who's good at jumping him and cutting him down. I was kind of expecting that. Anyway, I think that in regards to like the kind of supports that you can pick right now, you can get heroes that also farm all of those extra camps, but are also capable of contributing immediately. Like, Snapfire would actually be a pretty decent pick.
This is a lot different than what we are used to, at least what I'm used to, and I've been watching the group stages, but these are different teams though, and this is what I wanted, to see a completely different approach from different teams, and it's exactly what we're getting, Kips.
Yeah, it's also like the Bat's not that common, the Snap's also not that common. Listen, Theodore is drafting, he's South American. The only people that have consistently favored Snapfire anywhere, anytime have been the South Americans. So, you know what? On point. And then Marcy as well. So, Marcy taking over from Io as a favored laning partner for the gyrocopter. The fact is that as a Marcy, you don't really have to hold hands with your carry all the time in order to give him the sustain and give the extra damage, etc. Like, you just need to be in the general vicinity. And then after the laning stage, you actually get yourself a hero that can have a ton of impact from the support position, as opposed to an IO who is really reliant on you building the rest of the draft around having more heroes than just a carry to play with.
Are you sure that this is a support Marcy? I have seen Shigetsu play a core Marcy in the past quite a lot as well. It is something that he would like to do. Considering that they played a support gyro once, I don't think it's impossible.
Yeah, and the gyro is under threat from the Sven, of course, so there's a possibility that this is a switcheroo and it's the other way around. And I love the idea of core Marcy still. She is super mobile, she has a ton of damage output, she farms pretty decently, actually. And yeah, I'd like to see her bring that fist fight to the Sven. That would be pretty hype. But, my reflexes, previous patch, are like, oh, Gyrocopter Marcy. So, but you're right to call me on that. I think you might be onto something here.
Yeah, could be, because Marcy is actually pretty decent when fighting the Sven, especially now when they have added an extra attack to her. I I cannot believe the Unleash is the name of the
Yes.
ulti. Whenever a hero isn't being played for quite some time, I start forgetting the names of the spells because now there's so many things to actually remember in Dota how they're exactly called, and we want to stay true to the game. But Underlord will be the pick for Luna Galaxy. Be the Marcy or Gyro, considering that the Marcy will be buffing the Gyro or buffing herself while giving the sidekick to somebody else. That bonus damage will definitely help with the atrophy or just taking away your damage.
Yep. And the Underlord should do well in a lane that's versus either of them. So unless we're getting thrown for a triple loop here and neither of these two is the carry, Beastmaster mid.
Yep. Yeah, that's most likely not happening, but okay.
No.
I get your point.
He's a super oppressive laner, though. I gotta say, I think people are sleeping on it just a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, could be. We'll see. Yeah, but though I don't see the buffs to his Call of the Wild being that useful in the mid lane.
In a 1v1. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't really seem all that strong. The Pango does get banned out, so Navi are expecting Luna Galaxy to need a mid laner, which is most likely going to be the case. Because
Yes.
offlane Underlord carries Sven, unless it is a mid lane Snapfire, which is a possibility. It's not out of the question.
Yeah, but they want a playmaker with mobility here. There's not a lot of reach over on Luna Galaxy currently. They want somebody to catch, they want somebody to direct these team fights. Both of these bans from Navi are completely on point, and either of them would have really completed the draft for Luna Galaxy.
Let's see. So Luna, what do you want to ban? They banned out the Earth Spirit, so they're expecting this to be a mid lane Batrider, it seems, or they're thinking it might come to a mid lane Earth Spirit. Then, if that's what you're afraid of, something like a Shaker would also be a nice ban, but they'll get rid of the Lina, which we have seen a couple of in this tournament, not too much. The Queen of Pain does come out. Batrider definitely now doesn't want a lane versus this, so what do you get?
What do you get for Squap? I mean, you banned the puck yourself. We have actually seen that Shaker can sort of get away with this lane. Invoker's out as well. Jeez.
Not a lot to work with, definitely. It is a hard one for
really
Melajul.
not. Melajul, I mean, great spirit hero player, right? And there's a bunch of them that can sort of get away with it. Yeah.
Ember Spirit is probably the best one versus the Quap, but he's also the one that received the most significant nerfs lately.
Yes, and I think especially the cast point nerfs could be annoying for him, right? Because if you have good ping, the way that you use the Ember Spirit in the lane versus the Quap is you try and Sleight of Fist dodge the daggers to deny her healing and the harassment. But yeah, those cast points are a little different now. So I wonder if that's going to be of any influence here. I mean, of course, we've also seen Ember Spirits just put on their flame guards and bite through the pain, right?
Yep, that is something that you do go for. Also, what I've also seen is that you go for the Sleight of Fist, and then that dagger is just, or Shadow Strike is just going around, and once you land, it goes for you. So that can happen as well. So I'm
Yeah,
not
the timing is
certain.
quite precise.
True. I'm not certain if you're really picking the Ember to dodge that, but you're picking the Ember for the game. Really, a lot of the things that are in this game you can dodge. The only thing that is really a problem for you is the Pit of Malice. If you get caught in that, then you're in trouble. But of course,
Yes.
until the Underlord becomes all that active, you might just have your BKB.
And that actually leaves us with a little bit of a surprise, because I do think that we have Shigetsu on the gyrocopter, even though there is a Sven waiting for him on the other side. He says, "No, we're doing this classic, we're doing Gyro Marcy. I have faith that I can simply outfarm and out pressure with the help of my team in this game," because Navi does have the way more mobile lineup.
Yeah, they definitely do, and let's see if they're gonna be using that mobility as we get ourselves into game number 1 of this semi-final fight to go to the grand finals to be played tomorrow at 18 CEST. That's where everything will end, and we will find out who the champion of our tournament is. But for now, we're gonna be watching the semi-final between two very strong established teams. And Kips, wait, I'm gonna ask you a question after this little bit of a possibility of a fight ends. They're gonna be a
Good catch from
fight.
side. Denial breaks it.
Oh, Danielle gonna be slowed down by the scatter blast. They have the blood grenade, and he gets himself into the safety of the tower. So give me a prediction. Who's winning this one? Whose draft do you prefer more?
30 seconds to battle.
I would prefer Navi's draft if they were rocking, I guess, literally any other carry. I just don't think that their matchup is that good, but they have the outplay opportunities here by far. They've also set themselves up for a very good laning stage here with Malik on the Beastmaster. I mean, classic counter for the tree and protector as well, right? You just chop down all the trees. Nothing for him to play off of there.
The battle begins.
I'm just worried that if Navi doesn't get to set the tempo of this entire game, they're not actually going to come out.
Yeah, I think so as well. If I look at their heroes, I feel like they have the tools to deal with what Luna Galaxy has. But on the other hand, a lot of these heroes have been nerfed, right? You have the Roar for the Sven, but I have a problem with an Ember, and I have a problem with that Sven versus the Gyro. So I agree with you. I do believe that it is gonna be an easier game for Luna Galaxy.
I mean, as long as they don't get dragged all over the place, right? Their co-op really has to do some work, and that's a high commit hero versus a ton of people who have ways to work around her, and that Roar is not something to be underestimated versus her either.
Yeah, for sure. Theolicor dropping down, and he's dead.
Oh.
And this is the strength of this safe lane. It really is very, very strong. Melody and Shigetsu not to be underestimated. You get that level 1 dispose, and that repositioning early on is just one of the nastiest spells to play against.
It is forcible repositioning. Like, I mean, it's the fact that it's point and click, especially. Like, there's not actually a lot of heroes that have access to that. The strongest forcible repositioning in the game is Pudge, and that's a skill shot and a half. Is getting to click on somebody and like, nope, actually your positioning doesn't matter, you're somewhere else now, is... I don't want to call it nuts, because sure, it's not that long range, but as we can see here, it matters.
I don't know. It always felt to me like Marcy stretches herself like Michael Jordan in you know, the Space
She's
Jam.
winning again.
And he's winning again. The Brawler is again ahead. 7 stake charges on the Gyro. He's baiting him in. Okay, that was a very strong right click from Divine Llama. Almost getting the kill. Shigetsu calculated. He's gonna tell everybody that it was calculated, but it was very, very close. Too close for comfort.
Yeah, that could have definitely ended a little different for him, but at the same time, Divine Llama also not falling for that bait at all.
So already a 1k goal lead for Navi. I guess that's what 2 kills will give you. And of course the threat of getting even more. Top lane, 2 melee heroes versus the Bat. This can be a dangerous thing as they're going in and we see a pause in the best possible moment, like always.
Of course. I mean, then again, is there ever a good moment for a pause? Like, ever.
Well, now is a good moment. Look at, he's in a good position. The Bat looks cool while he's stunned. You can see him just having that dizziness on top of him as the Sven will get rooted. And this is the thing. Navi are ruling the skies here. Of course, the Hawk will be going down for now. Mid lane, the Ember is doing well versus the Quad, but this is just the advantage of the melee hero. The range hero harasses you, but the melee hero has more CS usually.
Usually, and it starts turning eventually at the point where Stoikov can simply scale with right-click damage, and that's what you need to do with an Emerald Spirit that's going Flame Guard as well. These days, you don't really get to take the Flame Guard off with spell damage anymore. There used to be a calculation you could do where if you started to get about half a level ahead of him, you could hit timings where you could take his Flame Guard off every now and then, but now that's impossible because it doesn't take all your magic damage anymore. So you just have to let him have what he wants when he puts that Flame Guard up.
So bottom lane, Malady and Shigetsu still applying pressure, still wanting to go for the Olicor, and the right clicks are just so massive here, Kips. They might be able to get a kill under the tower, going for it. Malady will pay with his life, actually goes for the Healing Lotus and gives the attack to Shigetsu there. So nice spread of the tower attacks. It will allow both of them to live and just continue ramping up those kills.
Yeah, and this is the power of this lane. I mean, I can see why you still want to play the Gyrocopter here, right? You have your Marcy. Look at this pressure. you're shoving an Underlord under tower. You keep on killing his support. At the very least, the Vi Lama is not doing that bad on the CS himself either. But Theodokor is having one hell of a rough game right now.
Yeah, 3 deaths already. He did TP to the mid lane to refill the bottle of the Queen of Pain. As Llama was left all alone. He's dying on bottom, and the dive will come through. This level 2 sidekick, way too much damage, lifesteal as well. They can do whatever the hell they want. We are just seeing that Shigetsu is constantly attacking the creeps just to keep his HP up. Daniel, is he baiting Kidaro here to maybe go for something more? But now finally uses the Firefly, and if you're a tree, that is your biggest fear.
Exactly. That's as soon as the flames come out. That's your cue to evacuate.
And he did. He did exactly that. Melojule steals the bounty rune, and again, Malady and Shigetsu are doing the sidekick thing here, making sure that their enemies are having a really bad time. This new sidekick is actually very annoying to play against in a lane.
It's phenomenal, and the range of it is quite generous as well. I mean, that did get some nerfs, didn't it?
Was it
Oh,
touched
actually,
in? No, it wasn't. It wasn't touched ever since.
Maybe just in
it
my
was
dreams,
reworked.
man.
Yep, you've been dreaming about it. Though, to be honest, as I haven't seen much Marcy, I'm not too mad about it. Remember when Marcy came out? The tears of the pro players. Wow, this hero is too strong. Wow, right? And
Yeah.
I think it's in a good spot right now.
I think so as well. Yuma getting bounced back on the top lane.
Yep, he is in a little bit of trouble, but the Leech Seed is something that allows him to turn around and actually stand his ground. Malik a little bit too strong. The cleave will bring down the Hawk, so no more dive bombs whatsoever. And Yuma will finally stand his ground long enough for Malik to have to run away. He has the Helm of the Iron Will, so these right clicks don't really hurt him as much as Luna Galaxy would want it to.
Well, this is why we're seeing Kidaro completely skip the living armor this game as well, right? All of the early damage threat, especially in this laning stage, is just all coming out from the Bat Rider, from damage over time with Axis spam. You gotta get your carry the opportunity to trade, so get that Leech Seed in.
Daniel, he's fine. He's completely fine. They cannot kill him. As bottom lane, they can't kill Divine Llama, however. Malady going for him. He will be using the Healing Lotus. This is enough. The Flak Cannon doing enough damage, and now Theodokor, he tried to save his buddy. He might die as well. The TP from the Queen of Pain, Stoikov, he wants the Gyrocopter, but he doesn't have that much mana. No ulti yet either.
SDD
but the
though
slows should be enough to seconds for his sticks. Shigetsu turns around to fight. He will not be able to win this one. Finally, Luna Galaxy get themselves on the board, but it is going to cost them a Queen of Pain rotation.
Well, I mean, the Queen of Pain rotation without a Sonic Wave, by the way, so she's got full farming build going on right now with Scream of Pain, gets her bottle refilled. I don't think Stoikov is too mad about this, although, of course, Melodiel is also definitely happy.
Both of the runes, the wisdom runes, goes to Navi. Daniel almost died to get that one, but even if he did, it would have been worth it. But now it's even worse for Luna Galaxy. They're already losing this laning stage, and now it's gonna be pretty tough for their supports, who they do rely on their level 6s, not gonna lie. It's pretty important for both of them.
Absolutely agreed, and especially Theodokor was having a hard time, but Kidaro right now as well, who's been really just sacrificing everything in order to keep Yuma in this lane. Yeah, Yuma stepping out for a bit is probably the best thing he can do here, because Kidaro really needs that EXP now that the rune is not forthcoming.
If we look at the net worth, all 3 of the lanes went to Navi. I mean, okay, mid is even, but the side lanes completely in their favor, especially this bottom lane, where the Gyro is 1.5k gold ahead of the enemy offlaner. It doesn't get much better than that. Now the Roar on the top lane, Malik is trying to apply even more pressure, and poor Kidaro, he's just not moving. The slow is a little bit too strong, and this dive bomb, I don't know, sometimes it just feels too strong.
Yeah, sometimes it does. I mean, it makes up for the fact that you literally can't control it, but at the same time, as far as like Beastmaster gets to walk at people, yeah, this is the strongest he's ever been.
For sure. Shigetsu now has been left all alone. We know that Gyro is kind of susceptible to dying if he's left alone, but nobody is really targeting him at the moment. And really, what is the Treant gonna do?
Yeah, not that much. They bring the high llama to the top lane as well, so giving up on the idea of ever naturally pushing through that bottom lane like you want to do. And they don't even get to hold the tower, no Defy.
He's in trouble. He's not moving.
They're
The slows,
baiting,
they're way too much.
but
The Lama, he's dead. The Queen of Pain can maybe come over to assist. Has the Sonic Wave. Is it gonna be enough? Decides not to do it as Melojul is joining the fight as well. Stoikov running away and Melojul pushes him back. It is gonna be a mid laner versus mid laner in the top lane, and now they found Yuma as well.
Yuma.
Coming in with the Remnant. He's looking very much dead. Has the added armor and the healing Lotus is there, but he's gonna have to accept this death. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, nothing to do. Na'Vi continue to destroy this early game.
yeah, this looks smooth as butter for them. Yuma being there, low health at exactly the wrong time, also feels a little casual to me. Like, sure, Stoikov is making that rotation to see if they can actually, you know, we're baiting the Vi. He's tanky, he's going to take a long time to die. But Navi was just bringing 4 people, and they get rewarded with a carry kill for it. That's, I don't want to say that's a little too free, but that you gotta be happy with yourself if you're Navi right now.
How does it become freer than that? We are running through the jungle and there's a 10 HP carry hero. It is pretty free, and unfortunately for Luna Galaxy, they're being annihilated in this early game. Kips, not gonna lie, like 5,000 gold is it is not insurmountable, but very close to it.
Yeah, 5k at 10 minutes, dude. That's just not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to lose all 3 of your lanes in this fashion. Like, the one lane that goes equal needs to have something to add, but the Quap just hasn't done anything yet, and she now will need to hard commit if she wants to get anything done into a bunch of heroes that are already quite high level and quite tanky. That's scary.
Ready to kill you as well. Quite tanky, do a lot of damage. I mean, when we look at Navi's heroes, all of them can do a significant amount. So even if you jump on a Marcy, the Unleash can kill Yuma. He used his ulti, and 1 versus 3 Malik is posing a threat to him. Daniel will come over and put him on a hill there where he will burn. Actually being fed a cookie, but it is only gonna be a last meal. Mortimer's kids at least to get themselves a kill. Malik running forward, doesn't have the roar, but he just turns around and fights. He's gonna have a sidekick as well. This hero doesn't fight alone any longer. Malady with the kicks, with the punches, gets the kill, will be losing his life. The roar, actually the scream, the sonic wave, getting the kill there, and Queen of Pain does get there in time, because these two maybe would have been able to clean up.
Yeah, I think they would have actually. That was a very timely intervention from Stoikov, and probably the best possible case for a Queen of Pain, right? You're not committing into any kind of fight that you might be taking a risk yourself. No, they're already committed. You just get the Lady Ult on top. But that's your other 2 cores going down. All the way back on your side of the map.
Yep, with a very low commitment of Na'Vi. They didn't even have the lasso at that point. So now the mid lane tower will fall. You have a Treant Protector. Every little thing, every little advantage that the heroes of Luna Galaxy should give them at the start of this game, it's no longer there. Sven, one of the fastest farmers in the game, is 3k gold behind the enemy carry 12 minutes in. Let that sink in.
Yep, and they're coming to contest his stacks too. You don't have the ult on the Quap right now. Yuma is not in any position to fight at all. They're gonna lose the stack.
Likely that's gonna happen. The flat cannon will be used. The Vailama in the vicinity is like, guys, at least we're getting some experience. That's good enough. But now you might be giving that back as the Unleash on the Marcy has been used. And Rakato is gonna be punching everybody. Sven uses his ulti. Come, big boy. Let's see who punches harder. And currently, it seems Malady is the strongest one. The position 5 chasing down everybody. He's ready to take down this tree, but he will burn to the fires of the Ember Spirit. 2 heroes dead. Stack taken. Na'Vi continue to completely overwhelm their opponents with beautiful movements, beautiful gameplay, and an even better spell usage.
They look really measured right now, and they've got all the items they could possibly want. Like, there's a Maelstrom up on Melojil, has been for a bit now as well. This Batrider doesn't actually have to take his time off in the jungle to catch up and grab that Blink Dagger. He's just contributing all the while already, just because they're so far ahead.
Okay, let's go with the hard questions now, Kips. We have gotten to a point where Na'Vi look like if things continue this way, they are gonna get an easy victory in game number 1.
Yes.
What is the path to returning into this game? Who do you rely on? How do you play? Which heroes do you target? How do you get back into this one?
I mean, you can't really split push this one out at all, which
Okay.
is always the first one that I look at. But you're up versus Bat Rider, Beastmaster. Like there's Boots of Travel actually already queued up on the Ember Spirit as well. Jeez, so you're not going to get to have any sort of map advantage here. Your Sven is woefully behind Rush Ags on the Quap, but
Okay.
I would much rather call it and try again.
Okay, so you see, guys, here I was trying to get something positive, but Kips was like, "Yeah, this sucks for you. This sucks for you. Your life sucks, and you are gonna
Yeah.
die a painful death," which literally happens to Sven right now. Poor guy.
Yeah, because you have no playmaking capabilities whatsoever. You don't have a way to provide any threat on the map that won't be immediately answered in full force.
What
You
about
just
timing
have
then?
this squad.
Can
Like,
you
if
use
they
any
go for this
timing?
right now, I think they can kill Shigetsu because he is. But they're letting too much time go. No, they
Fine.
have so little information. They don't know if that's a safe kill or not. It was, but you can't know that.
Have the
Said they let
info.
Shigetsu's bot.
And Kidero will get caught, but he has the overgrowth, only connecting onto Marcy. Mortimer's kisses, though, doing a lot of damage. Marcy and Danielle might just lose their lives, but Maladril is here to help. Nice jump from Stoikov to get the kill, but has he put himself too far in front there with the roar from the side? Malik comes over to finish him off, so it's gonna be a 2 supports for a core in the support, and now even pushing the Sven out of the jungle. He used his God Strength, let him farm with it at least.
And it wasn't even quite over yet with the Holocaust getting shoved around by Shigetsu. Just finished up his Aghanim Scepter, by the way. And this middle tower is now just going to go down because we have reached Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster. 316. Always a devastating timing.
Let's see, though. They're going for the tower. The glyph was used. The
Don't care.
Wing missile will get taken down there by the little shredder, but yeah, nobody cares about the living armor. There's way too much right click damage here.
There's just no time to buy any of the items that they would need over on Luna Galaxy to actually protect themselves. Like to give the Quap the opportunity to play, for example, you'd want a Lincoln Sphere there. They don't have any money for that. So yeah, she is going for the Axe now, and I think that is the correct decision. But I mean that's the only thing that can save them really, and you can see how far forward Yuma is farming as well.
He has
Just
to.
trying to scrape anything they can get out of this map.
Yeah, he definitely has to. He has to put himself in a position where the enemies aren't gonna be able to guess that easily where he is exactly, because there is a solid amount of mobility on Navi, and if they even get a sniff of where the Sven is, you will be able to be there in just a couple of seconds. The Oli Core looks very much dead. Queen of Pain will be coming over, even dodges the Scatter Blast for good measure. Melojule just showing off at this point.
Yeah, he really is. And I think the safest farm on this map should be going to the Queen of Pain right now. Like, clearly, Yuma is also important, but I think Navi have to misplay in order to group up big enough that he can actually deal the damage. Whereas for the Quap, that doesn't have to be.
True. I feel like the Sven could just start running in no matter which items he has at this point and just get roared and killed. Whereas the Queen, with the constant pokes of the Shadow Strikes, once you get the Aghanim Scepter, it could actually turn out differently.
Yes. And the scenario where they group... Oh, never mind. The Lama's dying on the top lane.
Oh, is he though? This is just the 2 supports very far forward. The cooldown will be coming through. They get the lasso onto the Core, but the Sonic Wave will be pushing them back. Overgrowth to a lot of heroes, but the roar onto the Sven. This is exactly what we were talking about. Melojule will be going in as well. It is going to be a 2-for-2, but again, you have lost a core. The Lama, he's going to be the second core that you will lose. That is the Lance of Pursuit, and it is exactly what Melojule is doing, pursuing this Lama Underlord until he gets the kill.
So the choice you have is between Stoikov goes in and Yuma follows up, or Yuma goes in and Stoikov follows up. And I very much prefer the latter. He will probably actually reach Ags at this tempo before his entire base is gone, so there is a glimpse of hope here.
There really is, but a glimpse is a good way to put it, because it is looking very rough now for Luna Galaxy. But if there are some people who believe in them, there is a Pinnacle.gg, guys. Some nice odds will be for them for sure in this game. Of course, you have to be 18 plus, and we do advise that you bet responsibly and you put down as much as you are willing to spend. As Na'Vi, they are taking away all the money from Luna Galaxy, everything that they can, and then the only thing that will be left is their lives.
Yeah, their lives if they're lucky. Well, a double bounty for Stoikov. Optimizes it too.
Poor Dalai Lama. He goes through the defender's gate and like, nope, you're not going through that. Maddie has to take a couple of tower shots, but jumping over walls, not a problem for Marcy.
Yep, and it's really just Davai's job to be a speed bump right now. Like, yes, they will drive all over you, but at least it will take them some time spent hitting you that's not spent hitting your buildings as they are doing right now. With the Black Dragon in attendance, it's going to go down fast.
I think they need to invest into better speed bumps though, Kips, because this one doesn't seem too good. As well, he will be coming back. The glyph was used. Do you stop this push in any way? There is an Aegis on the gyro still for another 2.5 minutes. Overgrowth will get used on all 3 of the cores. The Lama going in. They have the Pit of Malice trying to kill Malady and will be able to do it immediately. Malik turns around. There will be a lasso used as well. But the Danielle, he has to go for the flame break to send him back. She gets you. He's more than happy to lose his life to do as much damage as possible. Yuma very close to death. Everybody is dying. He's super speedy. That's what we thought. You come in, you hit, you run, but you do not escape. Melojewel will be running him down, and in the end, this game of tag will be won by Na'Vi.
Yeah, and this is... I mean, they put up a fair fight there, but the gold difference really just comes in there. And with that in the Aegis, even if they kill the Gyrocopter there, they still lose the fight, right?
Yep. Yeah, even if the gyro didn't have the Aegis, I think you still lose the fight. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
Pipe onto Malik as well, which means that Stoikov, who is the only source of burst damage, just won't be bringing it. And Stoikov is just desperately hitting creeps over on the side right now. His racks are falling. He has a job to do, dang it.
Crimson Guard will help a little bit delay this, but ultimately the gyro should be able to take it down. His homing missile will get taken down, however, by the little shredder. That is one of the best ways to deal with it. Shigetsu, though, standing his ground. It is still very tough to go for him. He has a Satanic. They know they will never be able to kill him. Now jump in onto Sven, bringing him back. Roar, he will never move out of a stun. They do have the buybacks, but at this point, Kips, is it even worth it?
I don't think so. You have nothing to buy back for, right?
For your
Stoikov or nothing. I mean, he is trying. God bless him. He's trying.
You know,
They're not calling it.
No, the game's name is the Defense of the Ancient, so you can buy back to defend your Ancient.
Sell everything. Yes, Axe.
Let's go, Sven. There's the Axe. You said this is the timing, Kips. 22 minutes in. Let's see if they can turn it around. There's gonna be a lot of screaming, but it seems like it's only from Luna Galaxy, and the GG was called. Actually, no, the GG wasn't called. Production is just like, yo, don't watch this game any longer. It's over.
Yeah, the slaughter was a little too much to bear. I don't blame them there. That was a fairly gruesome end of a... Well, they don't call it until the throne falls. I can respect that, but, you know, I stand by what I said at, what was it? 15 minutes? 16? GG, go next.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. We talked about it in the draft, that we both like Luna Galaxy's draft here, but the snowball on the other side, the timing could be very strong. Was it that Luna Galaxy really didn't have the heroes to match this timing, or did they mess something up, or did Na'Vi just play a hell of a good game?
I definitely think that there was something lacking in the heroes department. Both of the last bans from Na'Vi really screwed over Luna Galaxy here, because yeah, they got a hero with mobility and damage, but nobody that can actually secure a team fight opportunity. We saw very few ults from Theolicor here, which is something that normally you want to be able to play with in the mid game, right? That's your big damage healing ultimate, your team fight damage, and they don't have a way to secure the fight where they can use that, because they have a Quap, and she is at risk. She can't latch anybody to the fight. She wants to show up to the fight that already started, but Who has to start that fight? Is it the Violama? He's underfarmed, his lane went badly, and he's an Underlord. All he can do is walk forward. So I definitely do think that once you get behind with this draft, you're really in a ton of trouble, and we saw that illustrated just now.
Coming into the series, I thought it was going to be a close one. I really didn't have a favorite, but Na'Vi are looking clean. After just 22 minutes, they got themselves the victory. It was so fast, it ended in a flash. We couldn't even see the throne fall. But let's see if game number 2 is going to be any different.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
I expected the semifinals to be closer, but after game number 1, Na'Vi completely annihilated Luna Galaxy. No chance whatsoever in the game number 1 here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3, a tournament brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. If you want to check them out, gamingmalta.org, and you can see what they're all about. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Kips. And Kips, was it a draft problem? Was it a class problem? Do we have a difference in strength between these two teams here?
I'm not expecting too much of a difference in strength. What I am kind of worried about, though, is that Navi's had a lot of time to fine-tune this operation that they got set up.
Yep.
These people smoothly work together. I mean, I've seen them doing so in the TI qualifiers as well. And really, Luna Galaxy are freshly gutted, and a couple of parts have gotten replaced, and it's not weird that it sometimes squeaks when it goes around the corners, you know? So especially when given a draft, then it does not give them any ways of coming back into the game once things have gone wrong. Yeah, you're gonna get a game like this, and it doesn't really have to say anything about the quality of the players at all. Like, I think if you give Luna Galaxy a month, they got this all ironed out, but as is, yeah, they're going to trip up like this sometimes, and all that has to happen is that they don't do it for the next, well, hopefully 2 maps of this series, and then we're going to get ourselves a close one. I have full confidence in that.
Okay, that's what you're hoping for. This time around, it is going to be a first pick for Na'Vi, and Luna Galaxy are going to be on the Radiant side, so we have swapped things around. Shouldn't be making much of a difference, I want to say, but overall I agree with you wholeheartedly there when you said that one team is a fine-tuned machine that will have consistently solid gameplay, and Luna Galaxy, they, as not being a fine-tuned machine, they will have problems from time to time making mistakes. Though, you know where all of the mistakes start and end? in the draft. So let's get ourselves into it and see what these teams have in store for us.
They do. I mean, Dota 2 is really two vastly different games, right? It's I like to compare it to Bridge. If you know, you or anybody in chat plays like old people card games, like you have the bidding phase and you have the actual playing out phase, and that is the only other sport I want to say that has the same kind of pattern, where you first play for how the game is going to be played, and then you also get to play it out still, and both phases influence each other. You can make mistakes in both phases. You can misunderstand what the actual situation is in the first phase and then get really put in your place in the second. Or alternatively, you can draft yourself a smooth glide to victory and execute it exactly like that.
I never got around learning Bridge, but I understand the concept. I play Preference with my brother and father. It's just that we never had a fourth guy to learn Bridge, and our father has played that game for like 30 years, so
yeah.
it would be much easier to learn it from him than, you know, finding somebody on the side. And you always have to have a partner in Bridge, and you know, it's what if he can't come here? You just find random 3 people who know the game decently well, right? And then you can
You play online these
have
days.
some fun.
My grandma plays online.
It's not the same, Kips.
It's an
not the
e-sport.
no, it's a you and me look each other in the eyes. You know, there. Of course, there's no bluffing in those type of games. It's if you're playing like a gentleman, it's not allowed.
Yeah.
But
If I kick you under the table, we're playing clubs.
yeah, usually like that. If you try to do it with older people, then you get smacked. Of course, now we're adults as well, so it's not gonna be happening. But that's what happened when we were kids. The Brewmaster will get picked up by Navi. So I would like to be a Brewmaster though, right? He used to be a preference player, but then he got into Bridge, and that's why he got the 4th band added as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can play whatever suit chooses him best, makes him a very flexible laner. And I do think that we saw the Brewmaster a little misused yesterday with no points up into the stances in the early laning phase. So perhaps we're going to see that changed in his second appearance here in the hands of a new team. And Luna Galaxy is not going to let the Pangolier wait all the way until the last phase to get banned out. I don't think Pango deserves that either. He's a team fight in a bottle. He's so much damage. He's a mid laner that can survive anything. Just get your team fight assurance and your playmaking assurance in right now.
This is the thing. I'd like to hear your opinion on it. So, Navi are very good at playing the Pango, Melojule in particular, right?
Yes.
In the mid lane, they've
Absolute
usually
signature.
first picked it for him. Is it a smart idea to play a hero versus a team that has played it a billion times, knows the in and outs and every little thing that this hero can do? Is it actually a smart thing to do? As if you know how to play it, you probably know how to play against it as well.
Yeah, or if you know how to play it, you might be very well aware of its strengths and be a little more intimidated by it. I mean,
Okay.
that's less likely, but I do think that especially if your team is not as secure with it, moves like that can be a risk. I have certainly encountered that with I think it was like Beastmaster picks versus God, I forget who. But anyway, we got our asses kicked. So yeah, it can happen. But in case of a Pangolier, where you know this is first pick / first phase material, they're kind of the same these days, aren't they?
Yeah. So Navi banned out the
You gotta take it
Slark
away.
and the Scarith Mage, and yeah, Seeker, bye-bye. No bleeding from the backside of the Pango. He'll be fine. He'll be okay. So what does Luna Galaxy get here? The Warlock is in the pool, and these two would have a lot of teamfight, a lot of AoE damage. I wouldn't hate it, but it would be versus the Brewmaster, however.
Yep, and the AoE dispel from the Brewmaster is still absolutely massive for Zed. Yeah, they go for the other support that is left in here. And we've seen how ridiculously tanky this man can get with just a +5's farm, really. The amount of wave pressure that you get out of him, the mobility and the way that he can catch stragglers is absolutely unmatched right now. So Can only ever applaud. And we're going Grimstroke.
I guess no surprise there. This Grimstroke and the Rubik. I always loved these combo of heroes, right? Because the Fade Bolt, not so much about the lift. The double lift is fine and cool and everything is okay. But the double Fade Bolt, people
Huge.
underestimate how much damage that is. That really hurts.
Yeah, like max level Fate Bolt is nothing to laugh at. And then, of course, I think these two empower each other in other ways as well. Rubik has a little bit more playmaking potential, Grimstroke a little bit more defensive, but you can really, both of them add enough damage that you can make plays with the two of them, or the two of them plus a core, and it's always going to turn out right. And Luna Galaxy, Phantom Assassin it
Yep.
up now.
They were forced into it. If Navi gets a PA with these two supports, you can start crying already, right? Because having
Yeah.
a PA and the Grimstroke in a lane, it's already enough nuisance. But Rubik and the Grimstroke really good at pushing out the waves, creating space for the PA to get farmed. And we have seen already in this tournament what happens when a PA gets farmed. It is almost impossible to deal with the hero.
Yeah, I would say the same. And even when she doesn't get farmed, she has this nasty habit of bullshitting her way out of things. So might as well.
Let's see, Luna Galaxy. What's the
Yeah.
other hero they want? They're a little bit lacking in the magic damage department, so something like Dark Willow, maybe.
Yeah, Dark Willow would actually be an excellent suggestion here. Really like the area control coming out of that. You have two jumping heroes that would be a really good vessel for the Bedlam, which is what I think is the way to use the hero right now, as we've seen demonstrated by Zayats. And if you compare it to anybody else, I don't even. Yeah, there she goes. Points go to you.
Makes sense. So what's the play now? It's very hard to burst down both the Nature's Prophet and the Dark Willow, so I think you're not going that route. But I wouldn't mind like a Queen of Pain right now, as it lanes relatively well versus the Pango and does do pretty well versus the PA later on down the line, even in the early stages of the game, because you have that amount of magic damage. But also what comes to mind is a puck Kips, as Luna Galaxy
Yes.
have absolutely nothing to catch him.
You have nothing to catch it. The Pangolier is very unhappy if you get the coil before the roll comes out, and of course the Phantom said actually like everybody on this team can die in the span of a silence. Especially if the Grimstock and Rubik are both near, they have huge range on their spells. You can burst people during that puck silence, no problemo. So I was thinking about that already when I saw the Pango coming out, and I agree the game has only gotten better for a puck. And who like Melojoul puck? Hell yeah.
Oh, but
no.
she gets a Weaver, hell yeah,
Yeah.
even more. Imagine if he gets an MKB in this game, how
Oh,
he's
boy.
gonna be shredding the PA. I've seen it so many times that the Weaver does well versus her. But in this game in particular, also, you know, as it's hard to catch the puck, it's also very hard to catch the Weaver, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's exactly the same idea, a little bit of a different. I guess they saw both of them. I cannot imagine that they didn't think about the puck. And they're just like, nah, actually, we want the matchup versus the Phantom Assassin to be a little better still. Because, yeah, she has a ridiculous amount of trouble dealing with this guy. She wants to hit somebody a couple of times, they die, you move on to the next target. But Weaver is a slippery bugger. And of course, if you don't crit him 3 times in a row, he's just going to press R and he'll be right back. And you'll have spent all your resources on a guy that you couldn't kill. So the carry versus carry matchup, not great.
Definitely not great. What do you think is the build for the Weaver, as we don't see this hero? Is it the Maelstrom? Is it the Diffusal Blade? I kind of feel like Diffusal Blade Manta would be a cool approach in this game. Diffusal Blade Manta, and then maybe a MKB.
I really do like the Manta in this game, especially. Before that, you are up versus a Nature's Prophet. I mean, it's a support Nature's. What am I? Normally, I'd be like, yeah, Nature's Prophet, get the Maelstrom. But since it's sub, Diffu would allow you to hunt him much better.
And one thing we also haven't mentioned is Weaver with an Inkswell. Now an Inkswell that lasts for 5 seconds. Good luck escaping from that. If you're any of these heroes, it's not gonna be easy. What's even the offlaner that would work well versus him? I guess the Night Stalker in the game. but in the lane, it's very hard dealing with the Weaver overall.
Yeah, what you usually want to do is keep him low enough that he doesn't actually dare move forward. So usually you want something that shoves the wave or nukes. But in this case, yeah, they're actually just ripping all of the sustain heroes away.
They need their last pick. I'm still up for some mobility hero here. Storm still looks pretty decent. The Quap looks pretty decent. I wouldn't mind any of those.
I like Storm, dodging the Dark Willow crown. But okay.
It's a solid one. You want to be rolling as well as the Pango. Unfortunately, Pango's roll is a little bit stronger than yours.
Yeah, but you get to
overall, a
do it
good
more
pick.
often.
True.
This is a quality versus quantity kind of thing. And this gives you a silence, an extra silence as well, because we're already looking at the Grimstroke, of course. Legion Commander. Okay. I see you.
That's a good one. I can't say I don't like it. There is the burst damage to go with the Dark Willow, setting up for a kill on the Weaver, might force Shigetsu to get a Lincoln Sphere that he otherwise wouldn't really have wanted in this game. So I'm liking this last pick. I'm not sure how well it deals in the lane versus the viewer, as the press the attack does not remove the swarm. So that is the only thing that I'm scared of. But I'm fine with this last pick. Overall, though, I like Navi's draft more. I'd much rather play this one. I think this is in their alley. There is a chance if they start falling behind that they can't do anything. But if the last game has taught us something, is that these guys know how to press their advantage in the beginning of the game.
Exactly, yeah. I think you're with the Phantom Assassin Legion Commander, you're really looking at your supports to do a lot of work in the early game to get these two both to a good start. Legion Commander not snowballing is a hell of a problem for your lineup here. Like, you need to have pick-off threat. And it, to be fair, like, once again, if this goes well, dueling either the Brewmaster or the Weaver is phenomenal. The fact that you have this tool in your arsenal, hell yeah. But getting to actually use it to its full capabilities, after the first game, I am so doubtful, man.
Yeah, everybody would like to see a game 3, the semifinals. They do deserve it, but Navi do look like the better team at the moment. It doesn't have to mean much. Anybody can get stomped in 22 minutes, but the question is how fast you can come back and play the next game as well as you would want to. So let's get ourselves into the game to see if Luna Galaxy have that capability of, it doesn't matter how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. I'm not going to be using the voice of the actor who said that famous sentence, because I don't know if a lot of you would understand me, but it is what it is. Kips, are we both in the Navi corner here?
I think we're both in the Navi corner here, yeah. Like, I just see these early team fights with the Brewmaster and all of the magic damage from the supports plus the Earth Spirit behind him. I just, ooh, that's a rough one. And it's not like you have an early pipe builder or anything like that either.
I have to say though, when Shigetsu was picking the Weaver all the time, he was amazing on. But then he stopped doing it. He went with some other heroes. He was very good on the Ursa at some point. And then when I saw him play the Weaver, he dropped the ball, right? He didn't look as great. I know that this is the hero that he kind of got popular on, that people started loving him in the Eastern European DPC Division 2 back in his, which team did he play for back then? I can't remember, but either way, I would want to see him at his best. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can play the Weaver as from his glory days.
Theolic are getting a lot of work done with a single Bramble Maze there.
Yep. He really did put in the pain onto poor Shigetsu. Cybercats was the team, yes.
Cybercats. Yeah.
I know that you're a cat hater, a cat cater. Yep. It is what it is. I have more of a dog person here. I understand that dogs do give you more love. Cats are though the Thai cat, the old type of the Siamese cat, I've had those and they were always they were never grumpy, right?
Yeah, and let me just get this out of the way. If I see a cat, I still go meow.
Okay.
So I just prefer dogs, but any kitty can come up to me and get scritches.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense. That is a call to all of the kitty cats there in the world, especially the ones close to Kips. If you want some scratches, maybe some free food, you know where to look for it. In Dota though, there's no free food. You have to farm it, and the CS is something that we need to be looking at to see how much farm these teams are actually going to have to get that food, to get those resources, to be as strong as they can. Overwhelming odds might be enough to bring down Malady. Is he baiting them in? Actually, he doesn't have anything to heal himself up, and Shigetsu dropping low. Blood grenade has been used. The Vailama 7 stick charges. The stroke of fate. He's dying to the blood grenade, but he will survive. Whose people are getting very low kills, but they're still alive.
I was gritting my teeth a little bit there because we saw how hard the offlane was for Luna Galaxy in the previous game and how much it hampered the rest of the game. I said it before, I think Theolic are super important for the squad. Kidaro came in, that's a kill.
That's an easy kill. They get the first blood. They would want Shigetsu as well, and they're gonna be getting him. Stick charges used. They need the overwhelming gods. He's gonna get in the vicinity of him, and Theolicor gets the kill. A much better start for game number 2 when it comes to Luna Galaxy. And well, they've struck on the lane that they need to, the one that absolutely trashed them in the previous one. So you need to take away that confidence, and I'd say that's a pretty good start.
And that's one with not that much comeback potential either. Weaver doesn't farm that fast, really has some trouble getting back into games where the gold doesn't automatically stream into their hands. That said, of course, the engine of the team is going to be this Brewmaster Earth Spirit combination, and those are still doing fine at the moment, though the Earth Spirit actually is suffering quite a bit in the mid lane.
Yeah, only 5 CS 16 on Stoikov, destroying Melojule. The Macedonian player, my neighbor, doing everything he needs to, and this guy has been, you know, deemed one of the best mid laners here in the Balkans, and proving that to be true.
Yeah, Stoikov is ripping him a new one right now, and that is really going to translate. Earth Spirit doesn't farm well either, really wants levels, really wants to rotate and put the full might. Hello, Malady. Bye, Malady.
Bye, Malady. Oh, you were a Marcy in the previous game. That's a strong hero. Guess what? Grimstroke is not. He can be strong, but he needs somebody to be in front, and Shigetsu with the Weaver. He cannot do it, while this mid lane is still continuing to be a problem for Melojule. He has even lost a range creep right now. He's losing everything on top of this mid lane, of course.
Yeah, Stoikov ruling this with an iron fist. And I don't really see a way for Melojule to get his way back into this. Not even a look. Both of these supports are not that great at rotating, actually. I mean, I guess Melojule would have to risk his life and limb, go in, and have the supports provide help at range. And he does get his water rune, which is something.
They brought Daniel towards the top lane, though. Yeah, he got his water rune. Did you have your nice last drink? Not gonna be the last one. Melojule rolls himself away just in time to survive, but that was really, really close to being him going down, and Luna Galaxy continuing with their onslaught. By the looks of it, Kips, there is a chance, not saying it's gonna happen, but there is a chance that we see another stomp just the other way around.
Yeah, it's very possible. You don't see... I guess you see Trilins a little more often these days as the Vailama. Yeah, just sell that hide for as expensively as you can, because you're not getting it out with it.
Theolicor, no mana, looks very much dead. He did have enough for the Shadow Realm, if I'm not mistaken. He had the Healing Lotus and tries to kill Daniel, turns around and just gives his life away. So that's gonna be a wasted Healing Lotus. Doesn't give you anything, and this rotation from the Rubik actually quite nice, works out.
Yeah, I don't even... Like, it's not a classic rotation, right? He was just there. They knew he was there, and they overplayed their hand a little bit. No.
No, he cannot die again. Shigetsu, can he chase him down? That's gonna be a nice usage of the Sprout. Kidaro, though, puts himself in a pretty uncomfortable position as the backline swarm connects onto the Vailama. He removes it pretty fast, but it is still gonna be a nice kill for Navi. They might not have gotten Llama, but they've gotten something just close as good as him, right?
Yeah, the kills keep coming, and Davai is low again now as well when he just TP'd in, and that's not something you can afford versus all of the range over on the enemy side here.
We'll see if he can maybe heal himself up. It is a LC. You have press the attack, you have moment of courage, so those things can help to keep your HP in a healthy department.
Stoikov has got 6, and he's got it well ahead of Melojule as expected. So this is double damage here as
The
well.
Lama is dead.
Oh no.
I have no idea what he was thinking. I really don't know what he was thinking there, but maybe he wasn't doing much of it anyways, because he just ran in for the healing Lotus, and even if he had gotten it, the result would have still been the same. Shigetsu, no quelling plate? Shigetsu, don't do that. Actually, his supports are turning around. Daniel doing so much damage. The press the attack will be protecting them. The stun only onto Theolicor, but still does a solid amount of damage. Now it's time to run away, or at least try to do so. Daniel running himself out. Shigetsu, he cannot join this fight. He knows how scary it is. Daniel, he does have the quelling blade. Turns around with the Fade Bolt. Malik dies on the other part of the map there with the Rolling Thunder being used. And now let's see if Shigetsu can get a kill. He's on a killing spree. He's thinking about going for Llama, but no more minus armor. He deals with the Swarm. Now Overwhelming Gods. Let's see you and the creeps versus me. The stick charges, he's baiting him in, and he seems to have baited him in deep enough for the towers to hit in. There is stick charges. The Vile Llama uses the press the attack, now trying to run away. He's not all that fast. The blood grenade was used, and he will be taken down by Shigetsu, who is now topping the network chart, Kips, after having a catastrophic start.
Yeah, that start was incredibly bad, but the way that they recovered here, putting the... Oh, well, hey, Yuma with the cleanup crew. That is something. And Devaila, he understands that he needs to keep on bringing the battle to this lane. He can't afford to sit back and let himself just get intimidated out. You need to keep on taking those risks. But his supports are just also needed elsewhere. Like, he fought that fight as if Kidaro was coming back, for example. Kidaro teleported to the bot lane to secure the Wisdom Rune. He is not coming back for 30 seconds.
Stoikov did make things happen on the bottom lane. They killed the Brewmaster, so that's quite nice. Brewmaster is one of those heroes that you can stun lock with the Pango still, that he can't get his ulti off if you get him into a right position. And well,
and he was only level 5 at the time.
Oop. Roll misses. The Inkswell is still there. Melojule pretty fast. He uses the Magnetize as well, and this looks like a pretty dead Dark Willow. Theolicor buys some time, but will get taken down, or will he magnetize? It will get reapplied again. Melojule, he's gonna die for this. They did bring down Theolicor, but at what cost? At the cost of at least 2 of their heroes, one of which is a mid laner.
Yeah, that is not the way you want your Earth Spirit's first level 6 to go, and really just it's about the time that Theolicor buys there, and he even threw a last defiant blood grenade. I don't think that was necessary. That was more like, you know, a middle finger sticking out of the water as the ship sinks. But I like it.
It happens. It happens. Overall, though, now after that kill on Shigetsu, and after this Pango has had some successful rotations and fights, the 2 top network heroes are going to be the Pango and the PA, and that is a huge deal. This PA will have a really early Battle Fury as Yuma completely rushed it. It's going to be a 10-minute Battle Fury.
Yeah, fantastic.
And
I do think that this is the correct choice, because he correctly anticipates that once level 6 is up on his Brewmaster, they are not interested in holding this bot tower any longer, and they're going to have to do some serious work in order to anticipate the mid tower fight that is going to follow, like, you know, roughly 2 minutes after it. The only thing that's a shame about actually anticipating it is that you're now not forcing the Brewmaster to use his ult on this tower.
The Mage is rad there, does a lot of damage on Shigetsu now. He does have a Quelling Blade, Dingswell connects, and he'll be getting this kill. Soulbind has been used, and they have the duel. Can he bring the Weaver down? Yes, he can. Using the Overwhelming Odds during the duel. The new thing of the Legion Commander. Now the press the attack does get reapplied. He removes the Magnetize. It's not going to be there any longer, and now just juking around. The Vile Llama, we all know that he's mechanically very skilled. Catch me if you can. The kick misses. He's going to go for the Overwhelming Odds one last time before he kicks the bucket, but it did take such a long time to bring him down.
Yeah, that was some really nice footwork there. Very nice, and hey, this is what I wanted to see. Stoikov should not die here. Also has Kidaro in here just in case. And that is the ultimate force out, which means that you can actually def towers now.
But the Brewmaster will die. Malik, he didn't run away fast enough. I have no idea what the hell he was doing, really. This is an uncharacteristic mistake.
He was doing it so casually that I didn't even feel like he was in any danger. He was just doing that. I'm like, yeah, sure, walk after him. Wait, what?
Yep. It was
Vi.
confidence, but definitely misplaced. Lift up in the air, all of the minus armor coming into play, and press the attack. Heals not nearly enough. Danielle, like a good Rubik player, gets the last hit. On the other side of the map, Malady did lose his life to a PA. So I'm really liking how Yuma is playing this.
Yeah, Yuma is really taking all these extra little steps where, you know, you could easily just not do that. You could easily not show up to the top lane and just choose to farm. You could easily not peek your head out into mid and take the risk of jumping in there. But he's doing it, and it's paying dividends for his team.
For sure. Let's see if this lead that they have accumulated after the laning phase will be enough to win the game. I want to say that Luna Galaxy are in a really good spot. I expected Na'Vi to do better in the lanes, but Luna Galaxy this time around, they were better prepared for the potential aggression of Na'Vi.
Yeah, absolutely. And that puts Na'Vi in the same boat draft-wise almost as they did in the last game, where you have a ton of really good team fight and early magic damage, but you're not snowballing with it right now.
Definitely aren't. The Soulbind was used and the Earth Spirit loses his life. That Soulbind doesn't change absolutely anything. Malady didn't slow anybody down, and even he might go down. That's the Swashbuckle with the Diffusal Blade already. Stoikov being so farmed. He has everything he needs to just crush this one. But here comes the Weaver. He needs to use the time lapse. That's some insane damage. They turned around on him, and that could have been much worse.
Yes, that really could have been. But, you know, at least she gets to bought his Quelling Blade. Something that Theodore finds him out.
Llama did TP to the bottom lane super low, and this time around the split might be enough for the kill. The Sprout not enough to keep the Pandas away as they are chasing down Devi. Llama pulling him with the Astral Pull. He should be taken down. Swashbuckle though slowing in their attack speed out.
So
Press the attack, he's fine. Devi Llama survives. He's actually turning around. What the hell are you doing? He's thinking about going for a duel. We might actually lose it if he decides to do so now. That's no longer be an option, and he wins a duel after running away from the 4 Brewlings for the longest of time.
I would like this man to win the honorary Nobel Prize in dancing or some shit.
That was unreal.
Is there such a thing?
No.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
We should reincarnate Mr. Noble and show him that he made a mistake. Definitely should be one for dancing as Devi Llama. He needs one.
Maybe a little bit too eager to get involved in the action here. I don't see anybody to jump to, and that silence is devastating.
He's dead. His teammates are coming from the side in the smoke, but I think they would pretty much suffer the same fate if they would come here. Very nice aggression from Na'Vi to try to equalize the game. At the moment, it's not the case, but at least their Weaver is at the top, and they are going in. Swashbuckle, that's a lot of damage. Rubik already dies. The Olicor gets the kill there with the Bedlam, and Melojul just runs himself away.
And this aggression from Na'Vi is going to get harder and harder to pull off, though, because there is a Blade Mill flying in for the Llama right now, and they have a lot of uncontrollable AoE damages. Kidario just challenges Shigetsu in the middle lane.
It's not working out for him all that well, but the Terrorize maybe to save him. It's being threatened here in the end. It will be used only onto the Grimstroke. Deer Spirit already lost his life. Weaver without his time lapse doesn't really have the guts to stay there and fight. And we're again seeing the tankiness of the Nature's Prophet, Kips. It's just way too much. Daniel, he stole the Swashbuckle, will go to the side, and guess what? He's not escaping this one. No chance in hell. The Stoico will allow him to live in. He gets himself a triple. He's the one who executed every single one of those heroes that died.
Stoikov is playing one hell of a game, and it seems like Luna Galaxy are right now just really skating on that line of, hey, you have just about enough damage to kill us if you would have hit every single one of your spells, but you're not. So instead it's going to take too long and the backup is going to arrive, and that's how they've been winning like the past 3-4 fights. It's risky, but it's absolutely paying off for them right now.
The Weaver is going for Lincolns, and it is a necessity.
Yes.
Even though in terms of net worth, the LC isn't in a great position, he still has a lot of dual damage. And speaking about good position for the Devi Llama, he's gonna get stunned up, and with the roll connecting, he is definitely dead. Weaver Shigetsu thought for a second about chasing in the back lines, but then he just decided to go with the easier kill.
Malik knows somebody was there, but Yuma's spidey senses are fully functional. He is not going to overstay his welcome.
No reason to do so. They will steal a couple of these ancients. That was a stack, 4 ancients in total, 2 big ones. So nice gold influx for Na'Vi. It is still Luna Galaxy comfortably ahead in this game. I don't want to say that they are completely in control, that nothing can change this, but they have a really comfortable lead that will be very tough to let go. And once the PA gets the BKB, that's when real issues do arise.
Yeah, they currently do not have the physical damage to deal with her whatsoever, especially the Weaver being forced into the Lincolns because of the Jewel is a huge slowdown its capability to deal as well. Doesn't mean that you can't kill the Jeweler.
Llama has died 7 times in this game. I don't think anybody has died more than him. Yep, he has died 7 times. Danielle is the next one with 5. So yeah, currently not even close, really. He is doing a lot of damage with the blade mail, so if we want to find the positives, going in, they found the Pango, but the Terrorize will save him. Soulbind doesn't allow for him to go for the roll, doesn't allow him to do anything, tries with the shield crash. Melojul will die for this, but he has gotten himself so much gold, 1,000 gold for that Stoikov kill between all of the heroes of Na'Vi. As Weaver coming forward, Shigetsu doesn't have his ulti. You're playing with fire, my friend. Atos can be connecting onto the Grimstroke. That's from the Olicor. Went for the Atos. Yuma will be jumping in. I don't know if you want to be doing that. There is no split at the moment, so he might get away with that one. Not really anything to punish him at the moment. Llama duel, not gonna be happening.
Worth the old college try.
Radiant's middle tower.
Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing that that sentence, the college try, but I like it. It actually does describe exactly what he tried to do. As Weaver running in, Shigetsu, he has his ulti, he's gonna have to turn back time, but the Atos will be there to follow up. The Inkswell is on him, it can remove the stuns, can remove everything if it does come to it. It will be used right now. Shigetsu super fast, but here comes the Rubik's Cube. Do you have enough to solve this one? Do you know how to do it? It has all of the same colors, so it's not that hard, but it seems to be super tough for Luna Galaxy. He's going through everyone. The Wild Llama, the minus armor is there from the Swarm team. He needs to deal with a little bug. Shigetsu very low, so he cannot continue with the chase. So it seems that the cores of Luna Galaxy, at least they will stay alive. And Melojul says no. He kicks the Llama between the legs into the hands of Danielle, who finishes him off. Very nice spell usage there coming out from Na'Vi, and they take the game back. The Weaver again at the top of the net worth chart.
This has been a really active push and pull from both of these teams, vying for really just there isn't even that much space to farm here because both teams have a lot of reach and they just keep on finding each other into these fights. Like Yuma was supposed to have his BKB by now and he's just sending it in, but that would have been a godsend in the past 2 struggles.
Now has it, but as you mentioned, it would have been much better if he had it fighting versus that stolen rolling thunder. The Rubik is still staying with, so Na'Vi will have that for at least one more fight, and Kidero will be found. Immediately goes for a TP. Shigetsu doesn't have the damage to finish him off. Actually, he attacked the creeps there on the side for one time. Maybe that would have been enough with the Maelstrom proc, but we're not going to be dealing with ifs and buts.
No use dwelling on that. Instead, we do have the BKB for Yuma now, so it is time for Luna Galaxy to start maybe putting the pedal to the metal. At the same time though, Na'Vi already got to a very hard phase of the game just now. The Hand of Midas is now up on the Brewmaster, so he's ready to start scaling. And we've also got SNK and Blade Mail up over on their mid laner on the Earth Spirit, so he is also tanky and actually really hard to focus down for this PA among people. She could kill herself.
Oh, this could turn out really good for Na'Vi, as Luna Galaxy went for a smoke to catch the Weaver, but Na'Vi are in a smoke of their own. If they catch this Pango, it's gonna be a disaster for him. He gets the swashbuckle out, rolling forward there from Melojul, got the silence onto the Pango. Here comes the TP in. The Llama will be there. Actually, even with this stolen rolling thunder, he's very low, and the Rubik has to run himself away for the moment just not to die. They have isolated the Nature's Prophet, get the kill. Malady in a lot of trouble. He uses the Inkswell onto himself, a big mistake. But now the duel onto the Melojul. That Soulbind did keep the replay. Stoikov, what was stolen? The Rubik, he got that one spell. Now Stoikov gonna get drunk there, and the swashbuckle, he has been ignited. He'll be going down. Yuma, no more BKB. Now the Terrorize will be coming through, turning it around. They wanna kill this Weaver. He does have the time lapse in the last possible second. He gets it off, but he doesn't have his Shikuchi any longer, meaning he cannot get himself away. Malik goes in, ignites that one. So much damage onto Yuma. They want to get the kill, but he goes in to show them who the real killer is. Running away now with the Spirit's Vessel. It doesn't seem like he's gonna be able to survive. He needs to press the attack, but it is not available. Malik versus them all. He is a drunken brawler, and they don't know how to deal with this one. Finally, now he comes Skidero from the land of the dead to assist this team, and they're gonna be able to keep her place, the Quelling Blade in the backpack, meaning he cannot eat through the trees and will be stuck there until he dies. 5 people die on Navi. Luna Galaxy, they only lose 3.
What an absolute slaughter. The teamfight capabilities of Navi, they're really setting the tone again, where Luna Galaxy just has to wait around until the Brewmaster ult is over, until that Rubik stops rolling around. What a great use of that stolen ultimate twice now.
Yep.
It's just a dreadful start for Luna. Like, the fact that they come out ahead here is honestly quite miraculous.
Yeah, it was very close. If Shigetsu had the Shikuchi there, if he hadn't used it just before his ulti, I think he was just spamming his keyboard, it would have been different. But this Soulbind was amazing. Also, there was this mistake of using the Inkswell onto himself when he was dying. If he used it on somebody else, we could have seen a different fight. A couple of little mistakes that got capitalized on by the other team. In the end, is just enough for Luna Galaxy to come out ahead.
Yep, and only just. I think a lot of it has to do as well with the fact that they all collapse back to move together to kill Kidaro, when previously they were spread out and really causing chaos in the Luna Galaxy lineup. After they get grouped, it gets easier for Luna to pick out their targets and send in their PA.
In that fight, the gem got bounced around. First, it was Kidaro who died, and Weaver picking up the gem, and then the Weaver died with the gem, giving it back to Luna Galaxy. As we do see a smoke. Can they maybe win this fight? Roll in from the Earth Spirit. Unfortunately, they won't be finding anyone at this moment, in the gold lead will remain 5k. Okay, he's really pushing it here. Divine Llama seems to be pretty okay. Will be lifted up in the air and will be fine. Press the attack was stolen. That's gonna be a solid spell just to give the movement speed and of course the purge to one of your teammates if they do need it.
And for now, it seems like Luna Galaxy are fine waiting. Man, that ultimate, that's a +5 Nature's Prophet, just casually decimating a creep wave, and I think you would be scared just for a second there that they're gonna jump out of the bushes and get you.
Hero will have a silence fairly soon. It could be a problem for this Weaver. He has a Lincoln Sphere, but a lot of things to break it. Third Spirit also no BKB, is not even thinking about it. Those are some things that can really hurt you in the long run.
Yeah, I was very surprised to see no BKB on that Earth Spirit. He's instead going to go towards the heart, just being as tanky and staying as long as possible, which we have seen that work out versus PA lineups, where when they get forced to jump the wrong target, you can really make the space for the rest of your team to focus on her team in the meanwhile, but...
Navi are playing with fire here, Kips.
Yes.
I mean, Luna Galaxy are here. Navi, they don't see anybody on the map, and they're just hard committing for the Roche. This could turn out pretty badly for them, and especially
So
because
ugly.
the Brewmaster is low. Okay, he does get his ulti up before the Terrorize. Let's connect Silence on the Dark Willow. Theolicore dead, just like that. Buyback immediately. He needs to rejoin the fight. Here comes the duel onto the Weaver. They need to save him. They won't be able to do so. The crits come in just in time, and now without your carry, how do you win the fight? The BKB from the PA is still going strong. He got a double kill, and Navi, they're gonna be hoping to survive this one. Malik is already low. Divine Llama will probably die to the Inks while they're popping, but it's only Malik alone, and he is gonna be super low. Goes there onto the side, has the shard, will be able to go onto the one that he wanted, but Yuma does a little bit way too much in terms of damage, especially when the minus armor from Stoikov kicks in as well. And now it will be a road that Navi have just delivered on a silver platter for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they had that much of a choice. This PA was always going to look to catch that Roche at some point, so the only opportunity is really to take it away from her or to catch Luna Galaxy while they are in the pit, but
Dire's bottom tower
Navi goes for the opportunity of getting it themselves and instead indeed play with fire, get their fingers burned.
Yep, 29 to 23, a really good position for Luna Galaxy. The Weaver is no longer a threat to this PA. I don't know when he's going to be getting that MKB yet. Currently, he's not even close to it. Silence onto the Dark Willow. The Atos keeping Malajul in place. Will be going for the Shadow Realm, but doesn't have the TP at the moment. And even if he did, the Inkswell would have stopped it. This is going to be a very dead Theolicor, and dead for 70 seconds at that. So that is a good timing to delay the Aegis's Malajul. I won't be finding anything else.
Yeah, that's going to at least slow Luna Galaxy down a little bit, but I think the problem here is that they don't really care if they get slowed down. They have a ton of item progression still left to go. There's no BKB yet on the Vailama, he's working on that. PA only just got a Desolator. Actually, holy crap, she only just got the Desolator, already 8 stacks on that, and very soon to finish the Aghanims.
That's what you get for an Ultra Killer, right? When you kill the entirety of the enemy team, it can be a problem. The Weaver did use the time lapse. He's in trouble on the bottom lane. Will be able to survive. These two just won't be able to catch him that easily.
Well, but the threat to the Weaver is that if they chain their spells right, they can still kill him.
Yep.
If he gets out this time, but it's not impossible for him to... Malady gets evaporated.
That is a good reaction. Does it happen to you? I know that you do not play Dota much nowadays, but when you play Dota, somebody blinks next to you, you kind of get startled, or if somebody jumps. Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
I'm like a horse, very skittish. Don't stand behind me, because I will kick you.
That can be. Hopefully, you don't. Don't tell me you can kick as hard as a horse. That would be way too much, Kips. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, but
Okay.
you know, I go to the gym so that one day I might.
That's I know that the girls who go to the gym, if they kick you, it can be painful, really. That is incredibly strong. You know, one of those memes, you come to the gym, you're like, do you want me to take these weights off? No, leave them all out. I need even more. That's how it feels. The silence on the Brewmaster. So they wanted me to stop speaking about the gym and lifting, as everybody's ego has been hurt at least one time by a girl lifting next to him, and that's gonna be a dead Malik.
Yeah, silence lasting just long enough, and I think they would have killed his primal split there as well if he had gotten it off. So
Probably.
maybe it's for the best.
Oh dear.
Now though,
It's looking very easy now. They're just going from one
continue.
hero to another. Daniel gets himself to the high ground. Ghost Scepter, TP out. He'll be fine.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yuma is at the height of his powers at the moment. Especially these supports die in the blink of an eye, and with the Aghanim Scepter, that of course refreshes his blur and the rest of his abilities.
I don't
The
like
real
him going for
assassin.
the Basher though. I think Nullify is the way to go, especially with both of the supports having the Ghost Scepter.
Agreed. And I understand that you feel like you have to work with the carry matchup here, and the Weaver is way more scared of the Basher than of anything else. But your team has got the perfect setup to deal with him. You have that Orchid at the ready, you have that Jewel, you adapted the Vailama. This hero is exactly for that.
The thing is, it might not even matter really. The amount of farm and the amount of strength that he has, both of those items are gonna work out in the long run, really. It only comes down to it right now, how fast Shigetsu can get his MKB that he isn't even farming for. So right now, Navi, they're not even thinking about dealing with this PA. So what's the idea, Kips? Kite her? Not really a kiteable hero, I'd say.
No, especially not with the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, I think that, again, what we saw from the Earth Spirit is just try and get tankier so that at least, you know, she's going to be focusing you, but it's going to take her a while. There's also an Assault Cuirass in the works for the Brewmaster, so they're first just upping their survivability and then hoping that they're going to get to do something with whatever targeting Yuma goes for, because right now they have to play this reactive.
It seems to be the case. Despite the game not going too well for Navi, this Weaver is still keeping up in farm with a Battle Fury PA that has been slaughtering everyone, has 12 and 2 at the moment. Like, what's the secret to Shigetsu having this amount of farm?
mean, he has been very involved in a lot of the kills that's been happening, right? So it's not like that this is only hitting creeps. But at the same time, once you get that Lincoln Sphere, you are actually, I don't want to say secure in this game, but you can definitely play in a lot of locations where PA simply wouldn't, because you are not at as much risk of dying and you have a certain, well, you have a person to watch. If they're off the map, you have to play careful. If you're not, you can do whatever you want. And the Llama has been showing for a lot of this game. As long as he can see the Llama, he can farm.
Yeah, I guess that is the case. Though now with the orchid being available, maybe that is another thing that can
Yes.
kill you. I really like that. Whatever it is it like a hood for your chair, but it is a shark that is eating
Yes.
the person in front of him. It really does look
I
awesome.
think, honestly, I need that. I think I need that.
Yeah, I don't know how I've lived without it for
I know.
29 years of my life, Kips. I am now feeling completely lost.
Somebody's making a sale today.
He is. We'll just need to find somebody who's selling, and still, the LC is still disconnected. The Llama, he did restart his PC, so he's back now. Hopefully everything is gonna be fine. We get a thumbs up from Luna Galaxy, and other side will unpause, so the game does continue, Kips. 12,000 gold lead. It is not as bad as it was for Luna Galaxy in the previous game here for Navi, but it isn't looking like they're having fun either, right?
No, it really isn't. And the two team fights that carried them to actually make sure that they could put up some resistance in the mid game, like both the Brewmaster and the Earth Spirit had now drastically fallen off, and it really is all up to this Weaver and his farm to make the most use of what limited space they're going to buy him.
That is a very dead Malik who has a buyback, so there is still a chance to fight this if you want to. Glyph isn't ready for Navi. The bottom tier 2 has already been taken care of, actually. That's just Shigetsu cutting the waves at the moment as Navi are seem to be letting this one go. The Aegis does expire, so maybe it's time to bail.
Dire's middle barracks are under
There is a buyback on the Brewmaster as well. I think they just let themselves into the base a little too deep, and now they're going to want to finish off this Rax just because they could have been a couple of seconds ahead on it.
Can they do it?
might
But Rax
pay.
didn't die, and the wave was cut. Soulbind, double silence, a split used. You're
Get Yuma,
not
though.
catching people, are you? Yuma has been lifted up into the air. He did switch his mind, going for Nullifier right now. Blur to the side, he'll be fine. Astral pulling Kidero, Swashbuckle from the Rubik, doesn't connect, doesn't do that much damage. It will
Nice
be a
spear.
terrorize onto the
Yuma.
Weaver. He gets silenced up. The Llama messes up with the blink, and they cannot kill the Weaver. Now the buyback from the Grimstroke. He did die there, and the duel finally bringing down Melojo. Kidero still alive. He will be taken down there by Malik, who goes down yet again. And this Grimstroke, he just bought back. He doesn't want to go down yet again. Yuma is just staying in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to crush, to kill, to murder, like a real assassin. She gets to next on the menu. He does have the time lapse. He can turn back time, but not to when his teammates were still alive. The bash will connect. He needs to run for now, and Yuma is coming to deal with the Raxes.
Very good positioning from Shigetsu in that fight, actually. He needs to play it so carefully. He can die at a moment's notice, but gets his team several kills in that entire melee. The buybacks are painful here, though, especially the one on Melojul. There's no way to play a team fight on Earth Spirit without committing. So the next team fight, either they win or he dies, and his team most likely loses the game.
He just sold a recipe to the heart, I think. He is approaching now the Reaver, so he just wants the extra HP. This is not good for Navi, not gonna lie. It seems like Luna Galaxy have a much easier time playing these fights, especially now with the buybacks being expended. This is gonna be a rough one. Plus, a nullifier is done.
I think the short of it is just that the Luna Galaxy lineup scales way better. Navi committed heavily for that mid game, for that snowball potential, did not get out of the lanes at the way they wanted, and now it's all on the shoulders of a Weaver versus a lineup that currently stands poised to pass everybody on the Dire side except for the Weaver in net worth. Like Melojul is nearly overtaken by the Vailala.
Yeah, it is looking really rough for Navi. This Malik Brewmaster doesn't have anything. His splits have been very underwhelming. He's trying to farm the AC, but the question is if he will ever get to that point. At least the Weaver will have the Satanic, and they do need Shigetsu to go a little bit deeper into the fight. As we saw in the previous one, Navi just don't do that much damage.
They do not. And their itemization, like I understand that they're going for defensive itemization. I'm not even sure what they could buy that would make the difference damage-wise. Like, should I be advocating for the Earth Spirit here to have bought, well, actually, an E-Blade, maybe. An E-Blade. Because I was going to, should I have advocated for a Dagon? Perhaps not, but an E-Blade could be very useful indeed. Or could have been before the unfortunate reality of the Nullifier being bought.
Melojule has a pull-up bar behind him, meaning that he has worked out so hard to get a strong back. And we'll see if it's gonna be strong enough to carry his team, though. This Earth Spirit is falling off more and more as time progresses. He will have a heart, so let's see. Navi, they maybe have one more fight left in them because they have expended a lot of buybacks.
But that fight is already a little while ago. And
4 minutes are gonna
I
have him
would
back.
like Luna. Yeah, I mean, I guess the Roshan is up. They don't really have to press the issue.
Up Aegis Cheese, it's gonna be dead super fast. Navi not coming to fight. You still
Hell no.
have a tier 2 to play with, and you're gonna have a glyph in 40 seconds, so maybe you can buy some time. But I don't think they're buying 4 minutes, Kips.
No, I think you're right there. His Roche died way too fast.
So, pretty rough situation. What kind of an error do Luna Galaxy need to make? What needs to happen for Navi to really win a fight and give themselves another chance at this game?
Overchase and split up, because this Weaver can pick them off one by one. And we have seen Luna Galaxy already go into that base hungry for some Rubik in a move that could have been potentially punished. So maybe they will make that same mistake again.
Has fallen.
See,
Little
let's
too
see if they will.
bloodthirsty.
Dire's courier has
Usually you are bloodthirsty when your enemies are so juicy, so easy to kill. Like, look at this Rubik in the Grimstroke, 1400 HP on the Grimstroke this late into the game. That's one crit worthy, and when you're a PA, it just feels so satisfying.
Oh, they're so soft.
Oh, Yume is level 25 with the triple Stifling Dagger and him having a Shard and an Aghanim Scepter. It's gonna be AoE damage galore.
Yep.
This is real
Oh,
Maya.
hey, there's a jump.
Far, he actually gets himself away. Has he gone too far? He does have the Aegis press the attack, removes all the slows. The split was used, and Malik, I think, a little bit too eager on the trigger there.
He was kind of on the kickback. And they nearly had it with Melojule too, but he got silenced just in time. Pidaro doing some lifting of his own.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower.
Unfortunately, they are not going to be making good use of the split. That's now going to be on cooldown for 80 seconds. Okay, it still hasn't expired just yet. He uses the Astral Pull to pull the PA away. It looked like a classic sacrifice from Moody. Jumping in, the Soulbind does connect. Actually, this might be a dead Bango. The cheese is not on him. He's just dead. Doesn't have a buyback. Yuma focusing on the tower. It is dropping down now the duel onto the Weaver, but the PA did go down. Can they bring down the Weaver? Even without the PA, they are strong enough to do so. Shigetsu doesn't have a buyback. They're all coming in. Yuma now gonna be getting all of
It
those
is gonna
daggers
slaughter
out
him.
ready to finish up people. You have been crowned, Malik, and now there's gonna be regicide coming your way. 3 heroes are alive on Navi, but only 1 core, so good luck being able to defend against this PA.
That was quite a phenomenal amount of AoE damage being output by that Weaver and the Earth Spirit there, though.
Quite a lot of it. Melojule rolls away. He'll be fine for now. They're doing their best to defend this. There is a buyback on Stoikov if he wants to make a reappearance, but it seems like it will not be needed. Yuma can deal with this on his own just as well.
He's got that level 25 going. The
No BKB
Jagger's
though.
fine.
Oh, into the backline. That's a really good catch. The Soulbind was used and
Yeah,
this will
beautiful.
pop. They get the kill, but look at the backlines. The PA is just slaughtering the support. They're trying to kill the Rubik as well, and it's going to be so much damage with the Bedlam. That Ghost Scepter will not protect him. Melojule is the only one left standing, and unfortunately for him, he only has one more lane left standing that Yuma will deal with easily.
Dire's top tower has
Yeah, and this was always the name of the game. Sacrifice somebody while hopefully you get a kill in return. It's just easy.
Dire's
Yuma deals too much damage. Always the
Dire's top
nullifier. He's the whole package right now. He can kill anybody.
For sure. And Satanic will be up as well. So even if you would catch him in a bad position, there is a good chance he's turning it around and just healing himself back up to full. Way too rough to play the game at this moment, especially when there is a mega creeps as well, and Yuma just waiting. He doesn't need the creeps. He doesn't need anything. He's already stacked. He just wants blood.
They're just looking to end this right now. Navi doesn't want to call it.
Maybe
think they're
they
gonna be forced
should.
to.
Their eyes on the Weaver. He has been found. The Curse Crown is on him in their base. Yuma is slaughtering the supports. Killed the Grimstroke right now. Melojule does come over. He has been leashed. He will get taken down. That's a double kill for Yuma. Where's my triple? He is starting to search for it, but Shigetsu running the other way. He's gonna hope to escape this one. Wants to get out of those brambles, but there will be a Sprout on top of him. There is nowhere to run. There is nowhere to hide. No time lapse available. This game is over, but Navi will not admit it until now when they call GG, and we will be going to a game 3, which is something that the semifinals deserve.
Hell yeah, this is exactly what we wanted, I think. And this game, I think we could see the win for Luna coming for a long while off already, but at the very least, this was a very active mid game, and they did have to struggle a bit to stay in the saddle because that team fight presence, especially between the Brewmaster and the Earth Spirit from the other side, was overwhelming. So they did a really good job juggling that. Especially credit going to Stoikov here for the impressive way in which he folded up his mid lane. That was some beautiful work.
Yep.
And really gave his team a shot to weather that onslaught.
23 CS on him, 8 on the Earth Spirit at some point really is a huge difference. So twice in a row, Kips, we have seen the team that wins the laning phase dominates the game without much pushback. This time around, Navi did try to fight. There were some successful kills, but really no successful fights. Does this mean that the laning stage is gonna be the decider in the series? Are we gonna be looking at the laning stage of the next game and thinking it to be the thing that's gonna decide who's going to the grand finals and who's going home?
It could very well be. Even if I say like, nah, I think there's good reasons for the laning stage should not be that determined, and a lot of it was about the lineups in this stage that made the laning stage so important. Fact is that if they draft the same way, both teams, then the laning stage will remain that important. And I have no doubt that both captains would be tempted to see it that way as well. So we might indeed see a focus on the laning stage for the next one.
Yeah, that's what has happened in game 1 and 2. Even with some tries to equalize the laning stage, to equalize the early mid game, Navi were not successful at winning the series with a 2-0 score. Luna Galaxy, they have showed that the first game was only a blunder. So let's see who's really better today between these two teams after the break.
You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Go see Miss Josie down Columbus Island.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
The way that the first game ended, we all thought this could be a fast 2-0 to end the first semi-final, but Luna Galaxy, they showed just how powerful they can be here at the Pinnacle Cup. Malta Vibes 3, I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Kips, and for some reason Kips is showing her left side just to show the profile a little bit. Yeah, looks good, looks
been
good.
working on, like, you know, when you want to take a picture, like a real top model, what you gotta do is you gotta push like the back of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. That's the difference right there.
Okay, okay. I don't know. I seem to have looked beautiful either way. I don't mind. So I think that we have done a good job here with our shot, right? It did look pretty good. But let's talk about Dota. Game 1, complete stomp of Luna Galaxy. In game 2, it wasn't a complete stomp of Navi, but it was Luna Galaxy controlling the game completely from start to finish. We talked about the laning stage being the factor of it. Was it only the laning stage though, Kips?
No, I don't think so. I do want to point a finger at the draft again as well. I really think that Navi, it worked out for them to go all in on snowballing potential on the first map, but the second map clearly showed the limitations of that approach when the enemy has both the better late game and a sufficient mid game presence to throw you for a loop. So what I would like to see from them is definitely spreading their chances out a little bit more, because they are the ones that haven't changed their strategy so far in this series. Whereas Luna Galaxy definitely had to think about their possibility to make things happen on the map. And I'm looking specifically at that mid Pangolier pick in order to make that happen. And if Luna Galaxy holds on to that way of looking at the game, then I think Navi should adapt to that in kind and make sure that they have their scaling in order, because they can't get caught in another 1v5 situation like this again.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they do. Will they have the same approach of going for the strong laning phase into the early game, or will they give themselves a little bit of a room for error if the lanes and the early mid game don't go as exactly as planned? But this is what I was talking about when I talked to you about the Weaver. Even though Shigetsu is an expert, which was shown in that game multiple times, it seems that the hero is just not strong currently. Maybe that's the big problem. Despite somebody being so good at the hero, if the hero is lacking, if the other heroes that are being played around it just aren't as good, it's not gonna work, is it?
Yeah, I think one of the problems that I see with the Weaver, and it happens to more heroes that you don't really see these days, the Bane comes to mind as well, is that he's actually very single target. And a lot of the carries that we see have the AoE potential, whether that is because they are Battle Fury carriers or because they have natural AoE abilities, like, for example, the Gyrocopter, the Medusa. In this day and age, if you want to really do the one by one by one kind of thing, you gotta be very far ahead indeed. And I don't really see that working out for a hero with Weaver's, I don't want to say limited farm capabilities, because Shigetsu certainly showed me wrong on that point. Like, the fact that you get to have map presence does mean that you actually get to have a lot of CS still. But clearly, he was not far enough ahead to actually burst people fast enough.
Does it maybe come down to his item build? I don't know. Maybe he could have gone for a more glass cannony type of approach and just let go of the Lincolns, of the Dragon Lance. Is that something that you would be okay to see? We talked about the Manta that he didn't even consider.
Yeah, no, I think the Lincolns is a must. You have the threat
Okay.
of the Vailama. If you don't get to have all of that farm if you don't have the Lincoln Sphere, because you have to play much more conservatively. It costs your team in map presence, it costs your team in opportunities because you're getting information as well. And you're just going to be soaking up a lot of farm that otherwise other heroes could have taken behind you. So no, the Lincolns did a lot more than just protect him from getting killed. So it comes down to the fact that it is a Weaver and he needs that Lincolns.
And we need to see a draft so that you can find out which heroes these teams are going to be picking and banning. So let's get into it here of game number 3 here in the semifinals of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. And there we are, Kips. We get ourselves into the draft one more time, one last time for one of these teams. If you would have to choose someone pointing a gun to their head, who is going through, who is being eliminated, Kips, who are you choosing?
Luna Galaxy. I trust in the Lama's ability to put together a team on like a 5-minute timer with a €5 budget. He can do it.
Did I sound like a good gangster with a gun there?
I was more thinking, MacGyver or the A-Team, like you lock them in a garage and they come out guns blazing, that sort of thing.
Okay. Not exactly what I was gunning for, haha, but I'm okay with it. As Luna Galaxy, they ban out the gyro, really has been a phenomenal pick for Navi. We've already went through it in the first game, and with it being a flexible pick for them as well.
Exactly. This is one of those picks where they're making it really easy for themselves by just banning out this hero, and I love that we get to do that again. Of course, we have been working with the new draft setup for a while, but I still want to repeat that I think that the pro scene was so hampered by only having 4 bans in the first phase. You really do not get to go through all of the OP meta heroes before the picks already come around. You can't afford to ever, or like almost ever, ban out just a signature hero that you really want to get rid of, because there's OP shit to be considered with. And now we finally get that flexibility left. And I think in that regard, Dota 2, like in a balance perspective for the pro scene, is in a way better place than it's been in the past 2 years.
Oh, there is the wait. I'm gonna remember what you call her. Thick Mommy Thunder Ties.
Yes.
Easy.
I mean, just look at her and the words.
Yep. No, she always reminds me of Super Saiyan 3. I'm sorry, just that hair it is a Super Saiyan. That's about it. And considering that usually I'm casting in Dragon Ball shirts, not today though. It
Aw.
is definitely going to be something I'm going to be looking at. You a fan? Are you a fan of the Dragon Ball?
Dragon Ball. I mean, my parents were very restrictive with the TV time as kids, so I didn't get to catch as much of it as I would have. But I was very, very excited by every time there was a new transformation level. That was some of the hypest shit as a kid.
Okay, let's go. And the other side gets a little bit of a quiet girl on the other side, you know, not
Yeah.
that bombastic jumps in, bam, I'm here, but just comes from the shadows and strikes you. So the TA will be the one that Luna Galaxy goes for. I wasn't expecting this pick from Luna Galaxy. The Dawnbreaker first phase, sure. The TA, not so much, but it is something that Yuma is kind of known for.
Yeah, it is absolutely a signature pick. I'm going to cheat real quickly and look at the previous drafts because I don't actually think that much emphasis was put on the TA in the previous matches. Or am I? No, she was first phase banned out actually by Navi every single time, so they were correct in that regard and they let her slip right now. Luna Galaxy says, "Okay, we punish you for that," which is curious because I think TA is a hero that's very vulnerable to counter picks. In this case, of course, for example, the the primal beast. Thanks. The primal
Banned.
beast isn't there anymore, but there's plenty of other heroes that I could think about, and there's so many laning stage picks as well, right? You can just still say, all right, fine, I don't counter pick her with her cores, but if it's going to be Yuma, it's going to be on the safe lane. We pick a Jakiro, and her lane's going to be rough.
I've always looked at the TA as this hero that doesn't. I mean, you can care what there is on the other side, but if you hit your timings, it really doesn't matter what you're up against. Sure, there are some heroes that are gonna stop you from hitting your timings or at least be hella annoying, but it is for me a timing based hero that if you do get a little bit of a leeway, a little bit of time to farm the ancients, you can win any game. That's how I look at it. And especially if you feel like you're a better team, that you can play that early mid game better, I'm always a fan of the TA.
I don't disagree. Like as much as I think her laning stage is a problem, she's also phenomenal at catching up in the jungle. We all know, TA versus Viper. She does like 3 levels in the lane and just, fucks off
Bye-bye.
into the woods.
Yeah, I could see the hesitancy there to use the bad word, but
Yeah, I get 1 per hour. That's like the PG-13 thing. So I decided to drop it there. I'm not allowed to do it anymore during the cast.
oh, so if I would want to create a PG-13 movie, it can be 3 hours long, and I can have 3 bad words, right?
Yes, that's rough.
Didn't know
That's a rough guideline. I don't think it quite works like that, but that's how that's the rule of thumb I try to adhere to.
Okay,
Nobody's
okay.
told me to stop yet.
Okay, and they probably won't. It's gonna be the Warlock for Luna Galaxy. So, oh, Shadow Shaman makes an appearance. Okay, I have been waiting for this guy. We can see that he's also very excited, dancing around a lot more than the other heroes. Haven't seen him in a very, very long time. What is he lacking that people don't want to pick him? And why now? Why do Navi go for him now?
It's range usually. The reason why Shadow Shaman doesn't really get picked, you are a very short range for a guy that is so, I want to say, steppable on. As for, I'm just gonna take a page out of your book, but do you see how yellow Navi's draft is right now? Like,
Yes, I do.
that is phenomenal.
Yep, man. I don't think there's anything more yellow you can add. You know, blue, red, those type of heroes there are, but yellow a little bit less so. Okay, there's a blondie. Yesterday we saw experimentation with a support that hasn't been picked too much, being the Lich. Now we see a Crystal Maiden and the Shadow Shaman. Quick question before we actually go back to how good this actually is. Are you a fan of the new Crystal Maiden shard?
New Crystal Maiden shard. Crystal Maiden is like my old hero, right? I used to play this forever. I find it very hard to actually agree with any changes, but I do think that as far as like her survivability goes, this is a great change, and you get some more playmaking capability as well. It's a way to let people get away with playing the Crystal Maiden without, forever being sad about her being so slow.
Okay, okay. Keeper of Light here is an amazing pick. Like, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
these two can't do anything to him, right? Until you get a blink on the Shadow Shaman, you're not doing anything. The PA comes out. I thought this was gonna be an Ember or a Puck right now, because that's how you would
Yeah.
catch the Keeper of Light for these two to come over. But I would be very much surprised if those two don't get banned out now.
Yeah, I think both of them deserve to be destroyed as well. That said, though, like Navi has done both of the things that they needed to do in this draft right now. They have playmaking capabilities. They have a proper late game carry in the Phantom Assassin. But what Crystal Maiden and Shadow Shaman excel at, right, is to give their cores the opportunities to make the plays that they need to. So Crystal Maiden as the mana battery, as the spell casting engine of any team, really empowers especially strength heroes to play faster than they normally would. And then Shadow Shaman provides, among things, a way to siege towers with lineups that are otherwise just good at jumping, diving, and killing. So these are the kinds of ways that you can secure a team's progression through that early to mid game without actually picking heroes that are necessarily only good at that. There goes the Ember.
There's the Ember ban. Though, even if, let's say, you would pick a Puck or an Ember, you could still put the Keeper of Light as a position 4. Like, it's not out of the question. Though the Shaker
No.
would have a much worse time versus the Crystal Maiden and the Shadow Shaman as a core than it would be the case for the Keeper of Light, who would, well, most of the time keep his distance.
How about the Keeper Shaker offlane, though? It's nothing but fissures.
Not too bad, right? Because Crystal Maiden PA are very good at killing, but they're also quite squishy. And killing through the Illuminate, a hero as tanky as a Shaker, would be a rough time for them. So I would not hate it, but it is. I haven't seen an offlane Shaker for some time now.
No, me neither.
Not saying it's bad though. It not being played, it just might mean that people haven't really found a good way to utilize it in that lane. If you remember, just before TI, where Collapse dominated with the Magnus, just before it, the Magnus was being played as a carry every single game. So, it might just be that people haven't found the best position for the Shaker, and then we're going to be seeing him in the off lane again on TI that is just a couple of weeks away.
Just a couple of weeks. You wait for it the entire year, and then suddenly it's here. You're like, oh Lord.
Yep. Oh Lord, I'm 100 years old now.
No puck ban.
No Puck ban. They got rid of the Dragonite, however, and I'm not sure, like, if you would pick a mid lane Dragonite, just put the Keeper of Light there, get a early Spirit Vessel, and what does he actually do? So I'm not that big of a fan of this ban, but it would give a lot of pushing potential on Navi, and they do have turnaround potential with the Solar Guardian, so I can get behind it somewhat. They seem to be thinking this could be a mid lane TA on the side of Navi. So what are they looking to pick?
You really gotta look at rounding out your own lineup here. Get a team fighter. No, they are going for the third hero that plays faster with the Crystal Maiden over on the side. So this CM has a lot of work to do. All these scores really want her to be a near end deer, casting her spells and providing her mana.
Yep, but Storm Spirit and Crystal Maiden and the Shadow Shaman, this is a kill crew if I've ever seen one. Storm Spirit catches someone, the Crystal Maiden comes over, Frostbite, and you're literally not moving for like 10 seconds then if all 3 heroes are in the vicinity. More than enough for them to bring in the damage.
Exactly, and if the counter gank comes in, you can always bring the Dawnbringer in on top. I do think as like a 4 protect 1 strat here, it is the full package. And the reason why I'm not saying the same about Luna Galaxy yet is I think they're a little light on the lockdown, and also they haven't told us where all their heroes are going yet. So
Nope.
what shape are these puzzle pieces exactly? And I think that's also why you pick a Storm Heroes Navi. You just gotta go for what you think synergizes with your heroes best. You can't think too much about what Luna's gonna do because you don't know. And they take that puck.
Offlane Shaker or offlane Keeper? We'll be finding out. It is going to be an offlane Shaker. I have to say, now looking at this, I like it, but I would have preferred a Keeper of the Light mid and like a Skywrath Mage being picked up as a position 4. I would have liked it more, because then the Storm would be completely destroyed. Because he would lose the lane as well. Here, at least the Storm is going to win the lane. Melojewel, I don't think he's losing like in the previous one. The Storm trumps the puck and should win by quite a lot as well. It only comes down to it if Stoikov can outplay him as much as he did in the previous game to equalize this lane, but I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, of course, after that, the puck does play better into the Storm Spirit. The silence is a real problem. The Storm Spirit has a hard time locking down the puck. The coil is another really big issue. And in fact, the coil is an issue for the Phantom Assassin and, of course, the Dawnbreaker as well. So as far as like the way that the puck fits into the game goes, yeah, I like this pick. But I think it does come down to now. Kotl, Earthshaker, offlane, a lot of spam. They just can't afford to get within slapping range of this Phantom Assassin Crystal Maiden combo at all. That's the thing.
I would much rather play Navi's lineup. I don't know if it's gonna win, but I would much rather play it because there's so much potential to constantly make plays, just to run at your opponents over and over again, no matter how far behind you are. But on the other hand, they're also very squishy, Kips. You get into a coil and you die. We'll see if the Solar Guardian is enough to save them as we get ourselves into the deciding game of the semifinals. There it is. The Techies destroys our screen just to make it even better, pushing us to a better place, and that will be game number 3 of Luna Galaxy versus Navi. And before we really start commentating on this one, we need the thoughts of our amazing analyst Kips. Who's taking it? Are you staying with Luna Galaxy?
I am staying with Luna Galaxy. This is wonky. This is exactly some draft that the A team would cobble together in their garage.
Okay.
And I think that is all you can ask for. And I'm very excited to see that they're actually doing something new with this Shaker pick. I think the puck's going to end up well. They have good team fight presence. Once I think you're right. Once Navi starts running, they won't really stop running anymore. So we are back to the laning stage. What's it gonna do? And the Valama just walked up into 3
he's
people.
walking up. It's gonna be in trouble. The blinding light sending them all away. Oh, we can't see. We've been blinded. And now can you see that Danielle will get caught and die? Nope. He is a slow hero, but not slow enough. Kidero also gets himself very far out and just gets taken down easily. He did get the fatal bonds off, but Navi in a 4 versus 5 scenario, I don't think they're gonna be too mad about it.
No, absolutely not. And Kidero was very optimistic with his movement there. I think he thought that more of Navi would already be retreating down to the low ground, but instead he just found himself to be the one being beaten upon from the high ground instead. But that's not quite the start you wanted.
Definitely not. I really want to see this Navi draft thrive. I'm always a big fan of this. You have 2 literally cripple supports. They don't move. They're so slow, but if they get on their target, the target doesn't move, so they don't have to chase at all. They don't really have to be fast. So I like lineup like this. I like the glass cannon supports like this, and it is not easy to play, but it is in their lane. It is something that they know how to do, so I'm expecting them to do well.
They're really classic supports in that way, aren't they?
Yep, very classic. Yeah, I the more time that is passing, the more I'm seeing that I really just enjoy old school Dota a lot more than the new strats that are happening. I can't wait to see like an Oracle Huskar as well. That would be fun as well.
I mean, nostalgia is only for the good parts, though. I don't think you're nostalgic for the ha-ha days, for example.
I don't know. Like I don't mind the sniper. That sniper was kind of annoying because it was being played every game, but
yes.
I like it.
Let's not get into this. And oh well, actually, never mind. I think they're giving us time to get into this.
Yep, like talk about the sniper troll meta. This is what we want. This is what the viewers want. Please, observers, show us the Crystal Maiden, please, right now.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Look at the
she's
flying Viking.
gorgeous.
Yeah, literally gorgeous. That is like young Helga, I think.
That's my girl right there. I mean, it feels like such a stereotype, right? Oh, you're a woman and you learned how to play Dota with Crystal Maiden, which is like, yeah, fair enough. But like, it is also if you're playing with a bunch of guys who know how to play the game and you don't, like, at least you being alive gives them mana.
Yep, true. I remember like 7-8 years ago before I even got into competitive Dota, and I would tell my brother, my friends, you know, you play the Crystal Maiden, you play the Venge, you play
Yes.
like just get the buffs, you noobs, so that I can win this game for you. Malady, if he dies, he's not really gonna be contributing all that much in the Vailama. He
Quite
can get
slow.
on top of him. Oof.
Very nice. And I mean, next to that though, like the other supports that I learned to play with are support Gyrocopter and support Alchemist. So just before anybody gets any stereotypical ideas.
Oh, so you cost your party a lot of MMR. Okay, okay.
Yeah, sure, but like they were the ones who were teaching me.
Okay, so it's their fault. Makes sense.
Yep.
It really does make a lot of sense, as we still haven't seen a kill outside of that first blood at the start. Danielle fighting the Warlock, of course, is gonna be coming out ahead when it comes to the right clicks. The Shadow Shaman is a god, and mid lane, as expected, Melojule ahead of Stoikov. I don't think I've seen a Storm lose to a puck lately.
No, I don't think that happens. You're just too good at shoving the wave in. You've got the better armor as well in this matchup. You hit harder. It's really hard for the puck to come out ahead in any meaningful way at all.
Bottom lane, Daniel did get a lot of CS himself. That's gonna be some nice damage into him. But Malik, on the other hand, is struggling compared to the other cores. But lane in a good position, so should be able to equalize, right?
Exactly. No, this is what you call a communist lane, where you share the bounty of your labor.
Okay. Do you approve? Do you think it's a good approach in Dota, Malady? Ooh, he is running himself away, and the Vailama wants to punch him one more time. Nice slow, just in time. Shigetsu protecting his buddy here from a certain death if the Vailama got the hit in. Shigetsu now might be close to certain death as well. Blinding Light canceling out the Sal from Malady. So these two on Luna Galaxy, very annoying.
Yeah, and fairly low resources now on Navi. The spam out from the Cobble Earthshaker has gotten them low enough that this is level 3. This is where the Crystal Maiden is absolutely at her most lethal and where the Phantom Assassin can actually join in to deal the damage as well. But they are not really in a position resource-wise to make that happen.
Bottom lane, also the damage is being applied. Malik, blood grenade
Yeah.
on him. He's dead. He's just dead. Those imps, when they start exploding with the fatal bonds being active, it's way too much. And top lane, Navi almost losing some heroes there as well. She gets to one enchant totem away from dying.
Yeah, and apart from the mid lane now, they seem to be a little on the struggle bus. This CM does not get to do, and if she gets to no way, there's still blinding light.
Oh, the Olicor dead. Malady gets the kill, and he will pay for his sins. Earthshaker has 5 stick charges and the bracer, so good luck Shigetsu fighting him. Actually, he's going for a kill. Nah, he's not gonna be committing for it just yet. Shigetsu turns around on Kiddo, fighting him for the time being. He's gonna have to run from the Vailama, but slowed down and punched until he has nothing to run with any longer. Legs broken, and he won't even have anything to stand on as the Shaker is shaking it beneath him. He even kills Malady's career. The Vailama on an onslaught. Malady, though, showing the power of the Crystal Maiden. He's level 4. This is gonna be a rough Crystal Maiden later on, as he has a lot of levels.
Radiant are scanning.
He does, yeah. At the very least, having the lane always pushed in because of the spam has secured him very nice levels indeed. But his career dying just now with the clarity and 3 tangos on it, that's a little of a slowdown.
Yeah, a bummer for sure. Overall, the Closest to an even start that we have had so far. Upheaval been used. Daniel, he cancels the shackles immediately, puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. No problem, we're gonna make you more comfortable inside of your own fountain. A couple of more hits from Yuma. The puck TP'd in for nothing. Of course, it is a puck, so you'll be able to go back to the mid lane super fast.
Yeah, he will be right back. Barely missing a wave there. That should be all good. And in the meantime, they were also still wrestling on top. The Lama going to rush a Blink Dagger here, so definitely not looking to play this greedy. We're just going to go for leveraging all of this power as fast as possible. Like, just look at Shigetsu losing half of his health for daring to step into the creep wave.
He almost lost a lot more. Malady just got the frostbite just before the next attack from the enchant totem came through. These side lanes, very rough for Navi, but they've come out pretty decently out of them. If you look at the net worth, it's not ideal, but it's okay.
I'd like to say that they're not out yet. Like, the laning stage is not breaking down. We're getting the level 6s. Bottom Yuma's probably dead.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Starbreaker does connect, turns around with the Melt Strike, and the Lama is the one that rotates, wants to kill Malik, will be able to do it, though Kidero gets the kill, and Daniel running away from a phase boost Earthshaker. That is a little bit too fast to run away from.
Kinda got you your TA there, but as we said before, like the TA, laning stage, whatever, she's gonna go jungle. It's gonna be farming up a Storm.
Speaking about the Storm, how did he allow the Puck to get the regen? Like, Puck was on the bottom lane, regen spawned on top, and he pushed out the wave and still didn't pick it up. I have no idea how Melodril allowed that to happen. I wasn't paying attention to the mid lane, but that shouldn't have been the case.
Absolutely not, and this is unlike, we've seen a bunch of first rune spawns be an illusion, and I can see where, like, oh well, whatever about that one, but you should at the very least be checking what you're leaving to lie around.
Yeah, because regen would be amazing for a Storm to just farm, and the same is true for a Puck. There would be a much bigger difference in terms of net worth. Let's see, they're trying to capitalize on it now, though Stoikov isn't that easy of a kill unless you bring in the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, and this is where Shadow Shaman having exactly, like, he is very short T-Rex arms in that regard. Absolutely no range. It's not that suited to gank a Puck.
Shigetsu has the deadly focus, will be losing it there for the time being as the Lama is closer and closer towards this blink. He went for this phase boots. Usually we don't see it, but having the coddle does allow him to be a little bit more greedy.
It just means that the other core is going to have to properly hold hands with him for a while longer. Another rotation.
That's a level 6 CM that gets the kill, but that is a level 7 Shaker. That's an even bigger one. Coil got broken, but that's only when the Dawnbreaker raised into the skies and escaped certain death.
Solid escape here, but it's very hard for me to ignore the fact that the Lama is getting everything he wants, and this is the guy that's going to make the tempo happen. And this is also the guy leading the team and calling the shots. He's feeling good now. And they won the previous game where he had a really rough time. Can you imagine what this speed could look like? The action.
Look, Malady was level 6 and Yuma was not, and we talked about the Crystal Maiden and those early levels coming in handy, and killing the enemy carry, I'd say that comes as pretty handy for sure. Now Warlock is level 6, and meaning that both of the position 5s are very farmed. Theolokor has been caught, but here comes the big boy. What now, Malady? Theolokor, though, getting critted there, and nice fissure usage. There will be a golem as well. Killing Malady, that's a huge kill. Meanwhile, in the backlines, the Storm is fighting the supports and killing both of them. The Shackles is there as well. Now looking towards the Lama. It will be a perfect kill if they can get it, but this golem is just winning a fight versus everybody. They are going to be going for Daniel. That should be an easy kill for the golem. Daniel, is he speedy enough to escape? He does go for the shackle. The coil was used, catching Shigetsu, and he needs those misses to come through. Nope, the last hit does connect. Melodril doesn't have that much mana to work with. He needs to start running right now. He wants to live. Daniel is still alive. Maybe he can assist. Maybe he can help. He's gonna be putting down his ulti and tying down the Earthshaker. But Daniel, you're way too low and will be taken down with ease. He gets the Hex and the Aftershock of Stoikov. Not enough for a kill. And now it's time to farm the Serpent Wards, get even more gold into their pockets. Luna Galaxy, they come out super far ahead after that.
They really underestimated how much damage the Llama was going to put out and for how long he was going to stay alive. They lay a ton of damage into him. It's just not enough. It's got a bracer, it's got the armor from the phase boots.
Too strong at the moment. This
Don't get
offlane
fucked, this
shaker is
guy.
working out. I told you, Kips, people don't know how strong it is. They just haven't recognized.
Well, that's just Blink Dagger finished for Devi. He didn't even have to farm for that.
I mean, he farmed kills, he farmed the enemy heads, he is 3-0-7. Lucky for Navi that he didn't get more in those last hits, as now he's going for a smoke. They would like to kill the Storm, who is in a smoke as well with the Crystal Maiden. They're searching for Yuma, and it seems like Yuma will be
Radiant's top
found.
tower is under attack.
He's dead.
Question is if he lives long enough for the backup to come in.
He dies in a second here from these two. Turns around, won't be doing any damage to Melody, but backup is still coming. Melojule being targeted, does have a solid amount of mana. Solar Guardian, Divine Llama, the blink reveal, it's gonna be catastrophic. Thank you, Divine Llama, from getting all that farm, getting the blink so you can come to your death faster. Theolic Core slowed down by the Storm, but not enough. They won't be able to get the kill just yet. He goes for the Illuminate. That's a little bit too greedy, but the trap from Yuma will be protecting him from now. Malik still going from the other side, slowing him down with the Celestial Hammer. Can he get that one last hit for the kill? Melody taken down by the puck. Stoikov gets himself something, and he gets his mana refilled and his cooldowns taken away so he can continue the fight.
That feels like greed from Levi, trying to keep his Echo Slam while also getting the kills, because he couldn't see the Storm there and he really wanted to see the Storm. But if
Dire's
you
bottom tower is under attack.
slam there, I think you secure yourself living through that fight.
Warlock has a Ghost Scepter pretty early on. I guess versus the Storm, it really does make sense. And Daniel now has found Yuma. The Storm is coming over, and this is looking like a very dead TAD. These supports of Navi, they're making Yuma's life a living hell. He made their life the living hell in the previous game, though.
Yeah, and at this point, I think my whole statement of, oh well, it's a J, he's going to catch up, is starting to look a little wobbly, because that was his, what, his fourth death? Yeah, this is starting to look painful, and he's getting slowed down significantly.
Yesterday you jinxed someone on the Sven, now you jinxed Yuma on the TA. Maybe just, it just happens. We don't intend for it to happen. No, I'm now starting to believe that you're actually a little bit biased towards Navi, who are holding a 1k goal lead. The three of their cores are at the top of the network chart. The only one that is kind of equalizing this game is this Warlock, who is very, very farmed.
Having one hit all the time, yeah, and as opposed to Theolicor, who is very, very poor and still hasn't hit level 6 yet, on a cuddle. 13 and a half minutes.
Rarely happens. We really rarely see this. He has been running around the map quite a lot.
Where's the stats, Knoxville?
Look at the poor CM. Solar Guardian, they actually want to fight this. Coming in with Malik, who's now surrounded by 4 heroes. The Llama has been slowed down. Golem dropped down. Malik slowed down by the Solar Bind. This guy loves the sun. Turns around with the Starbreaker. Doesn't do absolutely anything. They still have the Echo Slam running towards the Storm. He has been silenced, and he'll be silenced for good as the Llama smashes the ground. And then Melojule right with it. Barely got the connection, but got it in the end.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe they thought he hadn't skilled the slam or something? That Storm Spirit had to know it was coming.
Yeah, it was very weird. I'm very surprised that Malik went for the Solar Guardian. I understand that if the Crystal Maiden survives, gets the Frostbite off and the ulti, we're looking at a completely different fight. But that was... There's no chance that's gonna happen. It's a CM.
You're trying to
Come
cancel
on.
that.
Yep.
Is under attack.
So, Fisher used, hasn't found anybody, but they have found the mid lane tower. Very nice sequence of events for Luna Galaxy. Get them a lead. They're 16 to 10. They're the ones controlling the pace of the game now.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Back
under
in the saddle and back at finally creating some space for their poor TA, who's been really down in the dumps. So now with those 2 teleport points away, the top quarter of the map should be a lot safer for Yuma. It should be taking a lot longer for the enemy to get to him. More dark space in between, harder to have those wards down. And I do also think it favors the side with the puck
Kips PA is farmed, but he got a relatively late BKB because he went for all the Battle Fury, sorry, because he went for all of the items, the earlier items there. Malady just gets destroyed. But speaking about farmed heroes, look at this Warlock. Ghost Scepter, Solar Crest, level 10. That could win you the game. The puck dropping low and they destroy him. Well, there's the shackle. There's the hex for you. A little bit too much. The Royal almost smacks Danielle. And a couple of more hits. The fissure in the back doesn't connect on anyone as Danielle was already dead. The rest of them will run away. 2 supports for a puck. Not too bad.
Yeah, this Warlock, man. Especially the Solar Crest here now versus the PA is really going to slow down. And the rest of these heroes on Navi, the rest of the court also deal mostly physical damage. So the ability to actually bump armor is going to do a lot of work. As is, of course, the minus armor. If you're...
Llama!
He walked out?
Runs out, I think would
Yeah.
be right way to say it. But overall, if our viewers want to be as rich as this Warlock, they should go towards Pinnacle.gg because, well, of course, if they do have the Dota knowledge about who's going to be winning this game or some of the other ones, of course, we have some other games that you can bet on for sure, but you have to be 18 plus, and we do remind you to bet responsibly as the TA finishes the Deso. So Yuma now is going to be doing a massive amount of physical damage as well with the Solar Crest and the Deso. And these right clicks from the Shaker, these more supports, they're gonna be one hit from that. So it really has to be Navi that are they're the ones starting the fight, because if it started on them, they're just gonna get deleted.
And the next fight is going to be all about who gets to take Roshan. For sure, Yuma would take it faster, but they gotta actually secure their access first. Make sure that no devastating CM ults can come into that pit.
CM is going for the drums. I'm guessing the Boots of Bearing will come out at some point. Pretty important versus the upheaval, I think, right? You do need something to counter that slow.
The Bongo Boots would do a massive amount of work there, I agree. And yes, since Navi just let themselves be shoved back, that rush is pretty much free. Come on, Yuma.
Nope.
No, you want it? Yes, there we go.
Here comes Llama, Solar Crest, Upheaval, goodbye Roche, no chance in hell
Look at
he's
his
gonna be
collapse.
surviving a long time. Poor guy. So overall, in terms of towers, we've only seen 3 being taken so far, but I'm guessing that Luna are gonna start forcing the issue after this.
Yes, they are, and they get Malady as well. Will they hold the mid tower? Yeah, they even
will.
get to do that. So everything coming up Luna right now. Yeah, Yuma, this is the timing. Of course, he's a little bit late on it. He does not have the Blink Dagger yet, for example, which is something that if you take a rush at this time, you would want to have
Is under attack.
a good lot of progress towards that at least as well. But, you know, maybe you get a lucky pick off here and there. Maybe some kind of split pushing Shadow Shaman walks into your... Well, actually, or are you walking into the split pushing Shadow Shaman?
This Shadow Shaman has a shard, but really when I look at it right now with the shard on the TA, I think that Luna Galaxy are way too powerful for Navi. Even once the PA gets the BKB, I don't think she gets to solo winning the team fight, and his other teammates, they're just gonna be annihilated by the enemies.
Kind of hard to argue against that.
Yep.
The matchup for the PA is not actually that good versus the TA, as long as she has her refraction up. You rely so much on your early burst. You're going to be spending all your attack speed getting through that refraction. The natural MKB builder as well, who has it queued up as we speak.
This is looking rough, especially for the Storm Spirit. Both the side lane cores of Navi will have their BKBs relatively soon. Dawnbreaker 300 gold away from it, 250 for Shigetsu. But I don't know how the Storm is gonna survive it. This kill squad of Navi, now they've turned from predator to prey in the last couple of minutes.
This Storm needs a BKB, I think, but he's got himself the guy in Sanj, and that is going to help him more in the damage department. I don't think either of the 2 supports over Luna Galaxy are actually ready to die just that easily. He also bought Dust because of the Glimmer Cape of the Coddle, so he can hunt the Olicore. But I don't think you're killing that Warlock, for example. It's just not happening.
As the Ghost Scepter, the slow on the PA, they have the double silence. Can they bring down Shigetsu? There's the next silence as well. He just got the BKB delivered. That's gonna... Is that gonna allow him to live though, Kips? They are chasing still. And Shigetsu gets another Phantom Strike away.
We have seen how bad of an omen it is for the first BKB to be the runaway BKB. I don't think we've seen a single team win where that has happened.
Okay, so GG, over. Can
Yeah,
we
over.
just get a GG right now and go into the next series because it's gonna be much more fun. Here, Kips coming in as the best analyst, just spoiling everything. Kips, I would like you to keep your knowledge to yourself a little bit so that we have a little
sorry.
bit. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But
Should we like talk about kittens again or something?
we could. We could, but we are getting close to some huge team fights. So coming into those, what's the approach from Navi? Are they just dodging now?
You're going to look for Galaxy to press an advantage here that they perhaps overpress like this. This is good. This is good.
This is pretty good. Going for Yuma, Fissure, and the Golem being used. Kiddo will be fine. Actually, he used his Ghost Scepter a little bit earlier there, but Melojewel was caught, and you're still won this fight. You've killed the enemy mid laner. Here comes Davai Lama and Shigetsu. He has a good jump to him as well. The other two heroes from Luna Galaxy are gonna go through the portal at the moment, but they're still too far away. Poor Daniel taking so much damage, and Yuma with the side blades over the creeps gets the kill. Daniel gets himself away on a sliver of an HP, but the chase is on still. Davai Lama relentless for another kill, though he's pretty low. Shigetsu might decide to go for it. Maybe it's better if he doesn't.
Did we just see Navi lose a 3v5 or a 5v3, I should say?
Let's count it as 4, so it doesn't sound that bad, as Luna Galaxy did have the Aegis. I think that's fair. Right?
They did have the Aegis. Fine.
But yes, you are. That is exactly what we have seen. No, it was 4 versus 3. The Crystal Maiden was dead. He wasn't part of that. Okay, so it's not that bad, but yeah, it's not looking the best for them.
It is not. The lack of a BKB really hurting that Storm. He is building it up now, but he's not going to get any sort of kill farm while he's working on getting him. And there is several other heroes that he's competing with for that farm. As a Dawnbreaker, Malik, having a halberd would do a ton of work, but that feels like almost a luxury item right now. That's how far away it is for him.
He is far away from the halberd. The Storm is far away from the BKB. It's gonna be a long time before they get another round of items. The thing is that Luna Galaxy, I don't think they're gonna be forcing the issue way too much before the next Roche. So you have time to farm those core items.
Yeah, I guess that's the one upside of taking away that Aegis, but at the same time, you're constantly farming under pressure. The trump card that they're holding here on Navi is the fact that they have a Blink Dagger over on their Shadow Shaman, and this means that Daniel is going to do DJ things. He's going to hang out on this enemy offlane. He's going to be constantly shoving the wave into this bottom tower, and eventually it's going to fall, and then after that you have actually the threat of putting the Serpent Wards on the racks. And as I say that,
Oh, Shaker has been caught. Shackles as well. He's dead.
yes,
That is a really big kill. Now with the TPs all coming in, Malik, he still should be fine here. The coil has been used. Blade Mill and BKB to survive. Thinking about turning this one around. Kidero has the Glimmer Cape on him, and there's the ulti from the CM. He lets it go.
Drops it.
And the Golem will get dropped, but only after he dies. Shigetsu not taking that much damage, just dodging every single attack from Yuma. At least they'll bring down the CM. Stoikov gets himself away after securing the kill. It was actually Kidero that got it, and Yuma is running forward. Shigetsu has to get away. Has the Phantom Strike to the side. Another miss will come through, but they are still chasing relentlessly. They want him dead. Another Phantom Strike, dodging the silence. Has Stoikov put himself in a bad position? No, he's a puck. He'll be fine.
I mean, that's exactly what you get to do with a Shadow Shaman. You get to sit on that tower and ring the bell. You can either ding dong ditch, or you can just stab them when they open the door for you, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yep, that was a really nice fight for Navi. They didn't kill the 2 main cores, but these supports are very farmed. And, you know, the CM, finally something for her. He got level 6 at minute 8, and then at minute level 3, he was level 9. Just goes to show how much he was struggling. But finally, he was a part of a fight where he did quite well in, and letting go that ulti, destroying the two supports of Luna Galaxy really did open up a potential for Navi to maybe even kill the other two. Of course, didn't happen in the end.
But that ult, we might see it come into play a lot more yet, because that is the one thing that the supports really have no defense against whatsoever. And the fact that the golem was dropped there, like, I bet they would love to have it on this new shove towards the top, but that is still more than a full minute for Kidara to actually be relevant in teamfights again.
Llama wants his BKB, but the TA already has hers. It is being delivered at the moment, and that's a 9-second BKB that Yuma will be able to play with right now, just before the potential Roche spawn. But still, Kips, Shigetsu, he has an Aghanim Scepter in level 19. We have seen PAs win even harder games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She can pull that out of her hat if Gaben is willing. And yeah, just on the bottom side, Danielle's ringing the doorbell. Ding dong, who's answering? Defile Llama, have you learned your lesson from last time?
Well, it seems like Danielle thinks that he has, so he's just gonna escape for now, as Roche will be spawning on the top lane, so it is gonna be a dire side Roche, and you have to be ready if you're Navi. You don't want to just give it away.
Like how she gets in his sights.
Or
is it the other way around?
They're gonna find him. He has that shield rune that's gonna allow him, but he got the silence off. He got the silence off right after the shackles. She gets to BKB going forward. Solar Guardian protecting the supports. They have to get out, as being fatally bonded can be an issue. Luna Galaxy, they push them back, force out Solar Guardian. Yep, this is the time to go for Roche. I think there's nothing to stop you now.
Nope, that was exactly what you needed. You didn't spend anything, no BKBs, no big ults, but you did get that Solar Guardian out, and now nobody's going to stop you from taking this Roshan. Look at how spread out they are on Luna Galaxy. They know they don't have to defend it. Nobody is going to come near it.
Yep, there's no way that Navi will decide to fight without the BKB on the PA. Big thing though, the PA BKB is at 6 seconds, and that can be a problem going forward. The Storm will have a fresh one soon, but Dawnbreaker also down to 7 seconds, so not looking that healthy either. Whilst there's 9 seconds on the TA, and there will be 9 seconds on the Shaker fairly soon, so much healthier BKBs on Luna Galaxy.
Well, the Storm's gonna have his first one, and on top of that,
Yep.
Sorry, I was watching the bot lane where the Llama and Shigetsu both jump into a creep wave at the exact same time.
And you didn't see the GG be called by Shigetsu. Of course, it was not intentional, so we're not going to be taking it against him. It happens from time to time. It is what it is.
No, especially when you get startled like that.
I know a lot of Dota players who just when they're playing an official game, they swap out their chat wheel, because you're used to just spamming the GG well played in a game. Even sometimes it's sarcastic, sometimes you really mean it, but that is the only one that I really use. Yes,
I would advise that as well, because it's way harder to unlearn a pattern like that than it is to just swap it out.
Yep. So Aegis Cheese on Luna Galaxy, Navi. They are going for a smoke here, Kips. Stoikov in a smoke as well. Arcane Rune on him, so this would be a really nice fight. If he's gonna be fine, the Hex doesn't come through. He gets the blink away. Danielle a little bit slow there on the trigger, and I don't think the Storm should be engaging on the puck. You always should wait for the Shadow Shaman to do so.
As a Storm, you just wait until something is offered up to you. I think that's something that a lot of people misunderstand about a Storm. Like, a Storm is not actually an initiating hero at all. Storm is a follow-up.
Yeah, he wants to see. Yeah, he wants to see what's up. That's. Oh, trade of the tier 2s.
Yeah, again, Shadow Shaman. This is one of the powers of the hero, and they baited Stoikov up here, but he's got the last laugh.
Yeah, he has the Lotus Orb on him, so he's gonna be completely fine. The Llama, he knows that Daniel will die, goes for the Echo Slam. Malik doesn't even want a BKB here. Good choice. You're not getting out of that one alive, and should at least keep the 7-second BKB charge.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, push back once again.
Bonus?
Another ult.
Is Malady a bonus? It looks
Yes.
like a bonus. Yep, silence hit. He got the frostbite on Yuma. Of course, you're not gonna beat KB for that, especially not a 9-second one. All of the outer towers dead. This is something that happens with the second Aegis of the TA, and Luna Galaxy are coming forward. They're going for a push. 3 heroes of Navi are dead. No glyph. It's time to go through the tier 3 with a solar crest on him. Yuma, more than enough attack speed to just chew through this tower. Nobody that can stop him at the moment. Not even Shigetsu that is stopping the network chart.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And he'll just keep on throwing out those side blades while Divine Llama is actually showing that he is not here. That's how much confidence they have once again. The respawns come, they regroup,
Nullifier on
fight
PA.
comes over. That's big.
That's big. The Olicore Lotus Orb. Nice Storm pulls himself in. He does have the BKB. Will be fine. The right clicks from the TA. They don't care much about the BKB. He's trying to get this kill. He silenced through. Here comes the Llama. In the backlines, they found Stoikov. He's going to be taken down. Also, the Storm Spirit has died as well. No more mid laner. Shigetsu gets another one. He's a ninja. Where's his nullifier? It has already been used, but that is not a warlock. That is just a chicken to be cut down. And Shigetsu, Gordon Ramsay would be proud how he dealt with that one. It's going to be a triple kill for him. PA completely overtakes that fight, and Kips, this is a problem for Luna Galaxy. They didn't get the Raxes, and their Aegis will expire in 90 seconds.
Yes, it will, and they didn't even get to trade it for any lives either. That was, yeah, the way that he took that chicken apart is surgical.
Yep.
The Storm going in first is a little forced, but the fact is that they get too much out of their supports to risk them going in, and Dawnbreaker is even more of a reactive hero, so you do what you have to, you get the information with the Storm, he dies for it, but getting Stoikov on the backlines makes that entire fight for them and then some.
Yep. That Lotus Orb is a big deal to protect Stoikov, but it wasn't on him. He was just found in a very weird position. He never would have expected to get caught there. TP out from the Shadow Shaman. The Llama, he guesses right. He was just a little bit too hesitant.
Very unfortunate. Yuma was pinging there very insistently.
See, the gold lead is still quite in favor of Luna Galaxy. How much does this gold lead matter, considering that the PA is the strongest hero on the map?
We're at the point now where Davai Lama's natural damage is starting to fall off, and the puck needs longer fights as well. Like your eventual damage output is insane, of course, with the Witchblade, with the Octarine Core, but it all takes a little while to get going, and the supports over on the other side finally are starting to get their defensive items up as well. We're nearly to a BKB over on the Shadow Shaman, which is going to be rough, and the Crystal Maiden is working towards her as well. I did actually end up going for the Glimmer, but
No BKB for you. You die
Not
in a
yet.
second. Very easy for Luna Galaxy to get a support kill once they see him, and that is something we've been talking about quite a lot in this game. That the glass cannony approach from Navi's draft really, it is a hit or miss, and a lot of the times they have been missing.
yeah, but not in that last fight. And now without Aegis, Luna Galaxy are going to try the exact same thing again. A little bit of positioning this time, and the Llama not showing on another wave. Just assassinate these buildings.
There's no Shadow Shaman, so the puck is not gonna die, and I think that in itself does give you more of an advantage in a fight than the Aegis itself.
Very possible, yeah. No threat on the puck. He might want to think about a Lincoln's to keep that effect going.
He does have level 20, so now the Waning Rift is gonna be below 7-second cooldown. That's gonna be such a small downtime when it comes to silencing people. These supports on the side of Navi are gonna have even more problems. Daniel, he needs that BKB, but even when you get it, the Golem can stop your shackles.
But we haven't seen good golems in a while now.
True. I'm looking at this, and I think that Navi, they definitely need a spread round fight.
Yes.
They want like PA on the side, killing somebody with the Shadow Shaman while the Storm is getting all the hate towards himself, and then Solar Guardian coming in somewhere on the side as well, saving one hero. That is how they want the fight to go. But it's not easy to do so, as Luna Galaxy will always want to be together, and there isn't much you can punish them with when they do so, right?
No, it's pretty much just a Crystal Maiden ult, which at this point in the game is... Yeah, exactly. Well,
Kiddo.
when they're not together though, Shigetsu has the same effect on Radiant supports as Yuma has on Daya.
True. But Yuma needs somebody to contribute with the stun or something. The PA doesn't really, as when you look at the Warlock and the Keeper of the Light, they don't really have any defensive capabilities from the PA. You get found, you die, especially the Warlock.
Shigetsu also heavily out-leveling Yuma at this point, nearly up to his level 25 already, whereas the
Huge.
Templar Assassin is not even close.
Pistol Blade is done. This is not a good fight for Luna Galaxy. If the PA finds the Shaker, and he's gonna be finding the Shaker, there's the Pistol Blade with the Slower Guardian. They found him with the Shackles. He's dead. You cannot stop the Shackles when you don't have the Chaotic Offering. Stoikov going in, was the get a kill, will be able to do so. Some damage being done to him, but he's already out. That was a crit from the dagger. Shigetsu waiting on the side, waiting a little bit, going for Stoikov. There's the bash. He found it. He got the crit. It's still not enough for a kill. I cannot believe this guy is still alive. Stoikov, not any longer. Shigetsu comes back to finish him off. Now turning around onto the Warlock. I just came back to the world of the living, and you will die as your demons after you. Immediately they deal with the Golem, and that will be 3 heroes that you only lose the glass cannon supports that you do not really care about all that much.
Dire's middle tower is
And that's gonna be the Vailama's Courier down as well. They didn't have buyback on him. What were they thinking? Still taking that fight?
Shigetsu is hunting for more. Theolicor is dead. Theolicor is 100% dead, just jumping, crits, and no chance to survive. He still has the Abyssal Blade. He finds Yuma. That could be a kill as well, but he doesn't decide to chase any longer. Shigetsu is on top of everybody in this game. Kips, he is carrying his team.
He is. Yeah, really putting his back into it. And the Vailama was exactly the right target to fight for the start of that fight, right?
Yep.
Anybody else and the Vailama cuts the engagement short. Instead, you get him and Luna Galaxy scattered to the 4 winds, which is exactly the fight that you want to have.
I'm surprised that they even came to defend that tier 1 considering that the Warlock was dead. Like, how are you gonna stop the Shackles from afar? Let's say your Shaker gets caught, it's over. The Shackles will get on top of you and finish you off. And now, Roche gonna be going down. That's the 3rd Roche, the Refresher Shard into the hands of Na'Vi. Double Serpent Wards, or is it gonna be a double BKB for Shigetsu? I'm not sure.
I'm thinking double Serpent Wards.
Yeah. He's not giving it to anyone. He gave it to Malady for the time being, just for safekeeping, I guess. BKB on the Shadow Shaman is done. Imagine a 17-second BKB for the Shadow Shaman with the double Serpent Wards in a fight. That is huge.
Alright, that's gaming winning kind of stuff.
For sure. And he also has a great healing Lotus, so mana is not going to be an issue. Oh, Echo Slam, Solar Guardian protecting him. He does lose the Aegis, and now you have these 5 seconds to maybe kill Malik as well. The Vailama will stop the Starbreaker. The BKB comes out now a little bit too late. The Abyssal Blade and just a couple of hits, but he has the cheese still. Will be fine. Jumping in from Melojul. Stand up. No, he has the BKB. Will be fine. Puck will be running away, and Melojul has to use the rest of his mana to run out. Malik going for a TP out. Not going to be happening. Gets cancelled out. They found him. They knew that he was there, and it is going to be a big kill. Getting rid of the Aegis, getting rid of the cheese, getting rid of Malik as well.
Yeah, and that was some old-ass cheese that the Vailama just ate.
Yep. And we'll see if his stomach does hurt.
That stuff usually gets better with age.
Probably.
Really came in clutch there, and they don't have a buyback onto Malik either. Their turnaround potential is really caught up in that Dawnbreaker, so I see why Galaxy are currently fishing for an opportunity to make something more out of this.
Oh, they would like 25 on their TA though. If the TA gets 25, you are in neutral creeps. Just kill Daniel. He died to the Tormentor and just made this now a 5 versus 3. You got the shard for the CM. Is that what you died for 40 minutes into the game?
But you were asking me if it was worth it.
Oh,
we're going to find out.
Yeah, it's very worth it. I would always give away a life of a hero that doesn't have a buyback for a CM shard. Probably is it is that strong.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, what a way what a way to go.
Hey, and he just did it to himself too.
True.
It's
He didn't have to be close. He didn't have to. He decided to. It was his own choice. Nobody forced him to it. And well, he paid
Sometimes
because
you
of
just
it.
want to feel included.
Yeah. Like, I'm helping, guys. I'm helping. One of those moments when the adults tell the kids step away, and when they're actually right. And this was definitely the situation. Navi are going for a smoke to try to equalize this. Shigetsu breaks the smoke. He's still inside of a blur. They know exactly what's going on, and well, Luna Galaxy moved themselves away. But DD on Yuma.
That could be huge. Got to MKB as well. Extra cloak. I mean, he's cosplaying as well.
Jump in, Hex
Survive.
onto the Lotus Orb protecting him. Here comes the Golem, and the Llama not gonna be safe. Shigetsu is dropping low. He's in trouble. They're going for Shigetsu. He is gonna be going for the refresher and gets himself away for now. Malady trying to stand his ground. Not gonna be happening. Yuma is doing way too much damage. Malik now trying to fight him. Not gonna be happening through this DD. He's just ripping through everybody. And poor Shigetsu, he died as well. The Storm will be hunted down by the Llama who bought back. You wanted my life. Now you all die. Navi. They got the initiation. This is the fight that they wanted, Kips, and now they probably would like to take it back.
Yes, I definitely do think so. And this is the thing that goes right here, of course, is that Yuma absolutely unstoppable. So much reach from that high ground, laying into everybody. Disarm not happening with the BKB on. But Shigetsu gets out, but just gets annihilated by the splash damage there. And this time the Llama gets to buy back entire initiation for naught, and the last buildings are going down as I speak.
Yep, and CM to follow. Yuma continuing with the damage. He doesn't have the TD right now, but he has the level 25, so good luck going through all of those refraction charges. It's now or never Shigetsu. Once the puck comes back, you just lose the game. You're gonna have to fight. He had to be on godlike, but he gave 1200 gold to Yuma. Can he find any big kills here? Deciding to go in with the triple daggers and destroying the Oli core. A good way to start it off, but he has lost his support. It's 1 versus 3. Shigetsu, he has to run. He's begging for his life, and you can beg as much as you want, but you are out of this tournament. Luna Galaxy gets stomped in game number 1, but they're gonna show that they're the better team by making this be a reverse sweep, and they will be the first grand finalist of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3.
Through the eye of the needle, I want to say, I was convinced that that was going to be a Navi comeback with the level 25 and the Abyssal Blade over on the the Phantom Assassin. I thought that Shigetsu was unstoppable, but really what makes the difference here in the end is, well, double damage rune at exactly the right time. And then, of course, the fact that Yuma is ranged and Shigetsu is not. Shigetsu has to commit. Yuma gets to watch from up high how they lay into the Llama and say, fine, I can return fire without being ever at risk myself. And that is where ultimately the fairly short ranges of the engagement of Navi and the fact that they already spent it all on getting on the Llama came to bite them, which is one hell of a way for the draft to finally become relevant again. But boy, did we take a long time to get there.
Now we will get only $5,000 being the third, fourth place. There is not going to be a fight for the third place. It is what it is. We can look at the bracket to see how they came here, how they fought their way through one move versus level up. They did have a reverse sweep versus one move, so now they got a taste of their own medicine. Does this leave a bad taste in your mouth, Kips, if you're Navi?
I don't think so. I think you really just got outplayed at the end there. But this was a full series where you got your stomp. You got not even stomps. Like overall, this was just a worthy opponent. And unfortunately, you are not the one to walk away with the win this time. It's like, and there's also like a couple of easy ways to sort of like wave it away, right? Like that very unfortunate death of the Shadow Shaman, just rattling them a little bit there at the end. I definitely think that factors in the mentality of why they go for the fight after. You can learn a lot from this, and unless you were like, I don't know, you were going to meet your long lost love in Malta or something, I think you're okay with trying again next time.
Okay, let me rephrase that question with production helping me a little bit. Can you, production, show the beaches of Malta that Navi are not going to be going to? Okay, now sour taste in their mouth?
Man, a little. I would like to be floating on, I don't know, like a Tidehunter themed inner tube or something. Right there. That would be rad.
You saw me with the morning jog. Okay, that's it. Stop rubbing it into the faces of Navi. We don't want to do it any longer, but they will not be going there. But the ones that do have a chance to go there are Luna Galaxy if they win the best of 5 grand finals tomorrow versus the winners of our next series. We're not gonna have that long of a break, and after we do return, Team Tickles versus Storm will commence. The other semifinals will be here, so guys, stay with us to find out who will be fighting for that grand final spot, who will be fighting to go to Malta after this next series. So stay with us.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10 GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I'll always be your captain. Ooh.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And we return with the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. We're watching the semi-finals today. The first semi-final, we watched it and we got our first finalist. It is gonna be Luna Galaxy, but now we need to be finding out who their opponent will be. Who's gonna be the other team that actually fights for that spot, for that exclusive bootcamp to go to Malta and enjoy themselves for a couple of days there. Kips, Team Tickles versus Storm. Any expectations?
I mean, I just think that it would be, at the very least, a very good storyline if the entirety of the Luna Galaxy team that went so far in the TI qualifiers would be in the finals of this tournament. Just, you know, on two different teams.
Yeah, I like that you pointed that out.
I think that would be really sealing the deal on just the quality of these guys individually as well, but certainly just also the best story. That said, of course, the other story is also pretty decent because Storm is the only team left standing that went through the group stage, and they have already disposed of Arava, who in turn took down Vivo Keyed Stars, a TI team. So surely that also, in effect, puts Storm in a position where they are actually better than a TI team, right? That's transitive.
Up, so they're definitely gonna win. Yep. So let's see who they're gonna win against as we get into the rosters. Though you mentioned already a couple of players from Team Tickles, but the entire lineup is Shad, Azantic, Boom, Narman, and Ducalis. As we always mention, a really nice bunch here, and the first three, some really cool hairs. Narman and Ducalis, they're more of a we're gonna be good boys.
Like, Boom not being with Gaimin anymore really was a loss for their hair game, and I would like it if we saw more of this kind of, like, just out there stuff on a couple of the Western teams, because the Chinese have always done it, and the Filipinos have always done it. The South Americans have always done it. Give us some vava voom on top of that head, boys. So these guys know what's up.
Yeah, they definitely do. But let's see if their opponents know what's up. And it's going to be Mitchell Fanushka, Nikki Cool, Dominic, 1J, Soneko. Here, if we look at it, only Dominic is sporting something unconventional, but it's still not all over the place. Pretty basic haircuts, but very, very strong 5 players.
Absolutely, yeah. And they did impress me with how cool, calm, and collected they played during their series versus Arava, where Arava was throwing some pretty high level gameplay at them as well. And we talked about that yesterday, right? The fact that we get this level of gameplay from tier 2 rosters, it really just shows how far esports has gone. And Soneko here, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I did not have a lot of experience yet, and we also still used Skype for esports. And if I go back into my Skype messages, somewhere deep down in there is me sending a hopeful message to Soneko like, "Hey, I would love working with you at some point in the future." Never got answered. Never did. It's still in there somewhere buried.
Really?
My shame.
Okay, so we are cheering for Team Tickles. These guys who don't answer, we don't want that. Currently, we are missing a player in the lobby. Not any longer, but if it does come down to it, Kips, like before we see the draft, before we see the gameplay of these two teams, are Tickles the favorites, or do we definitely not know? And this can go either way. But let's get into the draft first, and then we can.
Sure. Yeah, I find it really hard to gauge where Storm stands. Like, for sure, they're going to have a stronger leadership at the head, right? I don't want this to be all about Soneko all the time, but it might happen if he if he goes ahead and does his thing again. Whereas over on Team Tickles, you have a couple of really experienced core players, and you have some of these people have played together for quite a long time on the Luna Galaxy roster as well. So it's not like they are as cobbled together as the roster that we just saw for the official Luna Galaxy. But I'm expecting that the individual skill goes to Team Tickles, and the better team play goes to Storm. That's a Conca. That's an auto loss. My work here is done.
Why are you a Kunka hater? I think there was one Kunka being picked in this tournament thus far. I don't think
Did it
was,
win though?
I think it did. I am gonna find it. You go on and explain us why you're a big hater.
I will. Yeah, I'm a big Kunka hater because the way that this hero currently works is you win the lane, and then after that you run around splashing people with water, and you don't really get to be like the biggest teamfight threat of the decade. You don't have that in your pocket. Your damage output is very limited by your splash, which means that you take a long time to actually deal that damage. And your scaling is really dependent on whether or not you actually get the space to buy items, because if you don't, you just don't contribute anything. You need to scale while also not getting the most out of the items.
I would have agreed with you if you said something that makes sense, like Kunka versus Chain Protector doesn't work because you water him and then he becomes stronger and something along those lines. But yeah, your explanation doesn't really sit well with me. Though Kunka has been played once in this tournament by one move versus Infinity, and it won. So it is 100% win rate here in this tournament thus far. So I'm pretty sure that Team Tickles are going to be winning this one. Plus, it is the Malta vibes, and we all know it's an island surrounded by sea, and we all know who the best admiral in Dota is. Storm, on the other hand, they're going to be going for a Chain Protector and a Shaker, and I'm going to assume that this is going to be a mid lane Shaker. Now, I'm sure of it.
Yes, I will throw myself behind that judgment as well. Earthshaker, Grimstroke, fantastic range on the two spells there for the stun and the first damage, and then you jump in with the Earthshaker, you get the Inkswell on top. It's just a two-man killer, two-man combo breaker, fantastic duo. And well, we've just seen what an Earthshaker can do for you after he's had a good lane. So he would certainly like to eat some Skywrath Mage, that's for sure.
Yep, and one or two hits are gonna be enough. Nicky Cool has proven himself in this tournament already with the Shaker. I'm actually surprised that Pickles didn't ban it out, and that they banned out the Slark. I mean, you're playing a Kunkka. X is one of the spells that the Slark really hates playing against, and they just were afraid of it. So we're not gonna be seeing a Slark for Storm, and I don't really think that Mitra Fanushka is that mad about it. I mean, he's a solid Slark player, but I'd say the Terrorblade is probably his top hero.
Does this look like a TB game so far, though? I guess.
Okay-ish.
See, they have at the very least banned out the Darkseer already, which
Yep.
is could be part of the build-up towards that pick. First, we're going to get to see what Team Tickles is looking for here, though. Darkseer being out, that was also, I gotta say, I consider that to be Boom's best hero currently. He's been very impressive on that, so very
Yep.
curious where they're going to go with him next then.
They're gonna go for the Sven. Having a Darkseer at this point would be amazing for Team Tickles, but that's why the banning phase does exist. Added armor for a team.
Yeah.
One big thing is, whenever I see a Treant, I want the other team to have a Manta hero usually,
Yes.
and not just rely on the BKB. I guess the Sven gets a Satanic at some point, but a little bit later on. So maybe an LC to purge some things off.
Yeah, a Shadow Demon to friendly purge things off. SD couples well with Kunkka.
Okay. This is a really good Medusa pick. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. The only problem I have with Storm's lineup currently is that if the Shaker doesn't pop off, they won't be able to get kills. But overall, their timings should be pretty well. They have good protection for the Medusa in lane. Medusa versus the Sven and the Kunkka is really good. None of these heroes do that standard overtime damage constant that is gonna be problematic for the Medusa overall. So and none of them really builds into the Fusel Blade or drains
Exactly.
mana in any way. So I'm liking the Storm lineup. It just that Nicky Cool, he has a lot on his shoulders.
Yes, he does. I mean, this Medusa here, right? If you go into a third hero here now for somebody to build a Diffusal Blade for Team Tickles, you're most likely going to be looking at a triple melee lineup versus that Medusa still. And she has quite a lot of protection sitting behind her as well, quite a lot of AoE. The team fights start looking rough at that point.
I think you go into damage reduction if your team tickles, because already it's very hard for Storm to kill somebody. I think that's why they banned
Agreed.
out the Underlord, and they're probably going to be banning out the Tide Hunter as well, because it
Tidehunter
would
could also
be...
be DK.
Who?
DK.
Okay. Could be a good one. Yeah, that does damage reduction as well. Plus he's tanky himself. I wouldn't mind it.
Timbersaw, yeah, they know what they did with their cores.
Yep. 3
I know
strength
what it
heroes on Tickles. That would be pretty bad for them if they would be playing versus a Timbersaw.
Oh,
Okay, that is damage reduction, I
take the
guess,
Tide
and they
themselves.
pick a Tide themselves. Yeah, want the Tide versus Kunkka. He has already sunk one of his ships, so women, children, and Kunkka first, as he would say. And there will be an axe
your
on
favorite.
the other side. Between the Tide and the Kunkka? I'd always take the Tide. I mean, I don't understand how anyone would be able to save their ship from a Kraken, right? So, good luck.
yeah. I think the Tide, and he has the belly, man. Dominic knows what's good in terms of cosmetics. He's got that Tide paunch going for him.
Was that cosmetic maybe added during the when Thor was fat in the Avengers? Was that maybe a tribute to that?
I'm really not sure. I just think it really suits the whole like thick abomination kind of look for him. It's I'm so tired of cosmetics always wanting to like pretty things up. What if I want something to look grittier and more real? Like this is I like it when cosmetics lean that way. And I thought you were going to talk about the Thor in God of War actually instead. Like I feel
Oh.
like Tidehunter with his current bod certainly channels a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who told you that having a belly isn't attractive and better. So I don't know.
Wow.
I go with the belly. Look at this axe. Of course, the viewers cannot see it. He has this disgusting six-pack. Like, I'd much rather look like a tide hunter and be a big warrior. The Kips is putting up disgusting faces here. And let's move on from our faces to the game. In 3, 2, 1, blast off from the techies, taking us right into it. And okay, that's a pretty face for sure.
A face only a mother could love. A face for radio.
That's a good one. I'm stealing that one for the future. I'm hanging out with some friends today, and I think that somebody is
Yes,
somebody
you
is
should.
getting that one for sure, going their way. Okay. So looking at the drafts here, Kips, any preferences? I'm still afraid for Storm's damage. I like their draft, but they are really timing oriented, and they could get into a position where they cannot kill people.
Yeah, completely agreed. I guess the fact that you get minus armor on the gush and then you have Nikki Cool hopefully with a good game, but that's what it's all hanging on, right? Nikki Cool doing well. Now he is up versus a lane where I think he should be perfectly fine. Ads is going to be annoying, but is going to certainly be copping a few hits himself. And then the mid game might be all about who gets to go first. Skywrath Mage Clockwork combo is going to do numbers on the Earthshaker if they are the one hunting him. No doubt about it.
I'm definitely here in favor of Tickles. I think they are coming in as the slight favorite, and I think they got the better end of the draft here. So Storm, they are a very timing-based lineup, and a timing-based lineup versus a Sven. So there is a timing on the other side that might get hit and completely counter what you're trying to do. So I think it's easier to play the Team Tickles lineup.
I think the thing about why Sven is so popular right now is that not only is he a timing-based hero where at some point he just gets ridiculously strong, his timing window also doesn't close after that. Like, you have heroes like TA whose damage falls off after a certain point, and Sven just doesn't really do that. Every extra item is just more power.
The Kunkka is preparing a Tidebringer, and Earthshaker has prepared the enchant totems. Let's see who gets that creep. There are a couple of lags though. Hopefully those do stop as fast as possible. Looking at the starting items, nothing really too surprising, right?
No, don't think so either. We have a super annoying lane on bot here, where the Skywrath Mage and the Axe are going to be spamming forever, which is also why there is a wand and a stick on both of the Radiant liners here. Otherwise you get just shoved out of the lane by the constant damage of the Battle Hunger and of the concussive shot spam.
Why is the Shaker taking so much damage from the Tidebringer? He has 4 armor, 7 if he gets close to the tower, and the Tidebringer is still completely annihilating him. Even the Torrent will connect right now. He has the Fairy Fire, so probably not gonna die, but dangerously low for sure.
I was not expecting him to take this much damage, and I doubt that Mikiko himself did either. That's a danger sign. This is not where the Earthshaker is supposed to start having trouble with his regen.
Yeah, well, it did start. The bottle is being delivered at the moment, so he should be fine. But that is only level 1 Tidebringer. What happens when you get more levels into it? Looking at the side lanes, where are we expecting most of the aggression, maybe kills to happen? Is it the Tide and the Grim, or are these 2 melee heroes that they're fighting against too tanky?
I mean, it's Tide versus a Clockwork. Like, I'm not sure how you kill this Clockwork ever. Instead, I would rather wonder if 1J doesn't bite dust versus the Clock at some point. I'm saying this as if Ducalis would not be putting his body on the line to block this camp. He's looked like a goner to me.
Dingswall, it's only level 1. It really doesn't do that much damage, and the double stun from the Sven will be enough. 850 HP for the Clockwork at the start. The little froggy will go down. Sven's
team play and a lot of attention to detail has been lost when that change was made.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes away, if we are back to 1 career, the side shop would return.
Yes.
The side shop I would like bad. I don't know about everybody having their careers. I'm really kind of annoyed by the courier train if I'm losing the game, so I would much rather not deal with that.
That's the point.
Let's go, career train. The Shaker is winning the mid lane, but Xantic is still continuing with the pressure. There's the third deny.
Yeah, not bad for him at all. At the very least, bringing in a bottle really brought Nicky Cool back into here, and you can see that he's back to playing dominant, stepping all the way up to the Kunkka to keep on smacking him in the face.
Boom
Here
is
on the bot
winning
lane, we're
this
looking
lane.
at 2 points into Mana Shield. That is very defensive from Mitro Fanushka. He has put the extra point in the Mystic Snake right now, but normally you nearly always see 2 points in the Mystic Snake.
Has 2 points in the Mystic Snake.
Yeah, he. Wait, what?
Yeah, because you start off with 1 point in the mana shield.
Yeah, I fucking. Sorry. Well, there goes my.
Okay,
my F-bomb for this.
PG-13. Let's go PG-13 now for
Yep,
an hour. You,
no more-
you
no
cannot
more bad
use a
words.
swear word. Okay, makes sense.
No. Why is my brain stuck in 2020? We might never know.
We're all stuck in 2020. Shad, the Inkswell will connect on him. That's gonna be a lot of damage. He's looking like he might die the chase. Not gonna be happening. Way too much armor under the tower. And with the Warcry being used, the Kalis, very nice placement of the cogs there to save his buddy.
Nothing's the same after COVID, isn't it? Anyway, Shad, yeah, that's gonna.
Boom.
They're bringing in
That-
some.
Charming personality.
Well, there we go. Because, you see, if I didn't lose my mind just there, this is where I would have said, okay, this for a melee hero versus Medusa is where the lane turns, because the second level in Snake really starts chipping away at you, and there's really nothing much you can do about it.
Okay. I trust you, Kips. I definitely trust you. The thing is
you.
that the Axe went for a TP out, and now he's gonna have to walk back to the lane. I don't know if
Yes.
he has the money for the smoke. Doesn't want to use it, of course, because you want the early Vanguard. The Kal is dropping low, running away. He'll be fine. His cogs pushing Dominic towards him, but he doesn't want to continue there. Will be a nice tree planted and eaten by Dominic. So nice double tango for him. But overall, this laning stage, it's relatively equal, or it was until that first blood happened.
Player's courier has been killed.
And we are looking at the Axe as one of the people that should be providing threat for Team Tickles after this laning stage is over. You want to see his ability to follow up on a clockwork or to create the engagement for the clockwork first. The action just never stops. I think they finally got Shad.
Yeah, they got Shad. They lost 1J, but it is a small price to pay. The Collars did run him down. Shad didn't really contribute. Wasn't there for the extra gold or the extra experience and the shield rune. It is gonna be Narman that gets it. Nicky Cool now, even if you would want to kill the Skyreth Mage, it would be very tough to do so. The X has been used. Torrent will be coming through and slowing him down, but no boat used just yet. They understand they cannot kill Nicky Cool, especially with Soneko being in the vicinity.
Yeah, with 1J coming back with bottle refill as well. Classic guys on the offlane comes to mid to refill. Nicky Cole now has 6 as well.
Oh, Boom is very low once again. He started off well. He was farming better than Mitrofanushka. Well, not any longer. Now the Snake is level 3, so that's even more of an issue for an Axe. Even once he gets the Vanguard and he got it, it is a tough one. But he can start with the creep cutting.
And that's most likely to succeed now as well, since both of the supports have started moving. Soneko is...
Patient top. I steal.
Soneko just stacked an enemy camp, because Nicky Cool is going to come over to Echo Slam it.
Okay, makes sense. 1J in a lot of trouble though on the other side of the map. He wasn't able to secure the Wisdom Rune for himself. Narman got it on the underside, so both of them going for the side of Team Tickles, and Xantic uses the boat just for the extra movement speed to get the kill. So 2 Wisdom Runes, the kill, and on the other side Storm farming the enemy Ancients and camps with the Echo Slam.
As I've never seen somebody do that before, stacking an enemy camp.
It has never been done in the history of Dota. Is that what we're gonna talk about now? Anyways, though, looking at the net worth here, very good standing for Storm. All three of their cores are looking pretty farmed. All three of their cores have won their respective lanes. The only thing is that those Wisdom Runes are gonna make it so
Yes.
that the supports of Team Tickles get their level 6s earlier, which is very important for a Sky and the Clockwork as well.
Absolutely, so much killing power in that. And that said, Narman is going to take a little bit longer.
Yep, especially after dying there. It is only minute 8, so if he's giving a lane or maybe participates in a kill, he will be close to his level 6 in no time. But Nicky Cool getting kills, this is important for him. As we talked about it, he is the killer. He is the one that needs to make...
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
The viewers should be able to hear us right now as they are watching what happened in the previous game, in the previous series, as that is much more fun than what is currently in the game, guys. So we're just bringing you the most excitement that we can. While we're waiting to get back in the game, go to pinnacle.gg and place your bet. We have some amazing gods for this year. The other ones as well. We're going to be looking at us for the time being. Of course, you have to be 18 plus like us. We are old and very responsible adults as well, and we do remind you to only put down as much as you are willing to spend. We will get ourselves back into the game in 3, 2, 1. There it is. The Techies takes us in once more. Production just wanted to show their amazing turn of the screen there once again. Nicky Cool is going to be getting a boat to the face, actually a shark, and he's surviving. He's surviving, no issue. Concussive shot going on to 1J. Think about going in. Nicky Cool, he decides against it, and the Phantom's Embrace will return to 1J, but both of the mid laners will stay alive, and we cannot say the same for the Medusa that is dead.
And that is a pretty big deal for her. I think that means that she's going to have to abandon that lane. Well, maybe they're getting a kill on Shad in return, though. He is fairly tanky. I'm not sure now.
Overgrowth being used. Dominic, they're gonna use all of their ultis. Is enough for a kill? He's super fast. Shad running away. Uses the Mask of Madness. Let's see the footwork. 2 beasts are chasing me. Going through the woods. Some little lags there because he's breaking some legs, but he's gonna get spat on, and the living seed will be taken out of him. So what happened, how Boom got the kill, is that he dunked on the Medusa. He didn't get anything for the extra HP. And he had 200 HP and he just got dunked on. So that is why you buy something.
That's a very standard Medusa death versus axe, I guess. Nothing. I guess I didn't mention it because it's not that usual to see them get no health boosts whatsoever.
Like, play on the strength threads. What the hell are you doing? And, well, he made a mistake. Narma now being pushed back. The Kali is coming over. Is Mitrofanushka dead once more? No, he will get the help. They're coming to protect their Medusa inside of the cogs. The Kali has trapped himself with his enemies and nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no way to escape. Mitrofanushka gets the kill.
And they're just gonna hold hands with Mitrofanushka now, making sure that the Skywrath ult does not cost him his life. Echo Slam, mid.
Oh, immediately silenced after. That is the ancient seal for you. Now the boat comes as well as the Mystic Flare double ult. Is enough? Nicky Cool standing his ground. You cannot kill me. The battle hunger is on him, but he doesn't look too hungry for any kind of battle. Healed up by the Treant Protector. Not really going to be taking any significant damage. That's a lot thrown into him, and he still survives. Very, very tanky.
Yeah, but at the same time, also very clearly showing the limits of his potential as the guy that needs to get this game going. That was, I believe, his Blink Dagger reveal. And a Blink Dagger reveal for what? Adds lives another day to farm more. And he really should be waiting for his supports in order to get more of the damage out, because it's very clear that he can't do it alone.
I feel bad for the guy every single time we call him ads, because nobody likes ads, right? Something that we are are not that big of a fan of us, unless it's for Pinnacle.gg. That's the one that we like. The smoke from Storm. Where are they going with this one? Top lane, there's no work, isn't really the kill you're looking for.
No, but certainly placing down some vision there would be worth it.
Bounce came through, Inkswell is there, a lot of damage. Boom is coming over, running away from the axe. They have to do it, coming in with the hook shot, and 1J is looking very much dead. A couple of hits from the axe and the dunk, chop on top of the head. 1J goes down. There will be another offering here. Soneko says, kill me as well, kill me as well. It cannot be only one support there, and it will be the other one too. He was a little bit up in the air, so the axe couldn't chop him down properly there. Misses on the culling blade, and it is going to be a Zantig that gets the kill.
Yeah, Mitra Fanushka dying to a snake bounce though. That was sorry, excuse me, the clockwork.
Yep.
Dying to a snake.
From Mitra Fanushka, I guess.
Yes. And we still have this standoff in the mid lane where Tidehunter has the Meteor Hammer, has the Ravage, can start posturing here now.
Kips, why do we keep seeing these Svens without farm? Like, what's happening? You have 100% cleave. Get those creeps in, Shad. He has a lot of stacks. To be honest, after this mid lane tower falls, with the Tidehunter Ravage being ready, they can invade. And they're coming with the invasion. Boom, though, is the one that is taking the stack with the call being used. The cooling swell is on him. And he got stunned up by the clockwork. Can go forward. They will clear out him. And, well, they don't find the stack. But now they're going to be turning around onto Zantic. Nice Fissure block. Immediately go for the Ravage. And the Meteor Hammer being dropped, it's not going to connect, but they do have the follow-up stuns from the Shaker. Zantic doing his best to survive. The Torrent will not allow him to do so. He gets the connection onto Nikikul, but only after his life has been taken. So 2 kills for Storm. They're really pushing this and it's looking good for him.
Needing to commit a lot of spells and a lot of heroes here as well to actually get it done, like even Mitra Fanushka moving forward, but correctly reading that the Sven is not going to be showing up anytime soon. He is in mid currently. Ooh.
They're doing really good, Storm, though. I'm liking how they're playing Dota, and we said that Nikikul needs to have a good game. I think he's doing a really good job, and the rest of Storm are following him. Usually you don't see the Tidehunter everywhere on the map, but he is making his presence known. Went for the phase boots here just to be able to keep up with the Shaker and his speed.
Yeah, agreed. And once he moves over into the pipe here, I think a lot of the kill threat from Team Tickles is going to be neutralized as well. Which is, you know, putting everything in the hands of that currently slightly under-farmed Sven.
The Axe will have a blade mail. Goes for the call. They're trying to kill the Tidehunter. They don't take any of his life away, even with the ulti of the Skyret Mage there. Didn't really change all that much. Soneko in the vicinity. Just comes over. Overgrowth being used. Is he trying to get a kill here? No support coming from his teammates, especially with Chad being in the vicinity. Now they go for the call and the ulti from the Sven, but the Echo Slam.
Nice
Nikikul is there to turn completely around. He's way too tanky. Here comes the boat. I already sunk it once. That's what Dominic will say. And boom, he wants to get the dunk on him. Not gonna be happening. He will be getting a dunk on Soneko. Nikikul did go down, and now the Kraken is left all alone. Narman will be the one to finish him off with the magical damage before you get the pipe. Quite susceptible to it. 3 heroes already dead. They have found 1J as well. X marks the spot of where you will die. He does go for the Inkswell. Gets the heal off. Close even to killing the Axe. Now going towards the Roche. Kill me, Roche, please. He's not there. He's in his outer house trying to juke a little bit around. Will get called and dunked. In the end, 4 heroes dead while Stickles don't lose anybody.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at all the layers of engagement here. It's very simple. Since Nikikul does not actually have the damage to finish anybody off in his jump, the next jump comes through, and that is after Zantic has already thrown a buff. And they just run out of damage on the Storm. It is that simple.
Yep. Once the boat came through, it was impossible to fight. They now get the... Nah, they got him again. You're not getting out of this one alive, are you? They also have this wave. He's not going to be riding. The Kraken Shell purchases it off. But here comes the Soul Bind. They have the Inkswell. Dominic is going to be healing. He's just standing there fighting the Clockwork. The rest of them trying to run away by holding hands. The Axe and the Kunkka. I didn't know they swing that way. Here comes Mitchell Fanushka as well, trying to turn Kunkka into stone while the rest of them are fighting the Axe. But he's spinning, doing so much damage. Not going to be enough to get the kill. The Kunkka will be able to run himself away. me, that usage of the tidal wave is the only reason that the Kunkka didn't get turned to stone.
Yep. Very nicely done there from him, but it's also not enough to keep the pressure up on this bot lane where they just won a fight and immediately after didn't even need the Ravage from Storm, so they can now continue on pressuring through to this bottom tower as well if they want to.
Both of the teams can run out of damage, Kips, especially because of this ink swell of the Grimstroke. The heal is insane.
And it's either that Inkswell heal or it is the boat coming through.
Yep.
Either one of them has the potential to completely flip the fight upside down. It's going to be very hard to do the calculations for that.
I'm looking at Storm's lineup, and I think they're more likely to be surviving through the fight. Especially once the Medusa gets the butterfly, you're going to have the more constant output of damage, right? And there's going to be a pipe, there's going to be a very strong Medusa. And good luck, Tickles, getting the kills. They're baiting on Dominic again.
Yeah. Because it's double BKB coming out later.
So he opened up the fight, the Ravage onto the
That's
forest,
a
and
nice
the Echo
slam
as well, but he's going through the Blade Mill, so he's actually taking a lot of damage. He's gonna have to get himself away. The tidal wave getting Dominic a little bit away from the Kunkka, but he will still be able to run him down, and Dominic is the one with a double kill. So Neko started off that fight like a boss. He did lose his life, but who the hell cares? Mitra Fanushka again with the snake hunting down the little clockwork.
Beautiful. The fact that he gets the Skywrath Mage here, that is, for me, what really decides the fight. That flare not coming out when it's such a big part of the damage of Team Tickles.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I think it was the Skywrath Mage whose fault it is that this happened, because he didn't get the silence on Soneko fast enough. If he reacted fast enough there, we're seeing a completely different story, as Soneko would probably die, and there wouldn't be a 4-man Ravage, or at least not that clumped up of a 4-man Ravage.
Yeah, I think I agree. Then again, the fact that the tree shows up in that location, there's not a lot of Treant players who do it like that.
No, definitely not, especially not with the Force Staff. With the Blink, maybe, but with the Force, very rarely. Narman, you could be in trouble yet again, and there it is, Tumblr Story, Force Staff. Did you expect me? No, not again, where you should start to expect Soneko to go for this Blink out for Boom. No overgrowth at the moment. Can this slow him down? No, he's out.
Yeah, and I love that he went for the Force Staff as well. This is such a phenomenal Force Staff game between all of the areas of effect that Tickles can throw at you, all of the slows. This is... Somebody needed a Force Staff, and the fact that he's got the opportunities to also make offensive plays with it, chef's kiss.
Yep, 1J is going for it as well, and it's very important. Axe Call, Cogs, X as well, the stun from the Sven, so many reasons to reposition yourself from Team Tickles. If you manage to get yourself away from that initial round of damage, you're probably surviving, and then the turnaround is quite nice for Storm. I really like how they played this first 20 minutes of the game. Now, with Mitra Fanushka getting the items, I don't think that constant output of damage is going to be a problem any longer. Hookshot onto Soneko. He has been caught. Here comes Mitra Fanushka to try and say, Soneko is running forward. I'm not afraid of you. Tidal Wave pushing them back, but Storm seem to be pretty good at surfing as well, as they get themselves a 5k gold lead now.
Yep. And normally I would say the butterfly doesn't count as a damage item, but when the damage is so limited on both sides, I do really think that the butterfly, together with the fact that it's so much damage reduction in the matchup with the Sven as well as the Kunkka, actually, matters a lot for Team here. And this is 2 tormentors back to back.
So, Nikki steals the Wisdom Rune. Another round of Wisdom Runes that go only towards Storm. He doesn't have a TP. Okay, but the enemies don't know that, obviously. Then click on him.
So now we've got Dead in the Water online as well.
Okay. As if Team Tickles didn't have a heavy enough game. Now this is the thing, you've sunk Kunkka's boat, you're using his anchor as a weapon, and now you throw it to her. Here, have it back, right? And well, I don't think he's gonna be too happy about it.
I don't think so either, but he is gonna have to call customer service about it himself. I don't think Dominic is gonna give it up anytime soon. And there's double BKBs coming up from Tickles right now. One over on the Axe, one over on Atlantic, as well as, yeah, the one for Sven is already completed. Triple BKB you can do a lot with that. Especially you don't have to fear the shaker damage for a while, but overgrowth still goes through that, and we already have that butterfly online. So the physical damage is starting to come in already.
They found Soneko, Mystic Flare. Finally, they get themselves a clean kill. They've been looking for this clean kill for a very long time, and it will go their way this time.
Yeah, I do think that they're only getting it because they're moving in for Roshan on the Radiant side, though.
True, Soneko a little bit careless there, trying to push out the mid wave, putting himself in harm's way. Drosh will get taken down by Storm, but the gold lead does get taken down a little bit. 1J there on the high ground, stopping the potential smoke, which Tickles aren't going for, but they will be scouting this Roach, which isn't the fastest for Storm.
No, this is a very slow one indeed. We're going to see faster ones later down the line once Dominic has an Aghanim Scepter. Very good in combination with the Medusa's indiscriminate physical damage. I think we're definitely going to see that
He
one
stole
come
the
up.
Roche. Lucale stole the Roche with the rocket.
It's the flare!
Yeah. Oh, what the hell? That feels
Yeah,
so
well,
bad
that's
for
the
Storm.
entire gold lead gone.
Yep. Yeah, did you so the only reason now that you went for the Roche is the Aegis, but you wanted that gold, you wanted that experience, it's just taken away from you.
And they lost a mid tower in the process as well, which is still a phenomenal thing to have on your map in terms of playing fast and being able to TP there. So, yeah, well, you better use that Medusa as a battering ram now to get some of that gold back, because I think we just saw 6k gold lead evaporate.
Yeah, literally evaporate. Tukal is one of the biggest culprits there. I think there's going to be a lot of hate going his way from the side of Storm. As Mitra Fanushka is going for a Skadi, a lot of defensiveness from him. I'm not sure if I agree with this one. Is he tanky enough without the Skadi?
You're up versus a Sven. I think skipping the Skadi is a sort of a crime.
Okay. That's why I have you. That's why I have an analyst. Because I would just be Mitra Fanushka, Daedalus, please. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I understand, but like that's the butterfly is there. Doesn't quite count as a damage item. It's not the worst either, though. Look at Seneko. He's got another one in his sights. Look how careful they are.
Went for the echo. They don't want the call. Now it will connect, and he is running away. Overgrowth will get used. There is a torrent and the boat, and the Axe gets himself into the run now, being silenced up. But that's only after the BKB ends, and there it is. They get the double kill. Mitra Fanushka, he finishes off Narman, and Soneko, he will be the one to claim Boom. Very... I love how they play fights, Kips. I've been watching them through the group stages, and they weren't this good when the tournament started.
Like the way, look, this patience here is what we've been praising them for before, but then also the different angles at which they approach this fight now, and the fact that they don't overcommit anything. A lot of people just waiting on high ground, sitting over to the side, not taking any unnecessary risks, seeing if anybody else shows up before they move into the kill. There's a lot of consideration and a lot of confidence that goes into playing a fight like that.
You know what? Also, this Soneko Treant, he has almost as much net worth as Nicky Cool. And Nicky Cool isn't doing well in terms of net worth, but I cannot say he's been having a bad game. He's 0-1 and 9.
I mean, he's been doing exactly what is needed, which is he's been legging it all over the map, making sure that things happened and that Storm was the one driving the tempo still, even when there's so much counter engagement over on Team Tickle. So we've seen it go wrong a couple of times. And of course, that means that you haven't been hitting creeps, you haven't been farming. I think he has been very deliberately sacrificing that farm in order to do what his team needed him to do. And if I look at the farm, there's a Skadi on Mitra Fanushka right now, I think they're over the hump.
Probably pretty happy. Now they have the gem as well on Storm, so they're gonna be able to control the map to find all of those wards. They've already taken down one tier 2, and now they're looking for more. They want to get the most out of this Aegis. Actually, this is the last outer tower. They got the bottom tier 2 quite a long time ago. Poor Clockwork has been caught, stuck in the cogs. The X comes over to save his life. Mystic Flare has been used. He needs to use that pipe right now. There's the Ravage. Yes, X, I did want a bonus. Let's see if Boom is going to be able to get himself away. Don't TP out. Overgrowth doesn't allow that to happen. No escape for you. The tidal wave coming through, and the Sven on the other side. He wants to go for Soneko, and we will cleave down 1J as well. So the both supports will be going down. It's a 2-for-2, but they still need to run away now as Storm are coming in with a response.
Yeah, they did not see Shad coming, and we have been playing without Shad for the past 20 minutes. So
Yeah, we really have.
he did come out of the left field just a little bit, but yeah, the supports were also standing just a little bit on top of each other, too much on top of each other. See if Nikki Cool has an angle here, because Mitra Fanushka is ready to play. He's got a minute left on that Aegis. He'd love to party.
Very unlikely that we're gonna be seeing a fight though during
Yeah.
that Aegis, right? Though there is no Ravage.
That's why he's trying so hard.
Let's see Shad. His God Strength will be expiring soon, so I don't think he wants to fight. He is speedy and mobile, so I don't think they're gonna catch him either way.
No, they should not, and that is going to be the end of that Aegis. With well, they're looking better than they did at the start of getting that Aegis, but
It's still less than when they started the Roche. They started the
Exactly.
Roche with a 5-6k gold lead, and it ended up being a big fat 0. No,
And
Tide, I wasn't
Shad
talking
is
about
fully
you.
caught up as well. He's the same exact level as Mitra Fanushka as well. Actually, a little bit ahead of him, going to reach level 21st, which his team is going to be very thankful about. I presume it's going to be the Warcry armor versus the Dusa.
Yeah. There is an Aghanim's on the Kunkka, so the water park is ready. Do you think Storm are gonna have
yeah.
fun with the Torrent Storm, or are they gonna be pretty mad about how much of a distraction it will be?
I think that's right. I think they're going to have to really utilize more of that patience that they've already been showing. And
Okay.
I think that then they can deal with it. Of course, if they're annoyed that they've had to focus so hard for these simple fights at all, then yeah, sucks to be you. Kunkka can turn open the tap if he wants to.
It is gonna be a rough one for sure. It is annoying because it really is very hard to play against it. Shaker Fissure going for the clockwork, trying to finish him off with the silence. He can't get out of the cogs, he's dead. Now Sonai could take a lot of damage, but the pipe is protecting. He will get dunked down in the end. Still, they don't have that much movement speed, and even if they had, versus this Soulbind, they just cannot run away, couldn't decide where to go, where to run, and they were just pulling each other left and right, playing tug of war, and they are teammates.
Now pronounce you teammates. These engagements keep out turning wrong for Team Tickles. It feels like they're really better if they only go on the counter engagement side, but that in turn means waiting for Storm to come at you. Which is leaving the initiative and the tempo of the game in your enemy's hands.
We need to give you a minister's license, Kips. I think he would be pretty good at that. I've never heard somebody pronounce somebody to be something better than you just did. But Storm are finally back to their pre-Roche lead of 5k gold. Their Medusa is still at the top. How do you feel about this? You know, going late game. Is there any lineup that you prefer?
That is a really tough question, actually.
We only ask tough questions here. The Tide has been caught, and that is not gonna be a tough kill whatsoever. Let's see now. Turning around onto the Kalas. Mitchell Fanushka slowing him down. He has a lot of attack speed, a lot of damage. He gets the kill. It's a 1-for-1. Cool. He has found the opening. He has the BKB to work with. He has been slowed down quite a lot. Narman gets himself out. Now the call onto him. They have the BKB as well. The Torrent as well, and the boat will connect. The Overgrowth stopping it for the time being. Jumping out by Nikki Cool. Doesn't want to use his BKB. Right here comes Shad. They will be able to slash him down with a couple of swipes. He jumps away but dies. Mid-flight, Mitra Fanushka now left all alone. Let's see what you can do. Kill the snake, cut his head off. Where's your mana? Where's your life? He wants to at least kill the Axe. Not gonna be happening. He will pull him back to the Axe in the Torrent and drown him in the river. Only losing the Clockwork in that fight. Not wanting to commit the BKB on the Shaker to kill Narman. It was just allowing the side of Team Tickles to kite, and finally win the fight.
We've been talking about this patience, and in this case, Storm peels off one of these layers of counter initiation by killing the Clockwork first, separating him from his team. And then after that, Storm needs to try and hold hands in order to be centered around his Medusa, make sure that Shad can pick them off one by one. But they aren't actually capable of holding on to that, especially not with the Water Park. And that turns out to be a really big difference maker indeed.
Axe has an Aghanim Scepter, so his call now very low cooldown. 8 seconds, so 5 seconds downtime on that. He wants to get a refresher as well. So why does he want that Battle Hunger applied? I guess for the he's mostly getting it for the added armor, right?
Yes, I think so as well. Armor is your best friend in this game, and they have a bunch more armor incoming as well. Once, for example, an AC gets completed on any of these heroes, there's several good buyers for that.
Is under attack.
And Medusa's just going to have to scale her damage out, but they are looking for another scrap on Storm.
Axe is gonna have around 100 armor when he gets the call off if there's a war cry there as well. It's gonna be insane.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't think you do anything against it. I think you just have to leave him.
Well, yeah, but he taunts you to fight, like fight me, and you
Yes.
can't say no. His provoking game is way too strong.
Tower is under attack.
Like, you don't want to fight me, coward.
You called me a
that's how it
coward?
works.
Them's fighting words. I would have wanted to see an Axe on Dominic this game. I really did. Because now, Mitra Finuchet could use all of the help he can get, but there isn't really that much damage help for him out there. There's nobody carrying like a Solar Crest.
Who has the silver edge at least. Boom, leading the charge. Ducalis will get this move broken. That's a nice fissure. The Echo's not on the three of them. Nikki has found an opening, but where's the help? Where are my teammates? Why am I doing this all alone? He got both of the support super low. At least he will bring down Narman. Ducalis will live on the other side of the fight. Ravage still wasn't used. Tidal Wave bring them closer to Shad. Soulbind being connected on him. Overgrowth being used as well, but he has the Satanic to remove it. Shad is running away, being slowed down. Satanic, he needs to get himself away. They have the sentry. He's looking very much dead, especially with the Ravage. The call from the Axe all gonna be there. And here comes the Torrent. It's not enough to keep them away. The Tidal Wave pushing them away once again. But it is gonna be a beautiful fight for Storm. And right in front of the enemy base, it's time for a push, Kips.
Beautiful. They're just all walking up into Nikki Cool's waiting hands. Yeah, a flawless victory there, as the office is illustrating. And he is not upset that none of his teammates are near at all, because he's got both of the supports of Team Tickles in a bind, plus the Axe, with all of that armor, cannot actually stop the Medusa, and everybody else on Tickles is on that Sven's case.
Dire's bottom tower.
That's gonna be the tier 3 down. Now you have the glyph, but you're not gonna be protecting your base. Right now the Tombstone will be used. So much damage being done. He's destroying them. He's annihilating. It's insane how much this Kunkka is doing. The Mystic Flare did help for sure. Nikki Cool now coming in. But can they get the Raxes down? Now there's no Torrent Storm. So let's see. There's no Torrent Storm. There's no boat. There is no Mystic Flare. There is only the hookshot at the ready. Going for the Shaker. Taking him low, but he will not be going down just yet. The X will connect. The Raxes have fallen. Buyback on the Clockwork.
Mana's
Atlantic
low.
pulling back Mitra Fanushka. Yeah, not that much mana on the Medusa. He does have the Manta, however. Hookshot will connect, and his teammates are just gonna leave him. That is your carry, but you're gonna have to accept the fact there is nothing you can do for him.
It takes them so long to take that building down. My goodness, and this is also why these fights are taking so long. Outside of the Skywrath Mage, there's just almost no burst damage in this game. I guess the only other one is the Echo Slam. And once it comes to hitting buildings, Storm just have to sort of stand there. There is no outmaneuvering a building. All you can do is sit there and slap it while Ads just water parks you around.
Kunkka has an Octarine Core. He's going for a refresher. It's gonna be a problem. A double Torrent Storm is a problem. We saw that one Torrent Storm is a problem, but two of those, it's gonna be way too much damage.
I mean, I love it when teams make me eat my words. So this is the kind of Kunkka gameplay I've been hoping for. I've seen so many disappointing Kunkkas fall short, come up with nothing, and Ads, the way he's been directing his tidal waves and the way he's positioning himself while he lets the Torrent Storm fly, I love it.
The Tormentor will be taken down. Nikki Cool gets his shard. So both of the teams have gotten some objectives going their way. Narman, he has the cheese. It is actually Boom with the Aegis. He did buy... No, he didn't buy back. Why did he get the Aegis on the Axe? I guess he's the first one to die always, right?
He hasn't really been, though.
Storm being used. Xantic has the BKB. Running away for now. He's pulling the anchor. No issue. This guy's strong enough. Overgrowth. They will not allow him to escape. Another tidal wave. 8-second cooldown on that one. Ducalis has been taken down. And now, poor Xantic, he cannot move an inch. You got the Aegis, you got the cheese, but you're missing 2 heroes. So you might be missing another lane of racks fairly soon, as there is a Ravage ready. There is an Echo Slam ready. And Storm are coming.
Still have all the tools in the box, but again, they don't push very fast.
Let's see. Without the Kunkka,
No glyph.
you have Meteor Hammer, Tidehunter pushing in all the waves. They want to be preparing this push the best possible way. Shad isn't even coming over at the moment. He's 24. He would like to be at 25, but not there just yet.
Look at the way they're approaching this. Pinnacle wants more pickoffs. They know that they need to kill more heroes if they want to keep this push going.
It would be ideal for them. Hard the buybacks looking for tickles. Not ideal. Axe will have his in 20 seconds, but he has the Aegis. They have the cheese. So roughly they have 5 heroes if you look at it that way. But Shad isn't coming. He's gonna wait at least for his clockwork before he wants to challenge the enemies.
And that means that they let Mitra Fanushka take what he has claimed. Second round of racks going down. I say second. There is a range rack standing on the bot lane.
That doesn't count, Kips. Range racks good for nothing.
I mean, it's true. What good has a range rack's ever done for you?
Not much, definitely. The Storm, they are 5k gold ahead. This is kind of the max lead they've had, 6k
I know.
probably, but they are in firm control of the game for sure.
It's like they're attached to a little bungee cord, and it's really all down to Tickles just needing the information, needing to wait until Storm engages before they can properly pour their damage into the correct targets. Shad was a little far out. There's no vision on this Tidehunter though.
Hunter, it's a blink in. Shad gets himself away. Because they still have the Aegis, so that advantage is there. Going for a smoke. 9 heroes are currently in a smoke. Tide has to be careful. The call can catch him and just kill him from 100 to 0, but he gets himself away. Tickles haven't found anybody.
Dire are scanning.
Scans
Are scanning.
both miss right next to one another.
Gideon Medusa is gonna expire right now. Okay, so they don't have that extra damage any longer. Stormer just running away. Very smart choice to get ourselves out. Wait this Aegis out. You're gonna have a massive lead. Haven't taken 2 lanes of racks. You are versus a Sven, versus the Axe, versus the Kunkka. It's not like they don't have tools, but it is still a huge advantage.
It is, exactly. Having to go back to deal with the waves cuts into a lot of their ability to get out on the map. It also brings you a lot of information. As soon as you see somebody, you know that they are not a threat, you know that they're not farming elsewhere. And of course the gold differential usually starts ticking up as well. But that is really not the main component. And I wonder here, if you're Storm, if you're just going to take it easy until you get level 25 on Mitra Fanushka, because if you keep on pushing it and you keep on holding hands, it's going to take a long time before he gets to the split shot using modifiers. Whereas if you give him that time, you are going to reach 25 that much earlier, and you might need that versus a Sven who does in fact have that already.
Timeless Relic on Kunkka and Timeless Relic on the Shaker. They both have the ideal items that they would want out of the tier 4s. It is insane how much they're going to be contributing to these fights. But Skyrit Mage, Aghanim Scepter, and level 18. If there is a 2-man call, Kips, and there are no
Yes.
BKBs, that is 2 dead heroes instantly.
Absolutely. Its axe is so scary.
Yeah, that mask does look pretty scary as well, though. I'm not gonna say that his face is any better looking, though. Sorry, Axe, it is what it is.
Even if he's farming right there, Nikiko cannot afford to go on him.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, but he knows he shouldn't.
That's why you thought about it, you know.
Yeah.
That's why you wait for a second. Like, should I do
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Nah.
I had a friend in high school who I really only remember because of his legendary quote, like, I really should think before I do something stupid, huh? With the implication that he was still gonna do it.
Of course. But at least you think it through, so you know what the consequences or roughly what the consequences are gonna be. You know, boys will be boys. You want to jump off a tree, you jump off a tree. You break a leg, you break a leg. It is what it is.
Let's see if they want to break any legs. Yeah, Nicky Cool's going for it.
Let's see if he will. They found the axe, forced after the side. The hex was used, not gonna be doing that much. So Neko coming in with the overgrowth, catching the axe again. Ducalis trying to keep them away. He has caught Nicky Cool. That is a big one. Tries to jump out of the car. It's gonna be too hard. Goes for the BKB. Thurston just destroys him with the Echo Slam. No buyback on Ducalis. Currently, Team Tickles, they still have that cheese, but they have lost one of their heroes.
Perfectly timed there, though, with the timing out of the Aegis, going for the axe, locking down that potential of counter engagement. So all they had to throw at Storm was the Clockwork, who falls over and dies.
You're a beautiful person.
I think if he doesn't go for the shaker there, that they lose so much more, as Nicky Cool was getting into position to catch the axe. So that was a really nice play from Ducalis. Looking at the buybacks, the only one missing money is the Tidehunter. Timer on the Clockwork buyback will be done in 15 seconds, so only the Greedy Tide currently. Okay, now it's the Greedy Shaker joining him as well.
Greedy Shaker, indeed. Both of them wanting to buy refreshers. They're saying, alright, fine, you don't give us time to let us deal the damage. We're just going to do 2 cycles of all our spells. That'll be enough in about 5 seconds.
Level 25 Swen, level 24 Kunkka. Once there's a Ghost Ship fleet, that is also a big deal for sure. Especially once you get the refresher. 6 boats. That is a real strong fleet. I don't know if Tidehunter can sink all of those.
That is a veritable armada. But then again, Medusa just picked up that Wisdom rune. We're getting there. We're getting to
there.
that level 25, which is going to be a game changer.
Double Hex, though, is a game changer as well, as the Tidehunter does have a Hex, so using that on a soulbound target will be a thing that can change so many game-changing things as these fights. It really comes down to who gets the better jump, who gets the better turnaround, who gets their spells off better. I would still give an advantage to Storm, as these creeps pushing in, it will mean they should have more vision and more information of where their enemies are.
And I would say that as well, if they weren't up versus a Clockwork, who has been spamming flares with precision, as we could see from the Roshan kill earlier on. Now you have to not forget that just because we can see everything doesn't mean that they can see it. This cut from behind, though.
Both mid laners have refresher Kips. None of them have
Shad?
buybacks. And Shad, blink out just in time. He actually got himself up on the hill. He has the harpoon to get himself down. They want to chase down the rest of them. Overgrowth will be used. Here comes the boat. The tidal wave as well, pushing away Soneko. Nobody's dying at the moment. The soulbind has been used. Here comes another round of the spell. The echo time from Nico. Also the 3 of them. He's crushing them. He's destroying them. He's destroying the earth underneath them as well. But he's not going to be able to do that much damage. The cheese keeping them alive. And Xantic still with the BKB will be more than fine, and it is only going to be the sports that die for now, but it's Xantic now trying to get away. The call just in time. He has been broken. We're only going down. Mitchell Farushka goes down. That's going to be a beautiful fissure to end it. Nicky Cool, a beautiful performance in this fight, but didn't get them a victory in the end.
Oh Lord, and Shad wasn't in that fight. He only shows up at the last, after Storm has blown everything. He needs to walk all the way around the Medusa at the end as well, because the start of the fight is just all lockdown from the side of Storm, with Ads really the only one lengthening this. And man, look at these Storms throwing 2-3 heroes into the air at the same time.
Xantic is winning the game for his team. I don't know what to say. Doing way too much damage, controlling everybody, and in the end, even surviving that Medusa, the buyback of Boom. Of course, he did die to the Fissure in the end, but it really is a big deal that he survived for such a long period of time. That is a 3-man echo. That's your kill on an axe, and you still don't win a fight.
Devastating, I would say, for Storm. Absolutely devastating. And that means that Chad gets himself... I mean, I'm not even sure if he's going to get the Aegis, because again, Swen, not that great of a carrier as... Yeah, 1J cannot die here.
I don't know what Nicky Cool was doing though. Sorry, what Narman was doing though, as Nicky Cool does kill him. Narman dead for 70 seconds. The Kunkka and the Medusa will be back in 20, but that's gonna be the Aegis cheese and the refresher for Team Tickles. Refresher currently on the Sven. We'll see if he's the one that stays with it.
I imagine Norman thought like, hey, the 1J just bought back. If I kill him, I end the game here. And not quite that easy, as it turns out.
Whoever is taking the Roche is giving away the lead to the enemies. There's a 10k gold lead currently for Storm. Of course, gold at the moment doesn't mean anything, doesn't mean much at all.
Absolutely not. Where are those refreshers, boys? Tide. Flying in an Aeon Disc actually changed his mind.
Yep, he is... I guess that's a really good route because you want to be in front. There's not going to be a nullifier on the other side. So I understand that approach for sure.
I do, but I'm just... We were looking for solutions to the damage problem, and I feel like a broken record here. But they had so much time to wail on the entirety of Tickles there. Even though, you know, the Gunkai is throwing water at you, it's not that pleasant. You don't get to just stand and deliver as much as you want. Still, people should have been dying right there, and they just weren't because you're not delivering any DPS whatsoever.
Xantic is now level 25 on the Kunkka. Kips, this is the timing that they were looking for. If Storm didn't have these two lanes of advantage at the moment, I think this game would just be done right now for Tickles.
Yes. It's the only reason that they're staying back in their base right now, that they have to wait for Storm to come time and time again. Because by now they have the toolbox to take the fight to them.
And they're
They will
coming
do so.
out. Be going forward. There's the Clockwork coming in. The Hex being used on him, but the Lotus Orb does return in. The Kalis is still alive, getting some vision. The Soulbind does connect. That is the double gush. He's dead. Clockwork loses his life. Now the boats coming through, and the Torrent Storm bringing in the Medusa, going through her mana. Here comes another round of the boats there, but he's fine.
Her mana was already low.
He lost a lot of the mana. They're trying to save him with the Ravage. Might just be able to do so. The Medusa is still alive, but he lost everything, and now he loses life as well. Nice fissure onto all of them. Shad is just going forward, not allowing that Shaker to do much, to do anything in the fight, and now they're just playing with a Tide Hunter. Nice Aeon Disc. It will give you 2.5 seconds to live longer so that we can absolutely demolish your face. Not even his mother will recognize him after Tickles are done with him. And Storm have lost 3 heroes, 2 of which do not have buybacks. Tickles don't necessarily know this, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to be forcing the issue.
And that was, we were mostly watching two teams play volleyball with a with a Clockwork. Until Team Tickles is sure that Storm are engaged deeply enough. With Seneko coming in from the back there.
That Clockwork and his sacrifice was amazing. Just opening up the knowledge here for Tickles. I can understand Storm are trying to have a slow approach. I don't think you can do it any longer in this game because the Torrent Storms are too strong. You need to kill somebody fast.
So what choice did they have? They didn't go Axe on the Tide. The Medusa also did not build a Daedalus or anything like that. So you did. Who's gonna do set killing? I guess Nikki Cool here trying to know. Oh, that's a satanic, my boy.
It was close though, but he doesn't get the Sven kill. Medusa and the Tide still dead. They haven't lost a lane of Rags just yet, and these fissures are hell annoying. Sven is gonna be losing his God Strength, but has the Refresher Shard still has not been used, as well as the Aegis for another 50 seconds.
Well, this is really, you can keep that for a rainy day. I don't see any reason for him to spend any of his goodies just now. He's just gonna buy himself a legit refresher in one go. How does that sound?
Oh, well, it sounds amazing. Now he can give this one maybe to the Skywrath Mage. Does the Axe have a refresher? No, hasn't bought it just yet, so maybe give it to the Axe. The double call with the Mystic Flare coming down. It is pretty much a one fight just from those two spells.
Agreed. Aegis timing out now. I wonder if we're going to see Storm try and get some sort of fight in now that the Aegis is going to be gone. I have no doubt they're going to be timing it, but their abilities to engage are so limited.
How are their smokes looking? They don't have any, right? Yeah, none in the shop. They only have the ninja gear on the Grimstroke. So very hard to make plays when you have no smokes in this part of the game.
Yes. Yes, it would be.
They do have the gem though and the 2 lanes still, so I guess that gives you an advantage, but maybe during nighttime, during daytime, it's gonna be very rough to find an opening.
Nonetheless, they are positioning up. They really don't have another choice now, do they?
Not really.
I like that they're looking it in the eye. They say, well, we got the Rexes, we might get an opportunity. We should be in position just in case it happens.
They're not jumping on Shad. They should have. He was alone for the time being. Of course, you didn't have the info. Shad playing with his life a little bit. That was scary.
I don't think they have the damage, frankly. Like,
Really?
Yeah.
Hey,
That's-
might be right.
That's 4k health and you need to move your Medusa in. Like, you mostly have stuns. You mostly have ways to stop him from dealing damage, but who's gonna rip through him? Nobody.
You know what's the way to deal damage? If you use double fissure and then echo slam over that. That's the real damage. Because then the aftershock is literally 4 times right next to you. And I haven't seen the Shaker go for that. Nicky Cool, he's not going for the double fissure and then using his spells. You should go like fissure, echo, refresh, fissure, echo, enchant totem, and it's so much damage. It's actually insane.
Well, there you have it. The recipe for a possible Shad kill. It is in the cookbook.
Not easy to pull off though. If it's not something that you play too often.
Oh,
Oh,
he
nice
just
fissure!
threw the axe.
Just as he jumped in, the axe didn't get the BKB off, and now the Ravage just making sure that nobody in the back helps. Even one bit the buyback immediately. They know they have to do it, but the Echo Slam now going for the Kumka. And let's see if they can turn this one around. It seems like the answer will be, I think he will do it
Yes.
without Pinnacle. Now every single one of them is alive as the Sven is destroying the Medusa, and it is gonna be boom that starts dunking people down. Call this guy to play basketball with you because he knows what he's doing, and the Tide running himself away will TP back to the base. Did cost them 3 buybacks, and Storm showed that they have what it takes to win this game. One more fight like that, Kips, and they'll be able to win.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it would be. Now the question is, can they defend their base without spending just as many buybacks of their own? You'd want to use that
No.
in order to win the fight immediately, and the Tide can't hold this.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't know, they're gonna have to use those. They do buybacks on Echo at the moment. Let's see what happens there. Just this Medusa has
You
no
might wait
impact
for
in the
Nikki.
fight.
I think if you're Nicky Cool, you try and see if you can get away with waiting it out.
The Axe now has
sacrifice
the
as
refresher as well.
Are under Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower has fallen.
And level 25, so good luck with getting away from the Berserker's Call because it has such a huge AoE.
It is enormous.
Buybacks, Storm. They're gonna go for the Grimstroke one. Nobody cares about it. Living Armor is strong though, especially
Another
with
gold
that
strength in
level 20
5?
talent.
Will Shad just pop it?
I think so, he has the refresher, why not?
Yeah.
Running away?
Go.
No. There it is. Now he's gonna be showing his true strength, his true power. And the double hex comes through. Buyback from the Medusa. Dominic running in. He doesn't have the Ravage at the moment. And he'll just be sent back. Tentacles, they equalize the buyback situation.
Immediate smoke. And they might be catching the Sven here.
See if they can. Shad
Oh.
is not the one without the buyback though, and the boats will be protecting him. There goes ships just coming through over and over again, and Mitra Fanushka's chase will be completely destroyed. Look at where the Sven is. He has just covered so much ground during his Kunka, just creating space for him.
I will never get to say another bad word about Kunka ever again, am I?
No, if you try, I'm just gonna be pointing you out to this game
No.
where literally any other hero, at least in this situation that they're put in,
Yeah, they would've lost.
loses this game. Yeah, any other hero. Like, give me which hero would have won. You can't do it. Win probability is still in favor of Storm. I cannot say I agree with Dota Plus here.
I mean, the Rex situation still hasn't even up. I'm sure that's exactly what Gavin is talking about here. Still one Rex in
Roche?
favor. Smoke coming in. They don't have the damage to finish this fast enough.
Yeah, they have to get out. Okay, they understand that the enemies are coming their way. Rocket flares coming through. 1J is level 25 on the Grimstroke, so 150 Inkswell radius. That could be huge. So Neko still not level 25, but of course, it is not that OP talent any longer. So Neko has been found. He's not the one with the buyback and the Torrent Storm is just keeping it in place. Are you having fun in our water park? The Inkswell though is keeping alive. The Soulbind has been used. Here comes the Ravage as well, connecting onto all 3 of the cores. The Echo Slam as well. It is gonna be the hook shot that stops the combo. The Inkswell though now boom, turning around and calls all of them for the axe to bring in the pain. It is gonna be Shad with the biggest sword, with the biggest one. They do buyback on both the Tide and the Shaker, but without your Medusa, what can you really do? 1J trying to get himself away. The 4 step to the side, and the Sven comes coming in to finish him off as well. Shad is unstoppable, but his fight was set up for him by the rest of his team.
And they're pinging it. Clockwork is missing. Clockwork is missing. Interrupting the wombo combo of the BKB, the Earthshaker there. Nothing you can do about that. Hookshot stopping him in his tracks. And suddenly they are the ones who are grouped up for the mighty sword of the Sven instead of anybody dying here. Look at that.
That hook shot was
Oh my
just
God.
amazing. Like, that hook shot is what changed the fight. Boom would have died. He gets the call
Absolutely.
off, and then Sven just comes in and destroys everything. You know what the funny thing is? Despite the Sven cleaving down all three of the cores of Storm, it was again the Kunkka that did the most damage in that fight.
Yeah. And with that, I don't think there's any more ways to slow them down here. Well,
There's a Nikki
half
cool
of the
attempt.
combo.
Ghost ships coming through. Shad, he's gonna be drenched in that rum, just not taking any damage. Dominic caught inside of the cogs. The Kraken shell is not gonna be helping you here. And the Sven, Shad is playing objective gaming. Nikki Cool trying to stop him here, dodging the hook shot, but the throne cannot move. It cannot run. Actually, through backdoor protection, does the Sven have enough damage? They're all gonna turn around for it. The
think they
BKB
do.
being used, no stuns. They're going through it. Backdoor protection or not, we are strong enough. It will be a 57-minute game and 44 seconds. That's how long it took them to win this one. A hard-fought battle, but in the end, victory.
In the end, victory indeed. And they were the gold lead almost never on their side.
Nope.
The map control almost never on their side. But they had all of that counter initiation. They had all of those ways to go through the BKBs and make use of the fact that there was only a limited window to deal damage for the side of Storm, and they couldn't even make good use of it because of the water park, because of the clockwork hooks, because of the calls. It was just impossible to get through, and in the end, I think Storm just really wear down their teeth on that wall that Team Tickles put in front of them.
That was such a rough game. If I would lose that, well, something would be missing. Monitor, camera, I don't know, but some of my gear would be gone for sure. That Kunkka winning the game for his team, the Torrent Storm, the boats flying out, changing every single fight, doing the most damage out of the entirety of his team. The Sven, some of those fights not coming close. In the last one, he came close, but he didn't take over the Kunkka damage. Kips, that's it for game number one. The question here is as follows. Do Storm have the mental fortitude to come back from that? It's not easy for sure.
It really isn't, but at the same time, they didn't look really all of that shaken versus Arava either. So I'm going to give them a good shot in coming back from this. They did show some really disciplined play during this game. They once again showed off that finesse in a bunch of the team fights where they knew they were going to have a hard time pulling it off, and they still found the right configuration for their heroes. So I would be holding on to that if I was them, and just showing it off in the second game.
What a way to start off the second semi-final. This is the series that already deserves a decider, but I wouldn't be mad if it's a 2-0 in the end. For now, we're going to be taking a short break, then we'll be back with game number 2.
Looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control. Love you every night, not checking the time. 'Cause I'm loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile. Looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
What a game won here in the second semifinals. If you didn't watch it, wait after the stream ends and go back and rewatch it, because it is something that you really shouldn't miss for life here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. I'm Freak, joining me is Kips, and we want to find out, Kips, who is gonna be the second grand finalist. Team Tickle's very close to it, but in the break you told me that you're expecting 3 games. You think Storm got it here in game 2?
I mean, we were both very impressed by the way Storm has been playing this, right? And
Yep.
you also said if it wasn't for that Kunkka pick, I'm not sure they would still be in this game. And you know, I spent the entire break eating my auto loss Kunkka words, really chewing on them, digesting them, you know, really making the taste count. But I would be very surprised if they pull out another pick like that again. That's just gonna be everything that they actually needed. And if you don't have that draft, I do think that Storm looked, I don't want to say unshakable this game, but suddenly for the longest time they were moving like no matter what was going to happen, they were going to win this anyway, which is really impressive because they had to keep that up for a long time.
Yeah, they really. I'm just hoping that you do not get sleepy after eating so many of your words, because you had a ton of them to say about Kunkka, because he was picked in the first phase, right? The very first pick, and then Kip started, blah blah. This guy sucks. It's all a lose. Ha ha ha.
I believe the word out of my mouth was insta loss.
Yeah, I think that's true as well. Quoting ourselves, that's what we're good at here. But it doesn't matter. Game 2 is gonna start fairly soon. Anything that we're looking at in the draft, anything that you expect or anything unexpected that you think might come out? Is that Kunkka was really unexpected to me, and it really did. It did come out swinging.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hoping that we've got a little bit more of that in the pockets. I mean, I'm looking over at the Radiant side draft, and it was pretty cookie cutter as far as it went for Storm, right? Whereas with the Clockwork pick, with the Axe, the Kunkka, Team Tickles brought a lot more personal flavor to their draft, and I think that's what they gotta do, because they are leaning into like their skill potential as individual players slightly more than as their identity as a team, right? And if Storm wants to play a little more, I want to say, if they want the ease of execution, and we've talked about this with Soneko before, then they gotta be supporting each other more with their itemization. I think the itemization in this game is pretty disconnected. No boosting for the Medusa's damage or anything
Yep.
like that. So that's what's got to change for me.
Well, let's see if it will change, because we have a draft on our hands, Kips. Let's get into it. Storm now, one game from elimination. They were already in this position yesterday, so they're kind of used to the feeling already. They're shrugging it off like, guys, reverse sweeps. It happened yesterday for us. It happened in the previous semifinal. It's gonna happen again. And yeah, everything is pointing to that Tickles should have lost that game number 1 if they wanted to win.
Absolutely. And you can see here for the bans from Storm as well, like we are taking out that adds invoker. We are taking out the Pango that can go to several people on Team Tickles. Several players are really good with that. And man, Tickles, these first 3 bans are just all Soneko. 4.
Yep, also Neko. Like you are not gonna be playing your heroes. Coming back to
But neither is ads.
I'll pick up a gyro. That's a really nice first pick. Doom on the other side. I guess now Team Tickles has to ban out the Venge. I wanted to ask you, considering all of these reverse sweeps happening and stuff like that, have you ever coached or maybe worked with or maybe heard of a player that was so superstitious that sometimes he would lose the game intentionally in these kind of situations?
No, I have been unlucky enough to be in the presence of players who were not inclined to win games for one reason or another. I've never believed it to be for monetary gain, by the way. There's a lot of reasons why players might deliberately not give their top possible performance. But no, never superstition really.
Okay.
Even like in the Philippines, there were not a lot of superstitions or anything surrounding the play. It was just we just had to pray before every single match and in between as well. So if you call that a superstition, but
No.
mostly that gave them the power to win, it seemed.
No, I felt like superstition would be, okay, now I'm gonna do something inside of the game that is gonna be against the benefit of my team, and that will benefit me in the long run. Like giving an offering. That's what I thought about.
I see.
But
A blood sacrifice.
yeah, maybe like sacrifice. They're bringing in a random person in the boot camp, like, guys, what is this? Oh, it's the offering to the gods of Dota, just like Thor offered up his hair and he won TI.
Yeah.
It does work. Team Tickles, they get themselves a Primal Beast. The Venge is in the pool. I cannot believe they allowed the Gyro Venge to go through.
Yeah, there should be a snap pick here. You have reasonable heroes to get on top of the gyro already. You have yourself a very interesting tool set here, but the Venge is going to make it that much harder to chase the gyro down. It's going to improve his damage by so much. Her laning presence also incredible right now, which used to be your one weakness, right? It would be like, man, if only we could get away with having a Venge. And now it's like, well, there's literally no downsides. Just grab her. Do it, Storm.
They're taking it easy though. They're like Team Tickles. Oh, we might not pick Avenge. Yeah, you're thinking we might not pick Avenge, but we will. Might not be thinking about it. I would be very surprised. Maybe they are also thinking about it had to be banned. Like there's no way it went through. I think Avenge, Dawnbreaker would be the two picks I want to see, but they'll go for the Skywrath Mage. I'm baffled. But I have to say I'm baffled. I'm very surprised they didn't take the Venge.
Yeah, I mean, certainly these two heroes are a lot more Seneko flavored, right? He himself very famous as a Skywrath mage as well. Really good saving capability on an SD as well versus both the Doom as well as the Primal Beast, bringing in the damage from that Skywrath too. But he's doing that thing again where he's picking two heroes that are undeniably supports, which immediately promotes that Gyrocopter to the carry position. So that one's now given away. And Team Tickle still has a lot of space to decide what they want to play. But yeah, Void, yep, that was going to happen.
Yeah, we have opened the strongest support currently in the meta that can save versus all of your things that you use, because a lot of the things that Storm use are ground targeted and, well, nobody cares. So I don't know. I think Storm this is classic Soneko. Like, I have an idea, guys, and he goes through with it. We'll see if it really does work out. There is some merit to this lineup at the moment, but I really like what Team Tickles have. I think now you pick up a Timbersaw, right? You're versus 3 strength heroes. It would look, yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Boom, Chica, Raka, dump that guy in. And that's valid. And now you have a guy who can reach and chase down whoever gets saved by the Vengeful Spirit anyway. But I feel like they made this a lot harder on themselves than it needed to. And I gotta add to what you just said about Seneko, right? I think you're completely on the money. And the thing is that is one of the things that makes him so strong as a captain, usually. He has a plan, he knows exactly what it's gonna look like, and he is going to steer you in that direction. And if you go with it, you'll find that it is very easy to let that man think for you, almost. And on the other hand, of course, having that strong of a personality and having that strong of a undercurrent in your team also means that if he says something goes, then it goes, and you're not going to have the influence to dissuade him from that. And he fully believes in himself. So if he says it's not Avenged, then it's not Avenged, and you're going to have to live with that. It's very much a knife that cuts on both sides.
So Team Tickles, what they want to ban? I'm guessing something like a Puck, because they don't have really good catch. And Storm are missing out on lockdown. They don't have anything. The homing missile is the only thing that they have to bring any kind of stuns. You have the slow from the Shadow Demon, from the Skywrath Mage as well, but that's about it, Kips. So I think a stun is warranted. It's needed. You literally cannot play without it.
No, you cannot. I mean, you're up versus a bunch of melee heroes with good disables. I see the SD, I see the Skywrath Mage, Chao Timbersaw. In other situations, I might actually be arguing for a Void Spirit here, but I feel like that man literally fell into the Void, actually.
Yeah, not looking the strongest. I've seen a couple of Void Spirits do okay-ish. Like, I cannot bash on the hero completely, but there's definitely better choices. This Tiny, the reason I think they banned the Tiny is because Team Tickles has this run-at-you lineup, right? Once somebody gets swapped out, they're like, let's go. And the Avalanche is probably the best spell to stop that onslaught, that chase forward.
Now that you say it, this does look like a lineup of rugby players with their coach.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Or the bench can be a quarterback, you know, it's not that bad. You don't have to be the biggest, baddest guy if you're the quarterback, just strong enough not to get killed when they tackle you. So Team Tackles?
Team Tackles? I think we solved the riddle.
Yep.
That's good though.
Yep, that is some lockdown tower push as well. Storm, they also want to be moving forward quite a lot, but I'm still scared. You only have Roar into a Skywrath Mage ulti. It's a big cooldown, kind of goes hand in hand with the cooldown of the Venge. That is just gonna save versus that every single time.
Yeah. So you'll be committing your timber saw in a lot. Now, there is of course the question of damage on Team Tickles. They do need the Primo Beast to have a real good time in order to move the game right now. But
Versus the
uh,
Timber, not so much.
yeah, exactly.
So you get a carry that's gonna contribute. Is that carry still in the game? Maybe a PA? No, they go for the clinks. That is a
Well-
contributing carry, but
I would not have seen that pick coming at the very least. I did.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, you want range, but then I'm considering like Dusa. Nah, Dusa versus Jara is not the thing. Okay, TB. I don't think versus the Timber Beast. Going to look at the Morphling versus Skyrath.
this is I've seen one or actually maybe two clinks picks so far. Both of them were from Marsbeth team and they played support clinks. One game they completely crushed it with the clinks. The other one they lost, but the GZ was still on that clinks, one of the biggest factors of their lineup. So I haven't really seen a core clinks in some time. Last time I saw this hero being played as a position 1, it was Nande, and it was slightly different. So I don't know what to expect of it, Kips. Really, it is a mystery. Which items is it still a Gleipnir that you're going for? That item has
I think
fallen
so, yeah.
off.
It's probably still a Gleipnir. I mean, at the very least, the laning stage should be very decent. You're going to be up versus the Beastmaster. You're going to do just fine there. Tar Bomb's going to be very helpful for you indeed as well, if you're willing to.
That is focused.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you go? Are you sure there's no more burning barrage? So unless you get a shard, of course. But so I don't know if the Gleipnir is really the way to go. Let's get ourselves into the game. Shad is gonna be showing us what really he is gonna be picking up. But I know again we see this little demon. Okay, that guy is really nasty. Kind of the sleep paralysis demon. That's what he looks like.
Oh, that remind me.
So. Any favorites?
I feel like Team Tickle's lineup has limited playmaking capability. If I'm just looking at it, and Storm has. They got really good chase. They got long-term damage output and also burst. Actually, they just don't have a lot of lockdown. But I gotta say, neither a Doom nor, for example, an Underlord are going to walk very far. It's
You're a beautiful person with a
if
charming
I had to
personality.
play one of these lineups, I'd pick the Storm lineup to play, with the caveat that, just like you, I don't quite know what this Shad, what he's going to be bringing on this Clinks, which is to me, like, that is the most exciting kind of game, the one where I'm not just sitting here, feet up on the desk telling you all what's going to happen. No, I'm going to learn from this man. And it's goes in session.
I want to go for Tickles because I think you just doom the Timber Saw and you ignore him. And then you just deal with everybody else. And I think that's going to be the thing that they do in this game all the time. Just doom Nikki Cool and then kill everybody else. Doom Nikki Cool, kill everybody else. Storm won't really have the damage at the start of the game. Roar, Mystic Flare is the only thing they have, and every single time you're gonna have a swap. I think if the two supports of Team Tickles use their spells properly, that every fight should go their way.
Yeah, that venge factor, right?
Yep.
Venge factor, and that is also the way to deal with the fact that they don't have a lot of playmaking potentials, because they don't have to make the plays necessarily.
No, currently we see no
happens.
kills.
No.
No. This top lane is still gonna be quite rough. Klink still does a solid amount of physical damage, and with the minus armor coming in, it can be a problem. And he's still a ranged hero versus a Beastmaster, so they should be doing relatively okay here. Between the two of them. Actually, he missed every single creep on the first wave.
Yeah, exactly. And this double range lane, I mean, 1J is going to have to do a bunch of work here without actually getting in range of the Klinks himself. Otherwise, he is going to be taking a metric ton of damage.
What about a bottom lane? Usually we see the Gyro do relatively okay there, but versus the Underlord, is that going to be the case?
Well, I mean, normally you actually get kill potential over on the Ultimate Lord if you go for a Rocket Barrage build. But the problem here is that the Doom is just grabbing all the creeps into the back lane. The Shadow Demon, good at avoiding that in this case, but they're going to be messing with your equilibrium a lot. And Gyrocopter cannot do all of his damage if he is constantly surrounded by creeps.
Yeah, especially when the Rocket Barrage. You want to be isolating this Underlord. Very hard to do, of course, as he always pushes in the lane or the Doom pulls the wave. Still very tough, as you mentioned. Two melee heroes versus the Gyro is always gonna be kind of rough to deal with. And there it is. He killed all of the creeps. Now with the Rocket Barrage, he's doing a decent amount of damage. So Neko level 2, so he can start stacking up those poison attacks. And the Doom comes over. It's time to bail. They are still a little bit too strong and tanky.
They are, yeah. And Seneko also there. Probably right to cancel out the Firestorm, but they just don't have the time to properly chase Boom down.
Sonic Cool winning the mid lane, kind of something to be expected. Ducalis coming forward. You want Dominic dead. He has the stick charges, and Ducalis dies first. Dominic will follow fairly soon afterwards. Let's see now. Shad versus 1J. He had the sticks, and 1J no longer has those. Shad will get a double kill despite the first blood. It will be the side of Team Tickles that comes out ahead there in the top lane.
Especially because Shad now doesn't have to share the experience. That is very nice for him indeed. And this is exactly the kind of pick that can snowball.
Yep, the Clinks can be very nasty, but he has only 7 CS, so even with the double kill, I don't think that he's really gonna be too happy with how the laning stage is going. The levels are nice, they're gonna be making him super tanky. Speaking of which, he's dropping super low, but the Clinks will survive.
And he really has to start sidestepping some of these wild axes now that it's up to level 2. It really starts to hurt. And Dominic came back with a full mana pool. That is always a problem.
Yeah, both Dominic and 1J, two spammers. You really need to have the sticks, the wands, and they do have them. Ducalis currently sporting a stick, and well, Shad is gonna be having a wand at the moment. The mid lane, of course, in favor of Nicky Cool. We expected that, but it's not like Xantic is not getting anything. He's still doing relatively okay there in the mid lane.
There's just absolutely nothing you can do to stop Nicky Cool from blasting down your waves, pushing you under tower constantly. You're not really going to get away from out of his presence. But then again, the fact that he pushes the wave so hard does mean that Xantic actually has a little bit of an EXP lead right now.
Shad on the top lane getting low, Death Pact. Very hard to kill the Clinks through it, even with it being level 1. Later on, when you have multiple charges, it is even tougher, but even now with only one charge, it is very, very hard to bring the hero down. At Xantic, I'm not sure exactly what he's doing in the enemy triangle. Maybe trying to steal some stacks. We'll see if that does go well for him at the moment.
Probably just scouting, because he is very good at stealing stacks, has the mobility and the damage to make that happen. So it's worth it for him to check out if there is something to nab. That's a lot of damage dealt to Nicky Cool.
Yep, he almost dies there. Imagine if there was a support rotation, just one more stun, they could be getting the kill. Nicky Cool, he actually has 2 points in reactive armor. I expected him to just not have any, to just go full in on damage. Shad in trouble. He's being ran down. He's still okay, not for long. He will be taken down. He didn't have any wand charges there and will be losing his life. The Calix next on the menu, rooted, slowed down, and brought down as well. Now they're going to be losing 3 heroes around the map as Soneko finishes off Narman. That's going to be a really nice start here for Storm.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is Beastmaster is such an oppressive laner. If you can't shove him out, and especially I think the timing of that kill was just very unfortunate, where he gets the full refresh on his mana pool when his axes hit level 2. There's nothing much you can do against him demolishing you with that damage.
4-2. In terms of kills, a 1k gold lead for Storm. Kind of reminds us of the previous game. At Xantic, though, gets the kill on 1J. And that is the rotation of the supports coming in. I don't think they can kill the Timber Saw at the moment, but they're not even gonna attempt.
No, they have got their eyes onto Dominic here instead, who has overstayed his welcome just a tiny bit.
Yeah, he's looking very much dead, especially with the Xanthi coming over. Has the pulverize. He will be going for it, and with a couple of hits from Shad, he'll get the kill. Xanthi, of course, is the one to secure himself the kill, and now throwing a temper tantrum there, showing that he wanted more blood. Of course, nobody else there to kill.
I think the Primal Beat's one of the best designs that Valve come up with.
Coming
Animations are just a joy.
forward, he got Sassed up, but he got the trample off. The damage is insane from Nicky Cool, and he comes in, just finish off 1J at Xanthic, going for the rune as well. Are they gonna have another magic missile? Bacalus is gonna try to steal this one as best he can. Probably not gonna be happening. Maybe he can get the deny. He got the deny. That's probably pretty good. As Soneko, he did get the other wisdom rune, so in the end, it is still a win for Storm.
Yeah. Soneko really saving his team's bacon there. But you gotta feel a little smug about that if you revenge.
Yep, of course you do. Like that's a situation where you have that smug laugh, the one that everybody hates.
I'm afraid I can't perform it for you here. As talking about smug, Shad is Finisher just hit 6.
Very dead. Very dead. There's gonna be a lot of skeleton warriors attacking. Turns around to fight. Will be doing some negligible damage to Shad, who has that death pact, so more than enough HP to survive through the damage.
Fast rotation, immediate natural push here from Boom, who has already dragged the wave under the tower. And at this point, nobody can really kill anybody on Team Tickles except Nicky Cool. And I feel like that's a scenario that we saw in the previous games where Nicky Cool had to do basically everything in the mid game. It's starting to look like that again. Who could defend that bot tower? Well, Nicky Cool. Who could kill somebody top and take a tower instead? Well, Nicky Cool.
I feel like you're preparing us for a poem here that's gonna have a Nicky Cool name on it. Yeah, Dominic, very dead.
I'd like to see the heroics first before I start composing any sagas.
He's killing
That's it?
Boom. Is that heroic enough? He misses on his timber chain, so it's gonna have to be Soneko. He is the true hero of this story. Nicky Cool used all of his mana. He has only 1 point in timber chain, so until he gets that one leveled up, okay, now 2 points. It is he's not gonna be that mobile and scary around the map, really.
And ideally, you don't want to waste time with this hero either, otherwise you might as well be hitting creep. So he has a very careful job to do of selecting where he wants to turn up and where he doesn't. And one of the things I think that a Timber normally does that he really can't as a mid-Timber soul and as a hero that so much is riding on, is he can't just plant himself behind an enemy tower and wait for the reactions to come in. It would be showing himself too much, would be giving too much information, and also it's the kind of thing where they might just show up with 5 and kill you, and that is the one thing you cannot afford as Nicky Cool in this game. You want to keep scaling, you want to afford, I think, an early Lotus Orb, or maybe even just full-on Lincolns in this game. For example.
Soneko seemed pretty chill walking away from his enemies. Now he's gonna die, or is he? He gets the disruption off. He's just buying time. Xanthic won't be able to get on top of him that easy. Soneko doing Soneko things. You can see that he's pretty chill. He'll get himself into the trees where his demise will finally be, well, final, right? He is going down for sure.
Yeah, I'm not... 20 seconds off is not as final as they'd probably like as Nicky Cool. No, not this one, not for you. It's for
Mystic
1J.
Flare. 1J helps, and well, Nicky Cool, he gets that one. 1J will pay with his life though. Shad is doing way too much damage here. Silence only onto the illusion, and the Tar Bomb will slow him down. It is gonna be a Deso for the Clinks. This I like a lot more, right? And the Tar Bomb is gonna be doing so much damage. The Skeleton Warriors are gonna be crushing the enemies. Actually makes sense to go for the Deso.
It does very much. It makes him very single target focused hero, but at the same time, there is only one single target that you have to take down for a while. It's going to be Nicky Cool, and then once his damage falls off, it is going to be, it is going to be Finisher instead.
Why is the Gyro so underfarmed? Really not having a game at the moment. He's only now going to be finishing his Crystallis, and the path towards the Aghanims, it's going to be long and slow, Kips.
Yeah, long and rocky. He was definitely getting contested a lot more in his bottom lane than I thought. Creep wave shenanigans getting pushed into him, and next to that, I'm not sure if there has been enough support from the supports for him to put it very bluntly. I think they have been running around the map a lot and just leaving him on his own versus an Underlord who absolutely does not care about your presence one bit.
Just stands his ground and doesn't care about anything that you're going to be doing. This Underlord will be going for a pipe, currently only sporting a Vanguard. Shad. It seems like a lot of heroes are rotating towards the top lane, but Shad is by no means an easy kill. Roar into Mystic Flare, though, maybe changes that.
One tool. It's level 9, which is really
1400 HP as well.
Yeah.
He hurts. He really does hurt a lot of people and is very strong. Doom onto the Timber Saw. He got the Timber Chain off and he's just out. Swap onto Soneko. They have found him and he's looking very much dead. Roar onto the Primal Beast. They are gonna try to tame this one, and there will be a Pit of Malice, but not in place. The portal was open. Now you have to run away. We talked about it. Tickles, they like to be running forward, but same issue for Storm. Here comes Shad. Gonna be turning around on 1J, trying to get the damage in. Not gonna be enough. 1J survives. Dominic coming in. The bird going on to armor. Will dive bomb, just rooting him over and over again. And Nicky Cool is there to finish them off. Looking towards the Collis as well. 4 of them will die just because they overextended on Nicky Cool that much. Doom is a great hero versus the Timber Saw now, but that Timber Chain at the perfect time. At that point, you should have just ran.
Which is so hard to ask of yourself, right? Because you got exactly the guy you wanted with exactly the spell you wanted. It's just like, he's 500 units away now. Surely we're tanky. We can walk up this hill. Surely we can lose 4 people in the river. Oh, bother.
Up the tower in the mid lane now does get taken down. It will allow now Nicky Cool to play even more aggressively, and especially now when there's no Doom, there's absolutely nothing that you're afraid of. Clinks though has the Deso, so next time around that he finds the Skywrath Mage on the side, that is a kill. That's why the Skywrath Mage is going for a Ghost Scepter immediately.
Yeah, you don't get to have any luxury items as a support in this game at all. Like,
nope.
Soneko is going to go for the Aether Lens himself, but that's exactly because he is going to be saving people from getting focused down as a 1J. Yeah, that's a good threat.
Preemptive swap though. I don't think they need to go for it immediately. Narma now slowed down. Both of the ultis from the sports being used. He's still alive. Actually, look at how fast Dominic dies with all of the minus armor. Shad and Ducalis, they destroy him. Shad for now gonna be running away. He has been dusted and he will be cut down. Those bones, no chance to be surviving. Homing missile onto Xantic as Nicky Cool is still following forward. The homing missile will ultimately connect on him. There is no swap. There are no saves. Can Xantic get himself away from this one? He does have the uproar, but he will not have his life any longer. Nicky Cool protected by the shield rune as well. Really no reason to stop at all. Xantic will be going for the onslaught. As the Polarize, they use the Doom. Did they really just bait him? And Nicky Cool, follow me, follow me, follow me, and then die. A nice game of tag that, well, Nicky Cool will be the loser of.
Yeah, Mitrofanushka had already backed off, as well as Soneko, by the way, who took the Underlord's portal to the bottom side, so he's just farming on his own right now. They got a little carried away with themselves there.
Yeah, or he got carried away. It really did look like they're gonna kill that Primal Beast easily. We're seeing that the win probability in favor of Team Tickles, so they are gonna be favored to win this one. Looking at the current state of the game, it's completely even. Kips, do you agree with the assessment of the Dota Plus?
I guess I'm just going to have to follow it because I still don't know how to gauge this Clinks, and the Gyrocopter certainly is behind. Though I gotta say that Mitrofanushka has been leveraging everything he has in order to contribute to the team, in order to get that Aghanim Scepter up faster, and I'm really enjoying his play right now.
Ducalis in a very uncomfortable position. We're gonna make it comfortable soon. Nicky Cool, he executes him super fast, and I'm not really sure what he was doing. Maybe just wanting the enemies to go for him. Xantic left all alone, went for an uproar. He has the BKB. This was a mistake. Dominic is gonna be taking a lot of damage. Actually, Xantic, even with that BKB, he's not strong enough. The Demonic Purge will be slowing him down. He has to run himself away. You cannot onslaught while you're being purged up constantly. The dust on Shad, and from the side, Nicky Cool and 1J are gonna be coming over. It is insane how fast they're moving around the map. Team Tickles, they thought they were safe. They thought the enemies were in the mid lane because their revenge gave her life away. This time around, we see another chase. It didn't go well for them last time, Kips. Is it gonna go well for them right now? Imagine this big of a beast and you lose the hide and seek game versus it. You must really suck at that game.
Oh yeah. I mean, the woods can be thick, but surely this is a case of an elephant hiding behind a tree, right?
Yep. Yeah, you know that fat cop meme that is hiding behind a tree or
Yeah.
something, and you can see his belly. Oh, let's see now. That is gonna be a dead zone Echo, most likely. He has the disruption, so you can buy some time for him, for Nicky Cool to come over and destroy Narman with the whirling death, literally bringing just that to Narman. And now looking towards Boom, who will be going for a TP out. No Yules, no way to stop it. He's out. That's a long TP though.
Yeah, a long TP and a lot of damage. Shad pushing in the mid lane. That's 1J. Done and dusted.
Overstayed is welcome.
still
The Lord
going.
does connect onto the Clinks. I'm not sure if you can
What
get
was
the skill,
used?
especially with the pipe protecting Shad. He's standing his ground. You should run. You're not surviving through this one. He thought the pipe was going to be enough, but he's just an easy target. It's a 4K goal lead right now for Storm, so I'm not going to be trusting the Dota Plus any longer as Nicky Cole into the back lines. This Underlord did escape him earlier. Not sure if he's going to be escaping now. It's Anting again with the BKB. He gets the gyro down, but pays with his life. And Team Tickles, they've lost all 5 of their heroes in a span of a minute.
No, and can I just repeat how much I love that Mitra Fanushka keeps on showing up to these fights? Like, sure, he lays his life down for that, but that is exactly the kind of thing that gets him the kill onto Shad, that forces Xantic to engage all the way in instead of helping the rest of his team, and they lose the Skywrath mage at the start of this. Both of the supports on Storm are dead, but Mitra Fanushka shows up, and look at the physical damage. Who cares that the pipe is on?
Yep, he is doing quite a lot of it. He has an Aghanim Scepter, he has the Inner Beast Aura, and the Crystallis, and really the Clinks couldn't do much about it. It's Xantic. The Primal Beast cannot play versus the Demonic Purge, because you cannot Onslaught away. You cannot Purge off the Uproar, but the Onslaught you can, and that is just such a big issue.
Yeah, your trample does absolutely no damage anymore because you ain't going anywhere. It's a rough life. Well, not a long one though, at least.
The 6k goal lead now for Storm. They're going for a Roche. We know that this is the thing that destroyed their gold lead in the previous game, and if their enemies come here in time, the Roche is dropping. Will they come there at the right second? No, the Roche does drop down, but can they get themselves out right now? There will be a Fiend's Gate as well coming through onto the Gyro. No, they want to kill this Shadow Demon first. They'll be able to do so. Because they got the Doom onto the Aegis target. I'm not sure that's great. Shadow is already dead, and he's just gonna be standing around. The Mystic Flare trying to turn it around, and there's the Doom. It's not gonna be doing all that much. Now you have to run away. You've already lost 3 of your heroes, only bringing down 2. And sure, the Aegis is down, but this is another win for Storm.
Yeah, and Nicky Cool wasn't there. He just shows up to mop up the party afterwards.
Yep, there's a Xantic. Let's see if he's gonna be able to mop him up. Xantic trying to destroy all of the trees, but Nicky Cool found the connection to that one. The BKB being used, it's only 7 seconds. Let's see if Nicky Cool chases forward. No, he has learned his lesson.
Not this time. Not this time. But yeah, I think they really underestimated how tanky the Beastmaster was with that fresh Aghanim Scepter on him. The amount of healing and damage that Dominic just output there. He's not trying to run away. He's just, I'm taking Shad with me, and as long as my Gyrocopter respawns after, you're not winning that fight anymore. You need Shad in order to take him down.
I'm not seeing this impact of the Clinks at all. I don't know. He just comes into the fight and he dies every single time. He seems to be tanky and he seems to have a lot of damage, but neither of those things are happening inside of a fight. He literally just dies, and that's about his contribution.
And I really do miss the original Strafe in that regard, like the actual burst damage. As ads, yeah, no BKB currently for you.
We're gonna be missing ads as well. He doesn't have the Onslaught. He's very much dead. They used the Demonic Purge. They used the Roar. I'm not sure if both of those things were needed, but better safe than sorry. They get themselves a kill, and that is another one in the pockets of Storm.
And you're just not going to let him waste your time with a Lotus Orb over Nicky Cool now, so he indeed has a, I don't want to say a good tool against the Doom, but at least insurance to make the game a lot harder for said Doom.
So Doom now has a shard. You know what the new shard does? It heals him when he is doing damage with the Scorched Earth. I don't see that as a relevant change in the game, though.
For a support Doom, maybe not. I can see it being very useful for core Doom if you're really tanky anyway. Like, this man, we've seen that he can't stand in the middle of the fight at all.
Yeah, nobody can stand in the middle of the fight at the moment. Not even.
Mitro Finushka.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the side of Team Tickles,
Yeah,
where they're just so easy to bring down. Even this BKB'd up Primal Beast, not nearly as tanky as he would like to be.
Really not. And now another Tormentor is going to go down. I'm hoping that that's going to be Demonic Cleanse. No Demonic Cleanse for you.
No demonic cleanse whatsoever. There is an 8k goal lead for Storm at the moment, and it's only gonna get worse because all three of their cores are topping that, which are Team Tickles going for a smoke. They want to change this. They want to change this now. What is the perfect target? Oh, the save from the Shadow Demon coming through, and it is gonna be Dominic being completely fine. He just stands his ground, bangs on the drums, heals up. It will be bringing down the Shadow Demon, so it's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Boom trying to go through the portal. He won't be able to do it. Nicky Cole way too much burst damage, and he is still on the chase, being slowed down by the Tar Bomb for the time being, and he wants more. Hello, Ducalis. I'll come over, Lotus Orb on him, and with the onslaught, maybe they can bring him down. The damage from Chad is actually quite high. Nicky Cole still alive. He will be able to survive, and look at what Mitro Panushka does. This is how killing is done, my friend. Team Tickles completely overwhelmed in this fight after 23 minutes of gameplay. They don't seem like they have many chances of coming back into this game too.
Now, their playmaking potential is really limited to this one style only. They can run up into people and, you know, hope you kill them before something disastrous happens. And Suneko just in the perfect position to completely turn that fight around. And you don't even get Nicky Cole. That's insulting. After how much time you spent.
They're still gonna try to play Kips though. For our viewers, if you want to play Pinnacle.gg, that is where you're gonna be going. Maybe not for this game, but for the entire series, because this is most likely ending in a 1-1. Of course, you have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly. This game, it is looking at the moment like Storm will be taking it, though. So did the last game, Kips, at a couple of moments, and they still turned it around. So, what's the comeback potential? What is their Water Park Aghanim Scepter Kunkka in this game?
Yeah, so I was actually thinking about how much the Primal Beast can do with the Uproar here. The fact that these fights have been pretty good from the side of Storm, but I still don't think that that's actually going to be bringing enough damage into the mix. So I'm still looking. Give me a little.
Okay. We're gonna allow Kips some time right now to think. As Storm, they don't want to allow time to Team Tickles to think, as they want kills, but the smoke will be broken. So overall, not much will be happening now. So, okay, so if you haven't still decided what the Torrent Storm is for Team Tickles, what are the next move from Storm? Are you just going for the outer towers? Are you waiting for Roche? It's what's the plan?
I think in this game, you have the Satanic over on Mitro Finushka now. As far as the disables over on Team Tickles are concerned, that's the same as Aegis. And that's just...
Who? Oh, was that the Clink? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just saw some bones on the ground, seemed fossilized at the moment, but no, they're pretty fresh. The Callis slowed down by the concussive shot, silenced up for good. Jump in from Dominic, he really wanted that right click, but it did not connect, thus he didn't get the skill secure. Nicky Cool now has the gem as well. His Hex will be done in no time. Items coming out left and right for Storm, kills coming out left and right for Storm. Team Tickles, on the other hand, the complete opposite.
Yeah, they are really struggling to scrape anything together right now whatsoever. Xantic, his last item was the BKB, has about gold for half an item on top of that, but he doesn't seem sure what he wants to buy either. And I think at this point, I guess you gotta save up for a big ticket item of some sort. I guess you could go Halberd as well. I think Halberd might be the best value for money that you can get.
There's a Satanic on the Gyro, which is pretty big. Versus the Doom, though, it's not gonna help, because you cannot heal through the Doom. But now I have two targets that you have to think about. Who do I use this on? And given that Nicky Cool has a Lotus Orb, it's not gonna be easy to use the Doom without dooming yourself. Though being a support, I guess it's a worthy sacrifice, right?
Yeah, sorta. But you can, your animation is long and you might just have to double fake it in order to get it on the, so you fake it on the one that you don't want to put it on first. You wait until that one gets loaded by Nikki Cool and then you do the other one.
Yep.
That's the play.
That is the play. It is currently 27 minutes into game 2 of the semi-final. Storm versus Team Tickles. Game 1, it looked like Storm were gonna win, but they lost in the end. I have to say, when it comes to the quality of the teams, Kips, Storm have been looking slightly better in this series overall.
Yeah, they just look like a bit more of a collective, I would say.
Yep, true. Team Tickles, in this game, I think they came in without a plan. Really. They went with heroes that they like, which synergize somewhat, but well,
That was a very one-dimensional draft, and I also feel like, was this Venge a bait? Did it actually fit this start that they were going for? Because on paper she looks really good, right? With the laning stage and the save from the Roar Mystic Flare combo, but she's been able to do that twice, and the target has still died in both cases anyway. The power of the swap and the power of her auras and her presence just really have not been felt. Kalis has been mostly dying.
one thing that is going well for them is Shad's split push. He will be getting a tier 2 down. That is quite impressive. You know, usually when a team is losing, very rarely do we see them taking down tier 2s. And, well, the Clink's, his damage output is insane.
Yes. Shad flying in the Finnish Daedalus though, he's going to go for that BKB next. I wonder if he should be opting for the all-in method and grabbing a Blink Dagger instead, because one of his problems has been that he's shooting from the sidelines, but he's hitting all these very tanky targets instead of getting to actually cut down any of the supports in the backlines who are very squishy indeed. Like, since
They have
she's
Ghost
been dying
Scepters.
anyway. Yeah, that's true.
And if you go for a nullifier, that's 100% in for the damage. You go into the backlines with a nullifier, and you're just dead instantly. So I don't know. I think Shad has to have the damage to kill the tanky cores. I don't think that the supports are off limits. It's just how it feels at the moment.
Do not eat.
Yep. Do not feed the Clinks, and the supports are definitely not going to be doing so. The Roche dropping down super
Late
fast.
again.
Can was used. They are late. A couple of seconds. And now you're going to be fighting versus Cheese Ages. It's time to run. I think they were scanned as well. Look at how Nikki Cool is just going forward. Follow me. Let's go forward. It's not. It's a classic leader. He actually misses on the timber chain. Okay. You know, just
This is a little too eager. I like how the straight line that was drawn by Team Tickles could mean, you know, go in this way and then immediately also go out this way.
Yep.
Pretty good double duty.
Zantic barely gets the blink out, almost getting his blink cancelled there. If that had happened, the question is if you get yourself away at all. But Team Tickles, they do survive their great escape. But now they're going to be dealing with an Aegis Cheese on a lineup that is super far ahead. I don't know how good of a high ground this Clinks can hold, but the Underlord is one of the best heroes.
Dominic just blinked in for an attempted roar on Armin. That was very close. I think he actually opted out at the last second. Ads is too far in.
Yeah, he's been too far out quite a lot of times. He now has the Aghanim Scepter, so he's roaring around, breaking people, and didn't seem like Storm cared. They just dealt with him easily, took him down, no buyback. He bought that Aghanim Scepter. You're going to be pretty much aware that there's no way he's having an Ags and the buyback in a situation that he is in. So now this is going to be opening up for a bit of an easier push.
Yes, sir, it is indeed. And we have 3 extra flak cannon attacks on Mikro Fenushka now as well. You cannot stand near this man.
No, you know, you cannot.
Actually, you can't even stand in his neighborhood. Near is not necessary to die.
The Kalis, he did go for a swap there, and they are doing some solid damage to Nikki Cool. Here comes the attack from the Clinks. Actually does a decent amount of damage there, as he does have the enchanted quiver. So that first attack is quite strong, and it's only 2.8 second cooldown during the duration of the arcane rune.
Pretty good, especially versus a Timbersaw who is, you know, it's one of those luxury problems where you're winning so hard that you never have time to get any reactive armor stacks.
Now he's only focusing on the defensive item on the clinks. I still don't know. I would like to see even more damage.
You want to see people risking it for the biscuit, don't you?
Well,
I have a
don't
hard
see
time
enough-
disagreeing with you.
How do you win this game other than that,
Yeah.
right? Really
Yeah,
is.
somebody needs to do it, and he's the only one that can build it, is the thing.
Else. The Primal Beast, I just don't see the Primal Beast doing anything in this game any longer, right? I can see the Halberds coming out from the Underlord and maybe the Doom making a change in the game, but Primal Beast is pretty much out. It has to be Shad. It's on him. So if he's not doing massive amounts of damage, you're not winning fights.
No, agreed. And the thing that needs to happen in order for him to feel safe to do that is, and I do think Tickles has been doing a decent job of this, by the way, but they need to continue just throwing all their big bodies in, and Nicky Cool is going to chew you up, but otherwise he's going to be chewing on your clinks, and that's worse. So better grit your teeth, boys.
They did go for a smoke on the top lane. The Timber Saw will be the one that they find. So Neko is in the vicinity to save Nicole. He gets the Hex off, and the Doom does get used. The Destruction will buy him some time. The B and the TPs are coming in from the side there. From the portal comes Boom, and they finish him off. That's gonna be the hero without the Aegis, without the cheese, that will be taken down. Now Mitrofrushka has been stunned up, turns around with the Satanic, not really taking any damage, and you have to be running away. The Roar onto the Primal Beast, and he has been tamed. Both of the mid laners have lost their lives, and Boom will follow suit as well, using the Pit of Malice to just stop his enemies from chasing onto his teammates. That is a true guy, staying behind for his buddies.
You wish really that you found anybody else than Nicky Cool there. See if you can take down a cheese or maybe even that Aegis from Mitrofrushka in an area where you've already have so many of these skeletons from Shad's setup. That is the best possible fighting scenario for him. But the cavalry, man, the cavalry keeps showing up and there's absolutely nothing they can do.
Yeah, literally nothing. 34 to 21. The Aegis will be expiring in 20 seconds, so if Team Tickles have done something right, it's delaying this Aegis. They have done an awesome job at doing so. But the Goldie didn't diminish. It's still 3 cores of Storm topping the chart. At least the Clinks is battling his way through the ranks. He now has the Lincoln Sphere. He's thinking about a Hurricane Pike and an MKB. This I like the MKB in general, as Gyro might get a butterfly at some point, but also I still believe you need more damage.
Yeah, I think so as well. It feels so double. You already got the Lincolns just now. Investing any more of your golden time right now into something that's just, I mean, being alive is dealing damage. Let's put that first. I don't want to give anybody in chat the idea that, you know, you should skip that BKB because it doesn't deal damage. That's not how this game works. He's got the Lincolns. He's going to be staying alive longer. But you gotta strike the right balance, because taking others away from the battlefield is reduced damage, is also staying alive. I am completely with Harry Freak here, and that he should be... His own survival has been secured as much as he can right now, and if he doesn't get damage anytime soon, then it doesn't matter how long he stays alive, because his team will be dead.
Ah, you heard that, chat? My analyst agrees with me. That means I'm smart, so I'm now pretty happy for sure. Storm, they did go for smoke. They still have a cheese now on the Gyro. I think now is the time to doom the Gyro. Doom the Gyro and kill him. He's not going to be able to Satanic, especially before he gets his butterfly. This is a time where the Kings can't do enough damage.
But he is going to be disrupted. Snako hasn't made a single bad move with the disruption yet.
And now he has Ogre Seal Totem and the Blink, so a lot of mobility on his side.
Man does not stumble. I agree though. You have to go for it and hope that he stumbles, hope that somebody else is on him, hope that he's not here when the fight kicks off at Xantic.
Jump in with the blinks. They found 1J. The Roar stops the Pulverize, so 1J will be able to get himself away, and there's the Demonic Purge on the Xantic. Now he has to run away from the other side. The Gyro comes over, the Lotus Orb on him. It's time to run. You have already lost this fight. You've lost 2 heroes, and we will be losing more. Guardian Greaves healing up the Callis. He gets the stun off. His death will be swift as well as the Timber Saw does that pure damage. Mitrofrushka gets the kill from afar. Okay, 1J. He thought he was stronger than he actually was without the Ghost Scepter. It just goes down easily, but but he did bait Boom to overstay his welcome, and he's probably going to be another casualty aboard the buyback from the Vengeful Spirit to save his life a little bit too late, my friend.
Yeah, and I don't think Tickle's heart was really in that, was it? Storming up through the river like that, where I don't even remember if they were smoked, because they certainly were not anymore while they were approaching the storm already. They knew what they were walking up into.
They were smoked, but the double
Yeah,
buyback on the
exactly.
supports, it really will cost them, especially because the next Roche can be up in 20 seconds. So most definitely, once the Roche is up, the supports of Team Pickles won't be having their buybacks. But I don't know if you saw there, the Clinks, in 2 seconds that he was allowed to attack the gyro, took care of half of his HP. Imagine a stun or something, the gyro dies, so there is still hope.
Yep.
Not a lot of hope, but it is there.
Yeah, it is there. He does have the single target damage, and Seneko was on the wrong side of that fight. Nowhere near where Mitchell Finishka was. So in that regard, it was a pretty decent shot.
He is going for a nullifier. That is also a damage item. I think once he sees this butterfly, that he changes his approach. I don't know if killing the supports will do enough. You can kill 1J, but then there's going to be saves. There's going to be disruption as well. The nullifier doesn't help you there. I don't know how I feel about the item. I would prefer the MKB, I think.
I guess so as well. And at this point, he just needs to do too much. He's wearing too many hats.
Yep. Yeah, I can understand him. He's like, okay, I need this item, this item, this item. I don't have that many slots. What the hell? What is my team doing? Okay, I have 4 players who can't do anything in a fight, so I'm kind of on my own, and it always will be making you just change your decision when it comes to items over and over again, because you don't see a solution by either one of them.
No, you don't feel like you have one out to play for in a lineup like this. You have several things that all need addressing, not one thing that you can force the enemy to address.
Oh, double roared already. Also, Demonic Cleanse is there now after the Tormentor died.
Yeah.
That means that Mitchell Finushka can just be running in through the Pit of Malice, and he's not going to be stopped whatsoever.
I'm a little surprised that Seneko not ending for even one moment. He's like, I'm gonna get it. I am not buying that stuff myself. I deserve an Aghanims.
Still, there is a Timeless Relic now on the Underlord. So this high ground push from Storm, it is by no means easy. Like, look at Mitchell Finushka just gets smacked down. Easily they take away 1,000 of his HP, but the glyph was used, so this tier 3 should be going down here.
I mean, big percentage-based damage fan here. Scaling is so great on anything with a percentage on it.
Yep. That Firestorm is one of the big spells, right?
Yes.
All of the heroes on Storm, their cores are quite tanky, so the percentage-based damage will hurt them later on in the game, and it already did start to hurt them.
That's it. It's just especially compared to anything else that you can throw at them. It is phenomenal to have that tool on board.
You know what's coming right now? Gyro level 25, and the Timber is very close to level 25 as well. Those are some big timings, especially the Timber saw one. The double chakra, people are just gonna melt.
Exactly, and I feel like this was, much like the puck change, this was a very good one to stop these heroes from completely taking over a game and money just making them scale out of control super fast. But also still leaving the option on board to not leave them behind in the scaling once the game goes long. Mickey Cool guess is wrong.
They are ahead. Oh, Soneko, he made a mistake, but he had the cheese, so he's gonna be fine. Disruption onto himself. Is this enough for Xanting to leave? He is gonna be swapped out. Ducalis saves his buddy. They're gonna be okay. Now Shad trying to do some damage from afar, but he can't get too close to this gyro. It is just way too dangerous.
Which is remarkable, because that might have been your only opening here. Getting the cheese out really good though. Because Nicky Cool wasn't there. He tried to catch the Doom on bot lane, missed, and had to walk all the way back. So that was a 4 versus 5.
It was a 4 versus 5 Storm. And they only have a smoke on 1J. Only one more cheese remaining there. Skyrit Mage still Still has it in his backpack, ready to give it to any of his teammates if there is a need to do so. I actually cannot believe that Soneko survived that.
First big mistake we see from him, and it's not gonna. Well,
And
look at that blink out.
Oh, Narman. He came in
Oh,
and
he
now has
pays.
the BKB to run away. Is it enough to survive? This Cadex Cap helping him. Ducalis now with the swaps every single time he's ready. Shad, Lincoln's was broken. They will find the poor Venge doing her best to keep the teammates alive. But the enemies, well, they will at least run her down.
And Soneko said not again, and now they're going in.
And they're gonna have another one. Oh no, they already. There's the refresher. There's another roar. This time around onto the Primal Beast. Nice rolling that there. Boom does go down. Does have a buyback. Same is true for Exantic. But this game, it is looking very, very tough. The claims he cannot come close. It is only his skeleton warriors that are doing any damage for him. Shad just cannot find an opening to do any kind of damage, and Nicky Gold just jumps in with the Hex. Narman tries to change something, threatening with the Doom, and now he's like, I have to run, I have to escape. It is us who are Doom coming in with the onslaught immediately. There is gonna be the disruption. He has the Ascetics cap, so he's not gonna be staying in that disruption for a very long time. Double Chakram doing a lot of damage to Shad. He has been pushed back, but those Chakrams come back to Nicky Cool. He's ready for another one. Look at the flag out as Atlantic. He's just dying there. The Disseminate is on him, so even more damage they're being taken by Team Tickles. Only 2 heroes left alive, and Kips, with great pleasure, I announce, even though GG still hasn't been called, we are gonna have a Game 3 in the second semifinal as well. And this is the best way. The decider will decide who goes to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, and Storm really saying, all right, you know what, we need a little do-over on that map one. Let me show you what we actually meant to do the first time around. Once again, starring role for Nicky Cool. Necessary for him to carry the weight of that early game, but man, what a Timbersaw game this was, right?
Yep. He was kind of set up for success. I was thinking, oh, they don't have any stuns, and then I saw the Timbersaw. Do they need any stuns? He's just gonna be killing people with ease in this game. And literally what happened. Monkey King Bar is done for the Clinks. He's trying to deliver it. Will they kill his career? No, it does get delivered now. Going on to Soneko with the A on this. Is not taking any damage. Narman goes in. Ascetic Sap protecting him. He got the Doom off onto the Gyro, so maybe they can bring him down. Shad doing his best. He cannot come forward. Now it's not only the Gyro that you're afraid of. There's also other heroes. He's running around, Shad. He's pretty speedy. He has been slowed down. I want to go into the fountain. I want to heal. Nowhere to heal. There is no doctors that can help you when you're only bones. And everybody on Team Tickles will be losing their lives. Storm, they know. Reverse sweep, their curse. It is on their side. And if I was Team Tickles, I'd be very much afraid right now.
Yeah, that was a little scary. You did not have your get out of jail free card this time, and you immediately get put behind bars. And if you look at the damage numbers here over on Team Tickles as well, that really does not look that great for you. The only one who dealt any damage at all was Shad, but he didn't actually get to focus anything down.
Nope.
It just hurts. And I already complimented Nicky Cool. I also want to compliment Mitra Funushka here, because his lane did look rough, and he did have a slow build-up in front of him towards this Aghanim Scepter, and he evaded that by simply saying, I am a Gyro, I have a ton of damage output, I have 4 and 4 in the Flak Cannon and the Barrage, and I'm going to show up to these fights. And I think that also really helped Storm secure their early game and really set them up for this. I want to say they did really sweep over that battlefield like the weather. You could not stop them if you tried.
The strength of Storm was tested once again, especially their mental strength, but they passed with flying color skips. Still, they have one more game to go before they get themselves into the best of 5 grand finals. Between them, Team Tickles, a great team that showed what they can do, how they can win, in what style in game 1, but they're gonna need to repeat it if they want to be going to the beautiful beaches of Malta. So guys, stay with us so that we can find out who the other best of 5 grand finalists will be.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Only one game is left on this day here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3, and after this day only one day is left, and it is going to be a best of 5 grand final starting tomorrow at 17 CST. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Kips, and we are taking you through the Dota action that we have in front of us. Storm versus Team Tickles. Who takes it home? Kips, we kind of agreed that Storm are looking a bit sharper, but that doesn't have to mean anything, right?
No, it really doesn't. As long as these drafts are actually equal, the next game can go absolutely anywhere. And I do mean absolutely anywhere, down to like a single misplay decides everything. Because as long as the drafts are roughly to the same power, these two teams are very equally matched. We see a little bit more in terms of individual mistakes, I think, from Storm, in terms of like sometimes their players show in a weird place on the map and get picked off there. But on the other hand, it feels like Team Tickles is just a little bit more disconnected in their spell casting, in their shot calling, and ultimately in their drafting, which for me is going to be the big emphasis of the next map. If they somehow drop the ball in the draft, I don't really think that Storm is going to give it back to them.
Team Tickle's first pick, Storm Radiant. Is that first pick gonna be a good enough advantage for you?
That's interesting too, because I think that Storm has already shown that they have a plan that they are going to tackle you with, and they're not going to deviate from it, not even when they offer you up a vengeful spirit. So Tickles is really, they've already tried 2 wildly different things, right? These 2 drafts, they haven't repeated a single hero. Are they setting up for doing that yet again? Because it feels a little unguided at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do overall. But I'm really curious to see if there's gonna be anything new pulled out of the pockets, especially by Team Tickles. Maybe they weren't taking this all that seriously. Maybe the Kunkka first pick, the Clinks, maybe they're like, Storm is too weak, we can do whatever we want. Do you think there's a possibility that they're even experimenting here in the semifinals?
Maybe they are, but that certainly would not be down to them thinking that Storm is too weak. Just that if you put a lineup like this together and you've literally just done that, yeah, you're searching for your identity right now, and you can't just put on a mask and pretend that you have one, because there's absolutely no conviction behind it. And it's just going to cost you. So yeah, they're searching, but it has nothing to do with the tournament or with the opponent. Purely everything to do with the fact that this lineup is brand spanking new.
Said the draft is gonna be important, and the important thing will be on our screens right now. Let's get right into it. So, Kips, I wanted to ask you, because you never allow yourself to think from the perspective of a team that they're disrespecting the other team. So, this is my theory. You tell me if it's correct. You have had situations where you underestimated your opponent and then you're lost.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, I knew. I could see
Yeah.
that. I could see that. I had that situation as well. Then I had the approach as you did, and then I just started casting and I completely throwed it away because I don't mind. I'm just all about the entertainment nowadays. And even if whoever loses here doesn't make a difference to me, I just want to see good Dota, and good Dota we have been receiving for the entirety of the day, I'd say.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you really must know, Harry, not sharing secrets, just the two of us, it's the high ground. It's specifically TNC throwing on high grounds because they thought they had the game in the bag. That traumatized me and a lot of people around me.
Traumatized. Like I had to go 10 years of therapy after that game and it didn't help. I
Still
wake
working
up-
on it, dude.
I still wake up in the middle of the night all sweaty and I can't.
Oh, does anybody remember Black Slark performance at which major was this? We got matched
Yes.
up against Team Faceless. Yeah, you do remember that, don't you?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
me
do.
too. I think about that sometimes. And he got like 46 stacks or something, and OD Pixel was going absolutely wild about it. I'm like, oh, I can't believe that we are the one getting stepped on, and it's hype. Like,
Like Black is
You
destroying
always-
Kips's team. Let's go.
no. It's just you always imagine yourself in a story in your head that at some point your team is going to be the one doing the underdog thing, right? And the cast is going to be going hype about you. And having an Uno reverse card pulled on you.
Yep. Well, wishes are one thing and reality is something completely different. It is something that we have to live with, though. When you look at those situations, there's other than, you know, the occasional, as I mentioned, waking up all sweaty from your sleep and screaming high ground or Slark, you know, 46 stacks.
Cuckoo,
It's,
no.
it's still super fun. Storm, they get themselves a shaker. This is a hero with which they have been doing really well. They did lose game number 1, but I have to say Nicky Cool's performance was still amazing, right? He has found so many openings. Maybe his team should believe more in him that he's gonna find those openings, as sometimes they didn't really follow through with him. And I think if they did, we would have already ended the stream for today. But of course, that didn't happen. The Pinnacle Cup Malta vibes continues. This tournament is brought to you by Gaming Malta. And guys, that is a home of gaming excellence, gamingmalta.org, if you want to find out what they're all about. The Skywrath Mage comes out from Storm. So already these two have a lot of kill potential.
Exactly, and this is the way that you are supposed to fix what happened to you in game 1, where the Earthshaker goes in and nobody can follow up well enough to actually finish the job. It is the Skywrath Mage. Of course, that does leave the Vengeful Spirit open again as a save for Team Tickles, and it is a little hard to say if Storm will be able to still pull through and chase on this time around, because I gotta say they did get handed an absolutely perfect Timbersaw pick in a previous game. And yeah, bursting people and then just expecting the fight to end like that, Thick Mommy Thunder Thighs says, no, sir.
Yep, so bursting people is going to be very tough here, as Team Tickles, they have 2 very nice saves. One in terms of a heal, the other one completely just repositioning your teammate. Though, you know what? If I would go into battle right? And I knew that one of my teammates is in love with one of the enemies, I'd be very much afraid, right? Because he might stab you in the back, and I'm looking at this Skyrit mage playing versus the Vengeful Spirit. It is always really hard to look at that one and think that the
I don't
Skyrit
know.
mage is gonna win.
Clearly, you are a happy man who has not been in a super toxic relationship with somebody that you felt way too much for, because trust me, you're just as likely to stab them instead.
Oh, okay,
Mm.
okay, makes sense. Like, I love you, dear. Like, bye bye. Right? Okay, okay.
No, you're giving
Okay.
me way too much feelings. I can't handle me. That's your fault. Here's a knife.
Okay, okay. So, Storm, they picked up a Faceless Void and the Phoenix. This means that
Yes.
they have a lot of team fight. I am a big fan of the Phoenix as a hero. I haven't seen the Phoenix do well lately, so I don't really know how to look at it. I don't know if you have any thoughts about the Phoenix at the moment.
Mm, I think the Phoenix has been on an uptick because of the speed at which the damage comes in now from,
Okay.
especially in the laning stage, right? And in combination with the Faceless Void, this is the kind of protection that you're looking for. This is also a kind of a follow through, a lot of chase potential on this team now. And on top of that, I do think that the Faceless Void is sure you have people swapping out of Chrono, etc. You have a lot of AoE saves coming in, but you're going to be securing kills with that nonetheless. And once the game gets later, Faceless Void is exactly the kind of hero that can chase through and just keep going, keep smacking as well. So I'm alright with this, but it isn't a solution for all of the saves over on Team Tickles immediately. I will definitely grant that much.
Storm have played one game with the Phoenix. It was versus Navi Junior. They won in 37 minutes. So currently they are quite successful with the hero. We'll see how it works out here. I do like when you have multiple heroes who, when they work with a single support, can get kills. This is what I like. But I've seen so many Faceless Voids just get completely countered by the Vengeful Spirit in this patch. So that's where I'm a little bit afraid for this Faceless Void and the damage that he's going to be doing.
Yeah, what you're going to be counting on is that you will be getting multiple people inside that chronosphere. And to be fair, Team Tickles, as far as like their reach goes right now, it isn't that huge. So maybe if you get the Earthshaker to go in, you bait some reactions, you get the Chronosphere. Sure, there's going to be swap out on one, but you might still have one or two left in there. It's not impossible to guarantee yourself several catches at the same time. But the execution, we were talking about Soneko, the ease of execution, maybe this draft doesn't quite have it. And now the Beastmaster, that's more range. That's look how fast this last pick comes in.
Yep, Storm will be going for an Underlord. I have to say, Storm's lineup is giving me Game 2 Team Tickle vibes, right?
Yeah,
Where you might be lacking the damage department if the Skywrath Mage doesn't bring you in the kill.
I agree. And there's several sources of damage for Team Tickles here. Like Dawnbreaker can scale well enough. Pangolier, natural damage dealer. Beastmaster Axes, natural damage dealer. Medusa will just take her time. There is a lot on Nikki Cool's shoulders again, and this time he's not so much lacking the damage as that he is that there will be saves on the other side to thwart him instead.
I still believe in Nikki Cool though. Even in game number 1, I was thinking Storm are gonna be lacking in the damage, and in the end they did. I don't know how he plays in this pose, really. It's literally impossible, but he makes it work somehow. Overall though, even in game number 1, I didn't believe, and he made it happen. In game 2, I wasn't sure if the Timbersaw without the stuns is gonna be able to get the damage in. He made it work, and we're looking at Nikki Cool, for me the MVP of the series. Even if they lose, like, he has been looking amazing for Storm. So I think I'm sticking with them, going up against his Shaker, winning against that hero twice in a row. I think that's something that's very unlikely to happen, Kips, but we'll get ourselves into the game, and then I can hear your thoughts about what's gonna happen here in the deciding game. So let's get right into it.
Is the path to
That's
wisdom.
the last one for tonight. Last one for one of these teams as well. If I have to really pick one, and you know me, I love sitting on the fence. Defense is my
Have
home.
to.
Defense is my first love and my last. But I think that I have to stick with what I say myself and say that playmaking capability and the lack of that on Storm, I think that's going to come back to bite them. And unless Team Tickles let this go really ultra late, I think they have a lot more different angles to approach this game from than Storm does.
I love it
And
when
that's
I'm
going to
doing
be a
play by
deciding
play.
factor for me.
I don't have to be right when it comes to predictions, and no downside for me. Only if I win this war, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, good
Oh, yeah.
good analysis, Kips. Well played.
Yeah, no, but there is something that I have learned from Cap actually, is that as an analyst, your goal is actually not to be right all the time either. You're first and foremost always an entertainer. You're just going to have to take the L sometimes because it is a competition for you and not for the play by play. But being wrong can be just as much, if not more, entertaining than being right.
Yeah, nice setup for being wrong, Kips. Yeah, fine. I get it.
Defense! I'm covering myself. I'm so good.
Like, you know why I was wrong? Because I'm so freaking entertaining. Let's go.
Yes.
Game 3.
Learned it from Kyle.
Let's go now, Shad. Taking a lot of damage there, losing mana. Has to be careful. Some of it will return, very low amount. However, Dominic is probably going to be the first one to fall. The Kalis really wants that hit, and it will be the blood grenade that gets the kill. Narman protecting his carry. He will not allow the Medusa to fall. It is a 5 Dawnbreaker, so both of the supports here on Team Tickles are the defensive type, and we're looking at the net worth. Venge is gonna be at the top there right now and never again. So let's move to the CS and just remember that position and see where she ends up in the end.
It happened. We were there. Yeah, that Medusa though. I wonder if Dominic had turned during that fight. I wonder if they could have killed her.
Maybe. Though Shadow now has very low mana. What did the courier deliver though? I think that it has to be some mangoes. Nope. It is the Sage's Mask. I guess it is your ring of health as a Medusa.
A little bit of a watered down one, but yeah, that is the function it's going to be fulfilling. When Jay opened some hits.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So this bottom lane, is Mitchell Fanushka gonna be fine on the Faceless Void? I know they don't have that much kill potential between the two of them, but it seems to be that the Void shouldn't die, right?
This is a bit of a struggle bus lane though. The damage from the Wild Axis stacks over time. The damage from the Fire Spirits is something that, oh sorry, excuse me, the Fire Spirits is on her side, luckily. So that's not as much. I don't think he should die in one go, but I definitely think that the side of Tickles can get him low enough that it's going to be really hard for him to approach the lane without feeling like he's going to die anyway.
Speaking about getting low, Shad gets low in mana, 1J gets low in HP, so they will both have to bail at the moment as both of their lives are in jeopardy. Mitchell Fanushka farming really well under the tower, not missing the creeps, and as I say it, I jinx him like a true caster. Good job, Harry, as 1J will get taken down and Team Tickles get themselves another one. This lane is very strong, Kips.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks stronger as well because you're up versus an Underlord who has no options in defending his support there. And level 2 on Dawnbreaker, man. The amount of damage is a little surreal.
Yeah, it has always been and always will be. Probably, as ever since that hero was added. They did reduce the range of the Celestial Hammer early levels, but the damage is still insane if you combo both of your spells.
And here is the level 3 on the Medusa, so level 2 Snake up, and Dominic's lane immediately got significantly worse. And it's not going to get any better for him. Needs to get that Vanguard up as fast as possible.
But Medusa only has 7 CS, so you know, despite the first blood and all that, and the follow-up kill, he still isn't getting the CS there. And it is a Medusa versus the Underlord. As time progresses, as Underlord gets more items, this Medusa is gonna be doing less and less damage. I guess Venge and the Beastmaster help, but it might not be enough.
Yep, it's true. Lane will go through a little bit of a dip here for Dominic, but it will probably recover eventually. So I'm keeping a mid lane an eye on there where Nikki Cole not really
Losing.
doing all that hot versus ads.
Really weird. As a shaker, we've always seen him win. Not here. Not now.
Not here, and I think the fact that all of his damage comes in big bursts feels really bad versus ads who can shield crash and make your trades feel really bad while having the ability to trade from range himself.
Who was in trouble there for a second? There is 14 stick charges on the Face's Void, so he
Who's in
definitely
trouble
isn't.
now?
Maybe they bring him down. He's actually dead. 17 stick charges, time walk, and he still goes down. Doesn't get anything off. Oh, he was greedy there, Kips, and he will pay the price for it.
Anyways, I think he got the bird.
Yep.
Boom, gave him the bird.
Dominic in some trouble as well. It will be a slowdown on the college, but Dominic loses his life. Doesn't have the Vanguard just yet, so his tankiness isn't up there. The Medusa, still her farm isn't that high, but getting kills in this lane, it will still be enough for Shad to have, just for us to say he has had a good start, right?
Yeah. Sometimes when I see a Medusa or like a Luna in a lane like this, I'm like, oh man, why are you going for like the finishing off the boots already? You should be finishing your Aquila, girl. Like, wait.
Oh, 1J? What the hell was he doing? I don't know, really being so low, he just stayed there so freaking long. The college just gets an easy kill, and that's another one into the pockets of Team Tickles, who are now 5-0. This is the worst possible start for Storm. They're not doing that great in any of their lanes. Even now in the mid lane, Nikki Cool is in trouble.
Yeah.
He has 10 stick charges and a fairy fire, so Xantic will not be pushing forward. Oh, that's why 1J died. Okay, now I get it.
Give the refill of the mid. I mean, I was checking his mana. I'm like, hey, did he try to die maybe? Just because he was out of juice, but he had 150 left. It was not his time yet.
Yep, but he did contribute to the mid lane. Finally, Storm get themselves on the board. They will be bringing down Doom, Boom, on the side of Team Tickles. So Phoenix and the Faces Void, not the ones that you look at for kills, but they're the ones that are gonna be getting it.
Indeed, and now the question really is for Storm. We're going to get to level 6s on this mid lane. Not enough mana on ads to press the issue yet, but Nikki Cool is going to be under so much pressure that I kind of doubt he's going to get to do anything with it either.
Yep, he's going for an arcane boots in this game. Not something that we've seen that much from him. Usually it's the power treads into a blink, but probably doesn't feel like his lane has gone too well, and it really didn't. He's 10 CS, 11 CS behind the Pango. Every single time we see him, he is 11 CS above the enemy hero, and now
Exactly.
it's just completely opposite.
Yeah, I wonder if the arcanes are meant to empower him to farm some more in the jungle. Just really keep that spam up.
Can help for sure. He does have his level 6 right now, so maybe with a couple of rotations he can get the kill. But speaking of rotations, they're going for Shad. He does have a Healing Lotus, and 8 Wand charges might be enough to survive. Healing Lotus still there. He's gonna wait for the perfect opportunity to use it. Shad dropping low, now being burned down, and 1J, he's the one that gets the kill. Immediately falls afterwards. I don't think these two supports are bringing down Dominic, so it is a 1-for-1, but in favor of Storm for sure.
Absolutely, and we're going to see Dominic really push this wave in now. There's really not much the Medusa can do now because the Vanguard is going to be here. Her moment in the sunshine is over, and the tide on this top lane turns as mid.
Yeah, he
That's
almost killed Nikki
no.
Cool. Nikki Cool went for the echo on the creeps there, and he was taking a lot of damage, and Xantic almost killed him. But a very nice woodwork from Nikki Cool. He got pushed to the low ground and will be fine. But he's 500 gold behind his mid lane counterpart. Other than that, the side lanes now ultimately went pretty good for Storm. 1J will be dying once again. This guy just cannot get a break, and Soneko diving in, not really doing all that much damage, has the Sun Ray, and the Xantic is in trouble, especially the Faceless Void coming in. The time dilation, you cannot use your spells, you cannot escape the Chrono just to secure the kill, and looking towards the Venge as well with a couple of good bashes. He's gonna be getting a kill. Narmantar as well, he gets the kill. What are you doing, Nikki Cool? He overstays his welcome, and I've seen this happen so much in this tournament. Why are Dota players so greedy, Kips?
Because the players that push the boundaries get better faster than the players who don't.
True. That is very true. Soneko is in trouble as we're watching the replay, but he does survive, so guys, don't worry. No big things are happening. 1J, poor guy, he's just being slaughtered all the time.
Yeah, and that is especially a problem because we need this man to get level 6 and to start dunking on the people that Nicky Cool is going to be stunning for him. Yeah, here's the first chronosphere of the game, and well, to be fair, no level 6, so no bench swap out of that, but that is exactly the kind of opportunities that Mitrofanushka has to be looking for.
If Nicky Cool hadn't died, that would have been perfect for Storm.
Yeah.
Really, he would have completely come back into this game and would have been close to his Blink Dagger. He still didn't go for the Arcane Boots after that fight and after the Stasius farmed. He is still deciding to go Power Treads into Blink.
Is under attack.
Change his mind. I think it's correct. They need too much from him, especially because this Vestus Void is going for a Hand of Midas, nearly there. This gank might... 6 on Avenge already.
He'll be fine. The Beastmaster is on the side. Actually, time dilation being used. He's
Very
thinking about
nice.
going in. Rolling Thunder at Xantic. That's a defensive one. He needs to bail somehow.
Yeah, which is wild because they have the numbers advantage here, but Dominic smoothly switches seats with Mitrofanushka on the bottom side right now. They're not going through Dominic anytime soon, and that gives
Under attack.
1J some time on the top lane to see if he can scrape together his level 6.
In terms of strength, could we say that maybe a tier 1 tower is just as strong as one hero, maybe even 1.5?
That's interesting. You certainly get a lot more gold for them, and you can't TP 2 heroes. Like, I think they might only be as strong as a hero, but they have more functions. No, that also doesn't feel right. No towers cast spells. I think you're making me compare apples to pears here.
Okay. I mean, apples and pears are, very similar, right?
Both stone fruits, actually.
Anyways, though, the gold lead not that huge. We are gonna be changing the subject here, as we are not gonna be getting into an argument how closely related apples and pears are, as mid lane tower is taking a lot of damage. So we'll see if Team Pickles can get this one down. Mitrofanushka goes for Narman. Time dilation, not that big of a deal. Nicky Cool, beautiful fissure, blocks him out, and Xantic goes from one side of the fissure to another. They'll go for the Chrono. Mystic Flare as well. Where's the swap? Oh yeah, we killed your saving grace. Now the Starbreaker is going to be stopping the Face's Void. The double-handed mace much stronger than the single one, but Nicky Cool comes in with a blink to finish off the kill. He's going to be roared under the tower, opening up the portal. The Face's Void didn't want to click on that one. They're bringing in their third core as well and charging forward. It's time for the bashers. It's time for the burn. It's time for death. And it is gonna be 2 cores dead for Team Tickles, as Mitrofanushka, his plays with the Face's Void have been beautiful here in the early game.
I mean, I saw what this man did on the gyrocopter in the previous game. I saw how well he wields his early presence, and I'm still like, nah, there's only Nicky Cool, nobody else to rely on, and Mitrofanushka goes and proves me wrong. This one, still egg.
They have to kill it, and they will be able to do so, but it still does cover for them a little bit. It still will be the 2 cores and the Phoenix going down, and this Rolling Thunder is gonna find 1J as well. That's gonna be his 5th death of the game. Poor guy, he just cannot catch a break, and they really wanted that mid lane tower. A big punishment was waiting for them because of it.
Tickles strikes back, and I understand why they're committing for that so heavily, because their natural tower push is completely absent on Storm, right? You literally just have an Underlord that walks at it and hopes that he doesn't get interrupted while he's slowly smacking it down. So the commitment is understandable, but ill-advised.
Yeah, definitely doesn't work out the way that they intended, and now there's a 3k goal lead for Tickles, giving them the win probability of close to 60%. Face's Void, from the Midas to a Maelstrom to a BKB, that's gonna be the item build that we're gonna be seeing here. Maybe he gets an early MKB in this game, considering that the Medusa will probably be thinking about a butterfly as... was that a hero there? I didn't see.
No,
okay.
You know, if that would have been a tower, it would have still been alive.
Yeah, a tower is only worth like 1 hero, maybe even less. My analyst told me that, so I'm learning here, Kips. You cannot fool me now.
Oh, Narman has a full Solar Crest already as well. That is phenomenal with a team like this. So much physical damage at the ready already. And really going to stop out a lot of the physical damage that Storm's going to be throwing at you in return. Narman is really the keys to this whole operation, right? as long as Narman is in a good position, the initial combo from Storm will not get anything and they will have to full commit.
Speaking of him, he has a
Yeah.
Solar Crest. He's pretty strong, and we saw how much that minus armor can do. Wow, they made a mistake. He actually will get the stun off. Solar Guardian will be used. The Faceless Void is dead. I'm very surprised that they got the catch there. Now the Fissure going in with the return. Nikki Cool doesn't have the Echo, but they have the Egg. Narman trying to finish it off. Of course, that's not going to be happening. We talked about his positioning needs to be great. 1J, poor guy, once again, going to be caught. The seed shot will be implanted into him and will be going down. Now the Sunray going to be used on Narman as well as the Firestorm, but Narman will be able to get himself away. No chance to get the connection there, and it will be a 2-for-1 in the end. This Boom is just keeping his teammates safe, just making sure that they escape safely, and will be Tickles who come out ahead, especially because the Medusa has been farming this entire time.
Exactly, and Nikki Cool, I mean, he has an Echo Slam with somebody's name on it, but he hasn't gotten the opportunity yet, and now Narman is just in this, sitting on the side. They know everything.
Echo? Okay, he knew everything, and even with all of the info in the world, oh, you know that we're gonna kill you. Cool, that is awesome. We want you to be afraid. We want you to anticipate your death. And Nikki Cool comes down and slaps down the tower finally. Storm will be getting that one down as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be a question mark for me. Just Alt Enter, question mark.
They're waiting here for somebody to come so that they can kill them. Oh, okay. So let me just get myself into the creep wave so that the Echo can do more damage. And, well, didn't end too well.
No, it doesn't. But that does mean that we have ourselves a little bit of a closer game in our hands again. And Nikki Cool, halfway towards Aghanim Scepter, smoked up with 1J. They still have that Mystic Flare at already. And Narman has to walk all the way from base. So maybe if somebody shows their face,
they
not
might be able
happening,
to
though.
find him. Boom is in his own triangle. That is a little bit of a tough kill, to be honest. I guess with the Mystic Flare, maybe. Narman is showing his face, though, and that is going to be an easy one. If he pokes his head around there, now he's under vision. He's dead. Yep. Bye-bye, Narman.
It was nice knowing him. But yeah, Boom is in the triangle. He's getting the preferred farm right now because his timing for the Helm of the Overlord is the next big thing for Team Tickle. So everybody else has to scram straight together what they can get on the other lanes because Boom's needs come first and foremost. And he is nearly there. Not quite 16-minute timing, but close enough for it to still be very threatening indeed.
Very proud of you.
Okay, that's a
Okay.
BD shaker. That really hurts.
Ouch.
The one-shotting his enemies. And Mitrofanushka denies the tower. These last couple of minutes after that bad fight in the mid lane have been all Storm, really.
I really recovered well from that. I don't think I've seen Storm being shaken by anything yet, really. It's like they already have the plan B, C, and D in their heads as you're striking the first ones off. They're like, okay, cool, we have the next one. Okay, cool, we have
Makes
the next
sense.
one.
They're the ones playing their shaker, so it only makes sense that they're not gonna be the ones getting shaken. It's gonna be Team Tickles that has to be thinking about that, and I
Stay
have
on
to
their
be
feet.
I have to be thinking about new jokes because this is just incredibly not funny. As Storm, they are still not ahead in terms of net worth. Medusa finally, they're at the top. Nikki Cool will be overtaking, and this is a different game for the Shaker. This time around, he's much more farmed, Kips.
Yes, he is. That Aghanim Scepter being in 1J, constantly holding hands with him. This is exactly how they have to play. And Narman hasn't had many game-saving swaps yet. To be fair, you only need one.
The Kalis looks pretty dead currently. Oh, he uses the scan. He knows where his enemies are on the bottom lane. He has the Solar Guardian, wanted to join his team. He's not going to be joining anybody. He's only... if his team dies as well, then he's going to be joining them. Nikki Cool, nice there with the Aftershock. He actually gets the kill, even though 1J did most of the damage.
Give that to your cards. That was a bit of information. But look at how fast these TPs are coming. Storm
'cause
is
they
not
know.
about to get caught unawares by this.
Yep, Roche is there. You have to get out right now. Are they expecting this? This is super fast, Kips. If the Echo gets used inside of the pit,
they're
it
gonna
is a
be in
complete
time.
disaster. And they're getting there in time. Of course, everybody else left. Nice. Onto the high ground there. He knew where to check Soneko. Shad coming forward first. The Fissure could completely isolate him. He has been silenced up, still has the Manta. And he's just going to be zoning them all out. What out now. I'm too strong and you guys are cowards. He's doing it all on his own. Look at it, Shad.
Yep.
His team is super far behind him.
One of the reasons is certainly that there are some Uno reverse guards over on Storm, and you don't want to get dunked on.
You don't want Dominic either. They're protected by the Solar Crest as well, or is that only now? Is the full Solar Crest? Oh, another smoke. They want to find the opening. You want to dodge the Medusa at the start, and they might be able to do just that with this.
Yep, they're going to have to replace that vision though. That's one of the reasons that Shad came forward, to get them to D1, and they're just sneaking into the pit.
But they smoked under vision. This is going to be something that Team Tickles knows about. Though they don't have the Rolling Thunder. That is a big spell that you have just lost.
It's a little too audacious.
Roche is gone. They're still
You
not
don't think
going
they're in
in, Team
there.
Tickles. Oh yeah, they don't think. But they should maybe think twice. Finally, the Medusa is coming forward. It's a
Oh,
little bit too
boy.
late. The Roche did go down. Shad going for the ult to the Pit of Malice onto him. It's time to run. I'm not sure if he can do it. Still didn't use the Stone Gaze though. Thinking he doesn't need Dominic TP out. And guess who's gonna die?
It's 1J, but he's still got a D ward before he died too. This is value, value, value. Hashtag stonks. Team Storm just got away with daylight robbery.
It was nighttime.
Yeah, that makes it all the more impressive, doesn't it?
Usually nighttime people are asleep, you can rob their houses. I'm not saying out of personal experience, not at all. And it does propel them ahead. Mitrofanushka with this Midas wants to take over the top spot. Nicky Cool with his kills and damage, he wants to take over the top spot, but the Medusa still not letting it go. It will still be Shad that is stopping the network chart, but I think the timing of the Medusa is slowly slipping away here from Team Tickles, and boom, he went for the roar already. Egg was used, doesn't get the stun from Narman onto the little birdie, and so Neiko is looking very much dead. Now going through the portal, not gonna be happening for Boom, not gonna be happening for Dominic. He really wants to escape. He's hella tanky. Now they went through the pipe armor.
Oh, well, friends here,
actually, Mitrofanushka comes over. Time dilation has been used. Standing his ground. There's the Chrono. Auto 3 of them. Solar Guardian isn't going to be enough to save him. He will be dodging the Solar Guardian and the Fisher and the Echo. Nicky Cool comes in with the damage. The stun will stop him there from dunking onto the Dawnbreaker, but in the end he's still gonna be able to chase her down either way though. Am I wrong? No, he sees him clearly. Nicky Cool comes in with a blink. Where's the smash? He attacked the creep there. Oh no, he actually got out of range, so he didn't get the connection to Kalis. He is breaking some ankles, and Nicky Cool, he's ready to break some legs once he gets the punch in. And there, what, again he misses. Okay, there it is. Finally he gets the connection. Nicky Cool, he's laughing. He knows just how much this guy tried to live. In the end, impossible to happen.
They just pumped everything into Dominic here, and I do mean literally everything. There was an entire creep army there. The roar's already used. Now the Rolling Thunder's done as well, and he lives, it seems like forever, in the middle of a creep wave as well. It looks so tasty. And Narman's too close to the fire again.
Mitrofanushka played this godly though.
Yeah.
It's because Narman is level 11. Level 1 swap,
Yes.
It has no range really. And that Chrono from Mitrofanushka, one of the best ones that I've seen recently.
He is really delivering some precise tailoring.
Looking pretty good. There will be a shard for Narman, so the double stun from the magic missile, pretty big, especially with the magic missile being maxed out. He does do quite a lot in fights right now. That's every 9 or 11 seconds, every 9 seconds. So that is a big deal in fights, a huge deal in fights. It can change a team fight for sure. He gets 2 or 3 of those out. It's a big deal.
Absolutely is. And he's delivering himself the drums as well now. More staying power, more empowering auras for his team as well. Shad's going to benefit a great deal.
There is a Mjolnir on the Faceless Void, level 18. Of course, he wants the level 20. That is the big thing. There will be a BKB on the Shaker as well. Shard on the Phoenix. They have everything also. Boom. He has been found, and he will be able to find a nice little crack there to escape. He needs to run still here. The swap is at the ready. Narman doesn't need to use it just yet. Nicky Cool chasing relentlessly still, goes for the echo, not enough damage. He needs the fissure though. If he connects it, it is a kill. Goes to the side and there's the fissure.
No.
Actually misses on it. Nicky Cool is now the one that is in trouble. His BKB is only being delivered now. Stun connecting after he has escaped, and you will be able to escape. The Medusa has to go for the BKB that just arrives. Smacks Atlantic. Mitrofanushka has the Aegis still and the Chrono as well, but nobody in the vicinity of the egg, and that egg from Soneko not really going to be delivering anything to Storm apart from this tier 1 tower.
That could have ended a lot worse for Nicky Cool and the rest of his team. They get the tower out of it, but the egg is already spent, and I do think that gives them some reason to play this next one carefully.
Mitrofanushka is at the top of the network chart though, Kips. If I would have to put my money on Faceless Void versus the Medusa, especially with him going for the Skadi, it has to be the Faceless Void. And of course, if our viewers want to put the money on them, Pinnacle.gg, and they can do exactly that and follow our amazing odds. 19-19, this is a very close game. Maybe the closest one we've had so far.
Yeah, exactly. This does not give the impression of either of these teams is just waiting to finish it off and the other is holding the line admirably or some sappy stuff like that. No, this is... Both of them have their angles, both of them have their opportunities. Medusa, none of that Silver Edge business this time as well. Shad is going to go full damage with the Daedalus. I can appreciate that.
That's a smoke from Storm. 4 of their heroes going towards the top lane. Currently, there's only Boom there, so the question is, will they even be able to catch him?
I don't think so, but speaking about Boom, he did have a fairly good timing on his Helm of the Overlord. We haven't seen any actual presence from him, and now, no, that's a little step too far.
Boom! That's literally the sound that this jump from the Shaker is going to be making. He gets the roar off. Still no damage onto Nicky Cool. He has the shield room. Going for more Chrono will be used. Mitrofanushka doesn't care if it's only 1 kill. No lucky shots there, so no chance to stop his attack speed. And even with that Chrono, they don't kill the Dawnbreaker. Very curious about what Mitrofanushka was trying to do.
Yeah, and we can't even really call it a zoning chrono like that egg was before, because they don't secure enough damage with that in order to actually stop Tickles from coming back and just holding this tower, so they don't gain any terrain off of it, and now the threat is gone. Mitrofanushka feeling a little too big for his britches.
True. So Reiko got the Midas 25 minutes into the game, so he wants to scale. And really, when we look at the late game, I think that Storm definitely take it here. Chrono, Egg, Echo, global presence from the Fiend's Gate, and potential for a burst. You have everything. I don't think that Team Tickles can match that.
I don't think so either, though they also have a bunch of interesting scaling, right? We have a Zantic here with the Diffusal Blade and the Agnum Scepter, who's actually going to go quite deep because the Swashbuckle, of course, does use your attack damage and does scale with your with any items that you buy. So they certainly are not without scaling opportunities of their own. I think the big shame is, of course, that Ducalis is completely locked into support, when a Dawnbreaker would have DPS opportunities otherwise.
Yeah, I guess their supports are actually really good at scaling as well on the side of Team Tickles. Though I think Team Tickles just hits that timing a little bit earlier. Considering that they are behind, I just don't see them once they do hit the timing. Let's say even the perfect one when you have an Axe on both of your supports. I think that later on down the line, Storm will still be able to deal even with that.
I'm finding it hard to disagree with that.
You tried very hard, Kips. Tried very hard, but it didn't go that way. The Medusa gets on top again. Yeah, it's
literally
up to...
is not up to me.
True. I agree. It's up to your Dota knowledge. That is amazing. Goes in tune with my Dota knowledge. So I just called myself amazing. Very nice. As Trosh is up. It is on the top part of the map for the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And Team Tickles, they went for a smoke.
Straight on in, Daedalus finished up on the Medusa, but Mitrofanushka has level 20. That attack speed in a ground sphere could do a lot of work if they get the right sphere out. Dominic not so tanky right now.
He's pretty tanky, has the Lotus Orb to protect him. Jumping in Soneko, goes out barely alive there as Shaker trying to get into the back lines. He got the BKB up, but he got toward immediately. The question is, how do you get out of this one? And the quick answer is you don't. Dominic now, he's caught by that fissure. Nicky Cool completely destroyed his own teammates in this fight. Oh, Storm, you lost 2 cores right in front of the pit. How do they prevent this from going the way of Team Tickles now?
I'm not sure. They needed information somehow, in some way, in order to actually be able to put a good chronosphere down, because right now there is a level 2 up on that Vengeful Spirit. If you don't get Narman out of the way, you will, like, especially that Medusa will get safe. There's no doubt about it.
There's a buyback for Nicky Cool.
Nicky Cool went to get it. No, they're not coming.
They're not coming. They're just gonna let it go. The second road going into the hands of Team Tickle. This is a good time for them, a good timing for them to try to end this game. Skadi and the Daedalus and the Medusa looking towards a MKB at the moment. And this fissure, it was the thing that just screwed over Dominic even more. Look at how sad he is and has nowhere to go.
Absolutely not. I mean, you're an Underlord. You already have so few options.
Yeah, you're a slug. You move very slowly, so your only hope that you're gonna be tanky enough as is Dominic just dead again?
Yeah, like this is we just saw what the Daedalus Medusa does to him. Well,
guard, you will be protected there, and Swap stops it. Lotus Orb still being annoying. Narman should have another stun. It's gonna be 2 heroes off the map again. Storm are just making mistake after mistake, and Nicky Cool has been caught as well. Gone. Okay, I need an explanation. Analyst, go.
they're feeling desperate right now. They thought they had a good hold on this game, and instead they're feeling their ways of making plays slip out of their hands. And Team Tickle just has more options right now.
They got the Roche, they got the cheese now as well. They have the 4K gold lead. We talked about the timing. They've hit it, and have they hit it strong enough to win this one now in the next 5 to 10 minutes, Kips? That's the real question.
Yeah, I'd say so. 3-item timing for Medusa plus level 20 plus the Aegis. That sounds like a winning recipe to me. And,
As MKB.
Yeah, never mind. 4-item timing, let's rock. And the siege that comes out here from Boom as well is absolutely ridiculous. So, with this being a set-piece battle, Storm also doesn't really have a good option to go after Narman. Look at how far away Narman plays from the rest of his team right now. And he can afford to be that far away because there is an Aegis over on Chad. He can swap him out on the second try. He has several people protecting his flank as well. All he has to do is not give Mitrofanushka that one good chrono.
Oh, this attack speed for Shad is now insane. He has the Frenzy from the Ancient, he has the Solar Crest, and the Inner Beast, right? And then you have 2 damage items on the Medusa. That is a lot of damage that he's gonna be dealing in a fight.
You see?
Point has been found. Immediately there's gonna be an egg. Heals. Not gonna be happening. Okay, Storm just decided to make mistake after mistake after mistake. And the Phoenix will have to buy back. Nikiku coming forward. The Solar Guardian protecting their teammates. Boom. He's even gonna survive this one with the Ogre Seal Totem. Getting himself away. Doesn't even need the swap. And that bit of malice just slowing down the inevitable. They call GG. It's over. Storm have lost the 3 minutes ago. They were ahead 3 minutes ago. They were stronger. And fight after fight, they make mistakes. Team Tickles do not allow their opponents to go to the grand finals. We are going to be seeing 5 players that used to play on the same team just a couple of days ago just battle it out in the grand finals.
Yeah, and this is... I think Storm were under a little bit too much pressure because they know that they only have one play to make. They know that they only have Nicky Cool to engage into these fights, and they played that out wonderfully as long as it was his time to shine, right? But then your Earthshaker starts falling off, then you don't really have any items on your supports that make it possible for you. And I'm not sure you can even buy anything to do that with. It is really up to, is Mitrofanushka big enough right here, right now? And Mitrofanushka takes a look at Shad and he's like, I don't think so.
No.
And then what are you left to do?
Well, they definitely crumbled under their own pressure.
Yeah.
Even if all of that, would make them lose the game in the end, they made mistake after mistake individually here, dying over and over again, which definitely shouldn't have happened. But we definitely are gonna be forgetting about the third and the fourth place right now. Navi and Storm got eliminated. Both of these teams got a win today, so they were this close to getting themselves to the best of 5 grand finals. But we are gonna be seeing Luna Galaxy and Team Tickles facing off against each other tomorrow at 17 CEST. From what I've seen, Kips, for me, Luna Galaxy is looking more crisp, but I don't know if it's same from your perspective.
I would say that I'm biased towards them as well. They look once again, a little bit more like a collective, and we've seen
Okay.
here what that can do for Storm. But the drafts from Luna Galaxy sometimes also leave a little bit to be desired. They have a tendency to draft themselves in corners as well. I'm remembering the quad pick from versus Navi just before. That really didn't look too good for them. So I feel like both of these teams have a lot of the same kind of weakness where they're not quite a unity anymore, or yet, I should say, but also not anymore. We are looking at the full roster of Luna Galaxy splintered apart in that one match. So I think they have sort of the same flaws. I just think that as far as the leadership goes, you have Dalai Lama yelling at everybody's ears what to do on one side, and you don't have that on the other side. And for me, that might just be the clincher.
That might be something that changes it, especially in a grand final that is gonna be a best of 5. You need to be winning 3 games to get the victory in this tournament, to get $22,000 and go to Malta for a 5-star hotel and an exclusive boot camp. We were down to 2, not casters, teams. Team Tickles versus Luna Galaxy will be happening tomorrow in around 20 and a half hours. So guys, be sure to be here 17 CST. That is where the action continues, and that is when we will crown our champion. For now, have a good night. Bye-bye, and see you tomorrow.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen? Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. I miss the salt in my hair, and I miss your emerald stare, and I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. That was last summer. That was last summer when you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer.